Everyone, hold on, let me make myself a little bit bigger. That's kind of big. Can I do it a little? One more again? Oh, hey. Hey, that's real intrusive. Uh, that was the one then. All right, it was this one. All right. Why do I look like I'm not too? That's interesting. Why is my screen? Why is my? I didn't move my camera. Why am I looking like my head is cut off? Because it is. All right, I don't understand why that did that. Should be back here like that. All right, well, I guess I'll still. Man, that's crazy. All right, let me. Um, I gotta figure this out. Um, I never moved the camera, so let me just try to move it back. Then I don't know why. Maybe they changed their orientation. It's a little better. It's my. Oh, let me come to the comment section. Uh, oh, I can't see none of the comment. Okay, let me make that. There you go. I see a little bit. Is my head chopped off? Everyone? Just want to make sure y'all see what I see. Is my head chopped off? I know it's a delay, so I gotta wait till the people let me know. It is. Okay, so why what did they do? Why did and I just moved my camera back. It can't go back further. It's gonna fall off my desk. All right, I'm gonna just have to back up. This crazy word. I don't understand it, but whatever, right? All right, so I'm gonna just have to stay right here, which I'm not used to because I'm kind of back a little too far. Now, if I sit up, right, like, and I know I'm gonna sit up, I'm gonna get into the rhythm of the lesson, and I'm gonna sit up, and I can't see myself. So just let me know if y'all can do the night's lesson. If I chop my head off, right, um, have Hakyama interrupt me and say your head is chopped off so I can back up more. And then I'm just gonna have to figure out what they did because they must have switched their orientation where now my mic is hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm still centered on the vertical stream. Now I'm like, that makes no sense. Now it's chopping my head off. All right. So anyway, let me get started. Sorry guys, I'm trying to get my life together. All right. Now, tonight's lesson is going to be crazy. All right. No, my chair is not everything is the same. I shouldn't have to change nothing. Everything is that always be the same. So y'all gotta understand they do stuff from the programs in the system. They change stuff. So they must have changed something. And I have to figure it out and change accordingly to what they changed. All right. So um thank you anyway. Uh tonight's lesson is gonna be crazy. Most of y'all have heard about the the America going into Venezuela, right? I know you've probably done heard a bunch of different people narratives and people's take. But for those who used to this channel, y'all should already know we don't just regurgitate content. The things that we bring is a total different thing than all of YouTube and the masses. I try to find different information to bring out, as well as our viewpoint, right? So tonight is going to be kind of fun. We don't usually do this on this channel, but tonight we're going down a rabbit hole. So it's called Trump, Haiti. I know people like Haiti, Tesla, and Venezuela, the rabbit hole exposed. So I know y'all like, hold up, we know that America and the orange dude went and invaded Venezuela, but what that got to do with Haiti? Shout out to my Haitian brothers and sisters, my righteous Haitian brothers and sisters, the ones who ain't righteous of any nation that y'all could kick rocks. But the righteous, right? Sac passe to my righteous Haitian brothers and sisters from around the world. Tonight we got some info on Haiti as well. I know y'all like, what? Haiti got something to do with this? The orange dude, Haiti, Tesla, and Venezuela, the rabbit hole. Oh yeah, we going down the rabbit hole. We don't usually go down rabbit holes, but we going through one down one tonight, and it's gonna be fun. All right, it's actually gonna be really fun. Oh wow, I cut my hair. I always cut it about every 6 to 8 months. So I cut it to the middle of my back because usually it'd be way down here when I'm taking these off, and it feels so much lighter. Like this is so much easier to deal with because it gets heavy and long, and like I could just right. I'm like, yay! It'll watch how fast it grow all the way back down though. It'll be back down to my butt again before I know it. But I'm gonna cut it again. Hold on, do I got another rubber band? Yeah. Oh no, I don't. I got this tied around my back of my head. All right. So yeah, I cut my hair again, and I feel so much. It feels so much lighter. I feel so much better. So much lighter, bro. It's like yay! Like all of that. It's just right. It used to be way down here. All right. That's why let your natural hair grow, guys. It'll just grow. Stop doing all that crap they making you do to your hair. Just natural hair is the best. All right. So let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's about 50, 60 of us on the live so far. Y'all come on in, give a like, and we going down a rabbit hole, and we usually don't go down rabbit holes. But tonight it's going to be fun traveling down this rabbit hole. So we're going to travel down a rabbit hole, right? Oh, let me put my link for my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. And then we got some crazy info. All right, real life, everything info. But we definitely going down the rabbit hole. So put your put your aluminum foil hats on. Hold on. I didn't make a hat. I don't want to mess up the foil. Put put your aluminum foil hats on. we go we going down a rabbit hole tonight. It's gonna be dope and fun. I think it's gonna be fun. When I was putting it together, I said I wish I had a little aluminum foil hat. I'll leave it on for the right. We go. The world is a stage. It's crazy. All right, but what they doing is not nothing to play with. But yeah, we going down the rabbit hole. All right, so invite guests, copy, right? Go to Control V, right? Enter, and then I got something for y'all. We have a program that we are creating, me and Akyana. It's it's a charity program that you guys will be able to sign up for because AI is going to be coming for your jobs, and these serpent seeds. That's who these people are who doing all this stuff. They're doing this stuff because they're trying to initiate this one world order thing, and it's coming. And the AI is going to be coming to take jobs. So Mashiach Assemblies, House of Yah Ministries, we have a nonprofit. Uh, our ministry is a nonprofit, and we will have a charity program that will assist all of you who want to participate. There is it is for financial gain, and it is you'll see to come, because as the AI will take your jobs, and as these serpent seeds continually reduce your income and have you relying on them, the Most High will have His righteous remnant um, to help His children, and this will be a charity program. Y'all might learn a little bit more of it tonight. All right. All right, so let me let my brothers and sisters in. Shalom Hakyama, Shalom Tamayah. All right, so I needed to put that. Let me do the thumbnail. I needed to put that link. I had it. Let me grab it really quick. I was trying to do that before we started. There it go. So that's the link. Yep, that's the link. Oh, that's for that one. Okay, so I can use that one too, and the code. All right. Grab that. Uh, grab that. I'm gonna put that in. Copy. I'm gonna put that in the description for this video because what's coming out in this video is gonna be very important, and it ties in to money because what they're doing is all about money, right? Control V. All right, that's that one. All right, and
Your
then
forehead is keeps going away.
already. All right, I'm gonna have to. This is crazy.
I
That's
think Yashami has said something about it's probably in HD. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if he was joking.
yeah. Well, I'll have to give me a second. I'll get back to it. Um, all right, let me do this because I need to get this. And now they won't even open my WhatsApp. Right? I tried to open WhatsApp and it's black. Let's try it again. Open. It's black. Oh, I'm not about to restart my computer. We're not about to go down that route. All right. So that meant, all right. So I can't grab that link that way. Yeah, these things happen when I'm working. There's all type of spiritual warfare that comes against me and my systems and the computer. And sometimes I have to figure it out. And sometimes it's like, it's really hard to figure out. And sometimes it takes a restarting of the computer. And I can't do it now because we live, right? So, so I'm gonna have to figure that out later. Right now, I'm trying to find the link for y'all to, yeah, to that one. And I sent it in WhatsApp to one of our ministry members, and now it won't let me open the WhatsApp to grab it, right? And it's just stupid, bro. It's stuff for it could stress you out, but you aren't to let it. You just have to deal with it when these things attack you and just do foolish stuff that makes no sense, right? So now I could have just been found it and it would have been already done from the WhatsApp. I try to open WhatsApp and WhatsApp is black. It's blank. It won't even open for me. So and now I can't even find it. All right, I'll wait until we get to that part of the live. I don't want to keep y'all. Um I'll wait till we get to that part of the live and then I'll try to find it that way. Or I'll have them email me the link. Um, right? Because now I can't find it. There we go. There we go. Here we go. All right. There we go. Copy that. Thank you, Father. Come back to the description because this is going to be in the description. If I don't do it now, I'll forget. And this is about finances for all of y'all, right? That's the key. Everything they're doing is about money, right? That's the key. All right, save. All right, let me copy this first, right? Let me copy it so I can put it in the other one too, the vertical, right? Copy, bang, save, right? Now go out, and that's gonna bring me back to here, and then go to live, and then go to the vertical one is here, and I'm gonna do edit, right? And I could just name that vertical while we're here, right? I could do that later. All right. Bang, bang, up, up, control V. All right, there we go. And then I'm going to do vertical at the, I could do vertical at the end of it. Vertical. All right. Let me do brackets, bracket, and then bracket, bracket, save. All right, now we're cooking with olive oil. All right, so I'll go back here. That's our first video of the night. Now I could come back to y'all. I know my head's probably been chopped off this whole time. All right. All right, here we go. Now, it's going to be a very dope lesson, very fun. All right. And yeah, so uh yeah, I won't even see when it's cut off. Yeah, it's cut off. All right. uh just only thing I can do is go back.
Um,
It is. Uh-huh.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't know. You're the host, so maybe your setup is different. But if you click settings
Uh-huh. And
and check your camera resolution to make sure it's in full high definition, because when I come in, it's always changed to
they be
like
changing it.
low definition. Yeah, so check to see
All
if
right, let
it's
me
in full.
all right,
Yeah.
hold on, let me see. Because they could change it. I was about to say it's the same, but they do be changing stuff. Settings, go to my camera, and oh, they got me in they they changed me to 420p. Wow. Okay. You That was it. See, there you go. 1080p camera not recognized. What is they talking about? Oh man, we could not recognize HD as a 1080p camera. Make sure this camera. Try again. Yeah, they. All right. Continue with 720p. I'm gonna try to do 720p. So that means I'm not in HD. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. And it's not giving me 720. Um,
Do you have more than one camera?
no. It shouldn't. I probably need to restart my computer. Now it says full high def 1080p. Let me see if now it says it. So let me close it. And it's still. All right, let me try it again. Go back to camera. Now it says full HD. Let me check. No. All right, it's still cutting my head off, but whatever. All right, we just got to deal with it right now. I can't hold up the live stream for it. All right, so, all right, let's get started. I'm just gonna have to have my head cut off, or I'm gonna have to stay back here, right? if I can remember. All right, now, all right, so let's get started. All right, so here we go. Share screen. Come back here, right? Share screen. Share. Sorry, guys, it threw me off a little bit. And share. All right, let's see what y'all see. All right, let me make this a little bigger. All right, a little bigger. Right there. Right, come on, a little bigger. Oh, right there. All right, so this is a thumbnail. I know you're like, huh? That ain't the thumbnail. Well, it was. Hold on, let me take the what's name off the screen for now. It's going to block stuff. All right. So I made this thumbnail first, right? And it says the rabbit hole. I put the orange dude and I put Haiti and Venezuela with the head blown emoji. So after I completed this, I just was like, it's good, right? It's a dope. Look like the rabbit is going down the rabbit hole, right? But it just something wasn't complete. And I was like, this is because what we're bringing out tonight, the depth, it just didn't fully encompass the depth of the info, the video. So I said, all right, I had already finished. I had posted this as a thumbnail and everything. And then I was putting together all the info I'm about to teach tonight. And I was like, now I got to try again. So I went back and I tried again. Stop share screen, window, bang, share. And then I came up with this. And I was like, oh, shooky. I think this accomplishes the mission. I think this encompasses the lesson. And I came up with this one. The rabbit hole exposed. This is supposed to be the Haiti with the chains breaking free. This is the people on the streets of Venezuela. This is their world globe map. This is the orange dude. And he got the oil drilling coming out of his head. All intentional, right? The oil drilling rig and then money falling from the sky. And then the rabbit hole exposed. And the rabbit hole got money, crypto, and images going into the hole. Then you got your ETH and crypto, Bitcoin. You got your BRICS flag. You got Tesla. You got the sky. I said, yeah, that's it. This encompasses the lesson, the depth of the lesson. So this became the thumbnail. All right. Tonight's lesson, Trump, the orange dude, Haiti, Tesla, and Venezuela, the rabbit hole exposed. All right. Now, let me go through how I'm gonna do this. I gotta find my what's the name? Find my there. Yeah. So I can put the links. Let me copy this link so I can put it when I copy. There we go. Right? Now, right. Let me see how I'm gonna start this off. Family, there are moments in history when the headlines move faster than the truth does. When power starts to move while the public is distracted by their everyday life. When nations are reshaped, not by accident, but by interests. All right? Let me check my mic level. We getting started. Mic level. All right. Mic level's all right? All right? Tonight is not about outrage. It's not about propaganda. It's not about picking sides. Tonight is about following the money. Show me the money. What's the name of that movie? What's that dude name? Cuba Gooding Jr. Show me the money. I forgot the name of the movie. Tonight is about following the money trail, because wherever chaos erupts, there's always a question that must be asked. This is the wisdom that you must ask. Shout out to Sister, that's Abiyah. Shout out to everybody in the building. I didn't get to see all of y'all, right? That Jerry Maguire. Show me the money, Jerry. Okay? Show me the money. Because wherever chaos shows its head, you must ask yourself, who's profiting off this? Follow the money trail. It always takes you down a rabbit hole. And this rabbit hole, the reason why it's a rabbit, because that's Easter, and that's Ishtar and Astarte, Semiramis. It's the same old craziness. Mammon. See, these last couple of days, the world has watched Venezuela with confusion and speculation. We have talks of invasion, foreign intervention, leadership seizures, talks of sanctions, of oil, military pressure, and a shift in the global posture, what they show us worldwide. But behind every rumor, behind every press release, behind every political statement, there's something far older than ideology at work. You know what's older than it all? There's a God called Mammon. See, the Sephariyat that they call the Bible does not stutter on this matter. Ecclesiastes 5:10 says, he that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver, nor he that loveth abundance be satisfied with increase. Because the hunger for wealth never ends, it only expands. It's a rabbit hole. It never stops. For the love of money is the root of all evil. That's the God Mammon. That's why you always follow the Mammon. That's when a dollar bill says, in God we trust. That's the God they trust in, the money God, Mammon. Even the celebrities get down, they Oscars and they Grammys and they Emmys, and they like, we want to thank God. What God you think they serve? Mammon. Venezuela sits on one of the largest oil reserves on the whole entire planet Earth. And oil is not just fuel. Oil is actually leverage. Everybody listen. It determines your alliances, it moves militaries of the world, and it collapses government. It is not the oil for the fuel, it's the leverage that you get. And when oil intersects with global currency shifting, that's what's happening right now. It is a digital global currency world shifting taking place. Oh, we going down the rabbit hole. I got the video about to come. We going, let me do my intro. This is my intro, and we going right into the rabbit hole. But I got to do my intro to let more and more people know we live. And come on in. We going down the rabbit hole, and it's crazy work. See, when global currency shifts, it happens every couple of hundreds of years or something like that. The last time was in Jekyll Island and the Federal Reserve and all that stuff. The last big one was in the 70s, I think it was, when I think it was Tricky Dick Nixon, when he stopped the money being backed by the gold in America, right? Which made the fiat dollar actually worthless. Global currency shifts. When oil intersects with global currency shifts, when oil intersects with new economic blocks, when oil intersects with the crypto alternative, this new digital currency, the stakes rise. You got BRICS, you got China, you got Russia, you got alternative trade systems, you got sanction resistance. These are not just abstract ideas, they're competing visions of control. Oh, we going somewhere. Oh, I got to grab that thing. Yeah, I'm going to grab it. I'm going to grab that thing because what we going to bring out, I'm going to, as we do, we're going to tell y'all the truth. Most people think, oh, it's about oil. It's about drugs. It's about this. It's about control. Everybody listen clearly before I get into it. You know what it's really about? It's about every nation, state on the earth, every kingdom or principality, right? You got Russia, China, United States. You got the BRICS people trying to align themselves together, right? That's Brazil, Russia, right? You know what they're competing for right now? They're competing to see who's going to be the head of the serpent. There is a new, it ain't new, it's been talked all the time. They're making a one world digital system currency, mammon, God, currency, marine kingdom, maritime, water, currents, right? Mammon, money. Everybody listen. And what they're competing for now is who's going to be the head of the serpent. The serpent's going to be one body, one serpent, but they got to fight for who's going to be the head. America is trying to be the head of that serpent. China is trying to be the head of that serpent. Russia is trying to be the head. They all competing for who's going to be the head. But don't get this twisted. They're all one serpent. Do you understand that? But the head controls the body. So they're fighting to see who's going to be the head. It ain't about us. We're going to be the victims of the serpent. All right? These are the serpent's seeds, right? The lineage of evil, right? So that's what it's about. They're fighting to be the head of the serpent. So I see all these people. I'm going to show y'all some comments that's going to be dope. Real people who get it. But some people get it. Most people are in their feelings. Well, I knew we should have voted for Kamala the cackling hyena. It's the Trump dude. And you have no idea. You in your emotional feelings thinking that this is the orange dude. He shouldn't be in the president. That's right. We should. This ain't about nothing. These are these serpents battling one another to see who's going to be the head of this. And if America doesn't strive to be the head, then what do you think going to happen to us? Boy, I see some foolish people, even black people, speaking out. They have no idea what they're talking about. All right, understand it's about control. They're not competing for visions of control. They're competing for control. When nations attempt to step outside the dominant financial order, history always shows what follows. What follows is pressure. They put pressure on one another. They destabilize and they intervene. Habakkuk 2:6 says, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his. Okay? Empires always expand beyond their borders until the weight of their own appetite exposes them. But there is another layer that the headlines are never showing y'all, all right? And that is Haiti, all right? A nation historically punished for its independence. Haiti, a nation historically crushed by the serpents, by debt, entangled in regional politics that most people never examine. Few people ask why Haiti and Venezuela has crossed paths economically and politically in the past. You're going to find out tonight. Few people ask how energy agreements, that's oil and the commodities exchange, right? Because you got to understand, God, this is about gold, silver, oil, money, power, digital currency, crypto. It's about so much more that people are crazy that they don't understand what this is really about. This is about who's going to be the head of the serpent, this one world order. Who's going to be the head that's going to try to crush the heel? You know, we're going to crush the serpent's head. You know? All right? Now, people are not even thinking of Haiti and Venezuela as their economic and political dealings in the past. Few people ask how energy agreements, aid structures, and regional solidarity challenge existing power systems. And fewer people are still asking what happens when cryptocurrency enters the picture. That's why the thumbnail is so crazy work, because people are not even realizing what this is really about. It's so many things going down in this rabbit hole. You see oil, you see crypto, you see dollar bills, you see world systems, you see all type of emblems. Yeah, Tesla. Oh, it's going down tonight. We going down. I'm just in the intro. Y'all come on in the building. It's going down tonight. Now, when people see people not even tying it in of this digital currency that these worlds are battling for now, these stable coins. You understand? What currency is going to be backing the number one stable coin, the digital era, right? What happens when people get locked out of traditional banking? See, these lockouts and this thing has happened, these countries are finding new financial exits. Proverbs 22:7 says, the rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. All right. This is why tonight is not about conspiracy, even though we going down the rabbit holes, but it's about patterns. Patterns. Follow the money. Show me the money, Jerry Maguire. It's always patterns. It's about money. It's about oil. It's about cryptocurrency. It's about control. It's about influence. It's about the serpent's seed. And behind it all, there's a spiritual question that the Safaria they call the Bible, the scriptures, has been asking for thousands of years. Who truly rules the kingdoms of men? I can tell you, it's mammon. Money is their God. Daniel 2:21 says, he changeth the times and the seasons. He removes kings and setteth up kings. Political power may think that it's sovereign, but history proves otherwise. So tonight we walk the rabbit hole. We going through the rabbit hole, but y'all covered. We going through the rabbit hole carefully. We going through it not to sensationalize, but to understand, not to accuse, but to discern, not to glorify the chaos, but to expose the forces that are beneath the chaos. Is this simply politics, or is it a spiritual battle disguised as geopolitics? Is this coincidence, or is it the predictable outcome of the god Mammon's appetite colliding with the righteous resistance? Is this prophecy? Family, when money becomes the god, then the nation becomes the sacrifices to their god. They are battling for who's going to be the head of the serpent to make us be the sacrifices to the god Mammon. Tonight we break it all down step by step so truth can breathe beneath the noise. Let us begin. First clip of the night. Let's start. This is the thumbnail, the rabbit hole. Somebody want to say something?
Yes, we have a donation from Mariah.
Thank you, Mariah, y'all. You put it on the screen. Thank you so much for your donation. I humbly receive. It's going down tonight. About 60, 70 of us is between the two lives. Let's go. First clip of the night. First clip of the clip is the rabbit hole. I figured we'll get the rabbit hole out the way first, right? Because this is going to be fun. So we nice and early. It's only 9:57. Get your snackety snacks. Let's travel down the rabbit hole covered with the House of Yah. All right? Tonight, Trump, the orange dude, Haiti, Tesla, and Venezuela, the rabbit hole exposed. Let's take a trip on down the rabbit hole. Here we go. Copy. It's going to be fun. Copyright, stop share. All right? Make this smaller. Right? Pull it over here. Let me see. My head, I don't know, whatever. If my head is cut off, well, it's not cut off. Okay, I'm going to stay back right here. Okay, good. Stay back right here. All right? Let's go. Let's travel on down. We in Alice in Wonderland, down the rabbit hole. All right, let's go. All right, so I'm going to come back to y'all. We're going to share screen. Share screen right there. Share. Now, I think, this is what I think. I'm hypothetically, this is what I think. This, tonight I got my aluminum foil hat on, right? We're going down the rabbit hole, but it's not really, honestly, but it's my opinion. I think they just setting the stage for the last president, the orange dude. You'll see. All right, here we go. Let's go down the rabbit hole. First clip of the night, the rabbit hole. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting. Hold on, they made my thing smaller. Let me make it big. They mess with me. Give me 1 second. Make that full screen. And now make it smaller. There you go. Now it's back. I still can't really see the chat. They took my chat away, but it is what it is, right? I got to deal with what I got to deal with. First clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. For reactionary purposes only. We're reacting to the video. The rabbit hole. Lego.
Well, tonight over in New York City, they're going to drop the ball twice for the United States' 250-year anniversary.
Times Square ball is dropping not once, but twice this year, and that's never happened before.
Like back to back?
It'll first come down at midnight like normal, but then 4 minutes later, it's dropping again with a brand new red, white, and blue design to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Good for America.
We're about.
So, did y'all know? I didn't know this. That's news to me. I didn't know that they did 2 balls. They dropped 2 cojones on New Year's Eve in New York. I didn't know that. First time ever. They dropped one, and then they dropped another one. I can't see the chat. I wish I could see the chat. She said something about uneasy. Have to call it out loud. Okay. All right. On the live. When you, okay. Oh, she said okay. When you give, we don't have to call it out. All right. So what y'all do, guys, because someone else did that. If you want to do an anonymous, you could just write it and just write anonymous or something. And so we won't call it out because someone else wrote me and they left a donation on my Cash App and they put anonymous. And I said, oh, okay. So I got to realize not everybody want to be called out when they give. So I'll keep that in mind. And shout out to the brother Jerry that gave. I ain't gonna say his last name. He know who he is. The brother Jerry. Shout out to brother Jerry. Thank you, King. All right. All right. So I'm gonna not say people last name, but all right. So anyway, let's continue. So they dropped 2 cojones, Victoria Sharon, in New York. All right. I didn't even know that was a thing. They did it, right? Celebrating 250 years. So there's a celebration going on by these serpent seeds. And it's a currency shift, a financial shift. A lot is happening that most people don't understand. All right, here we go.
United States 250-year anniversary.
Times Square Ball is dropping not once but twice this year, and that's never happened before.
Like back to back?
It'll first come down at midnight like normal, but then 4 minutes later, it's dropping again with a brand new red, white, and blue design to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Good for America.
We're about to hit 2026, but in 1776, the 13 colonies officially broke away from Britain and signed the Declaration of Independence.
I guess if we missed the first one, we got the second one.
The ball is working overtime this year, and America's birthday party will be celebrated first right here in Times Square.
If you go to the gematria calculator, which basically was created by Jews, and Jews use, and I've had people that I've met over the years use this for like sports betting that.
All right. We starting the rabbit hole already. First of all, they just did the 2-ball drop. All right. All right. We'll do that another time to break down what this really means. All right. What's happening now? I started it with this. Watch this one more time.
If you go to the gematria calculator.
The gematria calculator. Now, don't y'all go messing with this stuff. This ain't nothing but sorcery and witchcraft. All right? Now, these serpent seeds created this, right? You used to have some of these Israelites following this gematria stuff. Don't mess with this stuff. This is sorcery, all right? But they use it, these sorcerers, right? Now, listen to what he said. Who created the gematria calendar?
Here in Times Square.
If you go to the gematria calculator, which basically was created by Jews, and Jews use, and I've had people that I've met over the years use this for like sports betting that, let's just say, make.
It was created by the convertites who say they are the tribe of Judah or not, or in the synagogues, Gog and Magog, the God's sin. We did that on the last live stream, right? The God's sin, the moon god, right, of Acadia, right, which is Nana from Sumeria. These Acadia guys is Amorite. That's the fallen angel. That's where Babylon comes from. It come before there was the Babylon. They came from, this is the Amorites that the Most High said us and Amalekites and stuff that he told us not to have nothing to do with. This is fallen angel knowledge. And those who say they are the tribe of Judah and not, these Ashkenazi convertites, they follow the Babylonian Talmud and they got the Mishnah. They create, that's why they got their own religion. They create this gematria. It's sorcery and witchcraft. It's fallen angel. All right? So this is their stuff and this is what they use. All right, here we go. We down the rabbit hole already. The rabbit hole started already. Let's continue.
Here in Times Square.
If you go to the gematria calculator, which basically was created by Jews, and Jews use, and I've had people that I've met over the years use this for like sports betting that, let's just say, make over $1 million pretty much a day doing sports betting, use gematria to bet on teams. So I'm pretty interested in this stuff because, very wealthy people use this to rig sporting games or to understand which team is most likely to win. So the number 589 I talked about in my previous videos, but it comes up as the exact same Jewish gematria number as Donald Trump, ISO XRP, Ripple the Bull, A Storm is Coming, and Thomas Anderson, which is near.
All right, now he talking fast, but let me break this down. He just said they use these people who make $1 million a day in sports betting to make money, mammon, right? Y'all hear him, right? So later, another time, we'll go down the rabbit hole of this whole 589 number. It's going to come out tonight, but we're going to go down this whole 589 number another time. That's a whole nother rabbit hole stuff. But let's continue. I took a lot of it out to condense it to stay focused and not have it be about something else because we stay in focus. Remember, this is about the orange dude, Haiti, Tesla, Venezuela. and the rabbit hole exposed. We going somewhere, Dolores, y'all. Let's go. Get in the car. We going down the rabbit hole, but you in the ark with the Mashiach Assembly Ministry, so you're covered. You ain't got to worry. All right? Now, listen clearly again.
Very wealthy people use this to rig sporting games or to understand which team is most likely to win. So the number 589 I talked about in my previous videos, but it comes up as the exact same Jewish gematria number as Donald Trump.
So this number 589 that they use a lot, y'all don't even know it. It's all in your programming and your advertising. It's all over the place. But when they put it into this gematria calculator, the convertites, it comes up as the number from the orange dude, Thomas Anderson, and XRP. For those who don't know cryptocurrency, but everybody else in our investment group, I know y'all like, whoa. Yeah, that's why XRP spiked. You wanted to know why it went up almost 30% when they did the thing, when they invaded? What coin went up 30% of all the top layers? Right? All right. Everybody listen. That's why I tell you, hold your XRP. Make sure, and I'm not sure if it goes back down to anywhere in the 190s, 180s, make sure you get some more. All right? Everybody listen clearly. This is not conspiracy. This is financial fact, and they playing these games. So the 589 number comes up as the orange dude, Thomas Anderson, ISO XRP, the orange dude, Ripple the Bull. For those who know what XRP is, who owns Ripple is XRP is the coin and Ripple is the company behind it. It means a storm is coming. Okay. Look what it says down here. December 13th.
XRP, Ripple the Bull, a storm is coming, and Thomas Anderson, which is Neo from the Matrix. And Neo, I think, is an anagram. You rearrange it, it spells the word one. So a lot of people are saying XRP is the one. Now, this is
Arden, the Antichrist? Adam. Ooh, Adam, the Antichrist, the code of a number. All right? A storm is coming. All right, now, yes, Thomas Anderson, the Neo from Matrix. We in the rabbit hole. Yeah, it's gonna be dope. We going, but even though we're going down the rabbit hole, you gotta understand these are prophetic and these are spiritual warfare. These are plays that they're doing the sorcery. So this stuff has actual spiritual properties to this what you call that gematria calculator. That's why I say don't play with this stuff. The Most High tells us don't play with these numbers. Don't play with this sorcery. All right? Now, let's continue.
Is a little biased here because this is ranked based on searches, and how many people search a certain word comes up on top. Now, what's interesting, though, and a good counter argument to that would be, well, okay, if it's a little biased and it shows the based on searches, why is there nothing in here for Bitcoin? Why is there nothing in here for Ethereum? Why XRP is repeatedly over and over and over again showing up and no other altcoin? Why not Chainlink? Why not Solana? Why not Sui? Why XRP?
This will be the last election. That's my prediction.
Well, I'll say it again, man. This is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Christians, get out and vote. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
In 1890.
Did y'all hear what he just said? The orange dude is such a trip. He said, y'all better listen when they tell you. He said in 4 years, you won't have to vote anymore. We'll have it fixed so good you won't even have to vote. The orange dude is crazy. The orange dude is a trip. Right? He makes me laugh, but he's not playing. Do y'all not understand? He is not playing. He said, you won't even have to vote anymore. We'll have it fixed up so good. Don't even worry about it. Just continue on. Nothing to see here. The orange dude said, all right, so let's continue. Oh, we going down a rabbit hole. It's going to be a fun rabbit hole, but it's a rabbit hole. It's just started, right? All right. Now, he letting you know, right? And what did Elon say? All right, Tesla, he says the last president, right? That's what they make you think they playing, right? They don't be playing. All right, I'm going to play it back. They don't be playing. All right. All right, let's continue.
Why not SUI? Why XRP?
This will be the last election. That's my prediction.
Well, I'll say it again, man. This is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Christians, get out and vote. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
In 1890,
You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. Get out of here. We'll fix it up so good. Right? We'll fix it up so good you don't even have to. Don't even worry about it. The whole thing is just Donna Briggs. Right? I know y'all like, oh, what is this Donna Briggs? Right? The whole thing is Donna Briggs. This is Donna Briggs.
Hello, everyone. It's Donna Briggs. Hello, everyone. It's Donna Briggs. Hello, everyone. It's Donna.
I'm sorry, but that's Donna Briggs. Donna Briggs is on our other live stream. It was the one about genetic identity shifting. She is the black woman who turned herself white, right? So that woman y'all just saw is a whole black woman. She may turn herself white and she changed her voice and everything. Now she Donna Briggs. Listen.
Hello, everyone. It's Donna Briggs, and today's star of the day is. Hello, everyone. It's Donna Briggs, and today's.
All right. So that's Donna Briggs. So when y'all hear saying nothing but Donna Briggs, this ain't nothing but Ultra Perm. This is nothing but the sleight of hand. It's 3 called Monty or 3 called Molly. Where's the acorn? Which one is it under? They ain't nothing but playing the right. So the orange dude said, ain't nothing to see here. Everybody, all the Christians, it's just Donna Briggs. We'll set it all up. Right? We'll set it all up nice and easy. You won't even see it coming. Right? It's crazy work, but it's for real. You're like, you don't even worry about it. Just 4 more years, you won't even worry. There'll be no more voting. We'll set it up nice and easy. Don't even worry about it. All right. Now let's continue. Let's continue down the rabbit hole.
Hey, man. This is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Christians, get out and vote. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
In 1896, there was a book published by Ingersoll Lockwood called The Last President, which gained popularity on social media recently because of the book describing a populist leader from New York with uncanny parallels to Donald Trump's presidency. Now, where this is really strange is not necessarily in this book specifically, but in the fact that Ingersoll Lockwood wrote another book called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, which actually was in 1893, and it was about a boy named Baron Trump. So we're going to unpackage one of the biggest
All right, we going down the rabbit hole, Alice in Wonderland. Let's go. Everybody get in the bus, we're traveling down the rabbit trail, all right? So Ingersoll Lockwood made a book, The Last President. But before that book, he made a book called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey in 1893. And the orange dude's son name is what? Baron, right? You can't make this up, okay? So we going down a little rabbit trail. Let's go.
Necessarily in this book specifically, but in the fact that Ingersoll Lockwood wrote another book called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, which actually was in 1893, and it was about a boy named Baron Trump. So we're going to unpackage one of the biggest conspiracy theories of all time and what Donald Trump's uncle did that forever reshaped history. Secret Easter eggs on the Ingersoll Lockwood website that lead us deep down the rabbit hole.
Secret Easter eggs and rabbits and bunnies. Ishtar, Astarte, Easter, the moon god Sin. Y'all, you bet. Ceramics, everything is the same. It's just different views that they give you. What the orange? It's all Donna Briggs. We want a Donna Briggs. All right? Oh, we going somewhere. Okay. Now, on the Ingle Lockwood's website, he got this bunny and this rabbit. Okay? All right. Now look, Ingle Lockwood is a registered trademark, midterm 2026. All right? on the website for that book. Let's continue.
Website that lead us deep down the rabbit hole, connected to the white rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, and where Ingersoll Lockwood got his inspiration from, and how this is more connected than you think. So if you thought the story was strange so far, hang tight because it gets even stranger. Because you can most likely feel it deep down in your bones that a storm is coming. And you're wondering what that storm has to do with the crypto market, the new quantum financial system, and what all of this symbol.
So you remember on the gematria calculator, it said the storm is coming. And y'all remember our lesson with Erica Kirk, and they called her the storm. Remember that one? Remember the whole thing with the Kirk dude and all this? The world's a stage. All right. Yeah, we down the rabbit hole tonight. We don't usually go down rabbit holes, but we down one tonight. It's gonna be fun down this rabbit hole tonight. Get your popcorn. We on the bed. Get on. Yep, a storm is a coming. Okay, and it's the 589. Remember, and that's the what's your names? The Convertites, and y'all know who they follow. All right, let's continue.
And what all of this symbol that a storm is coming. Website that lead us deep down the rabbit hole, connected to the white rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, and where Ingersoll Lockwood got his inspiration from, and how this is more connected than you think. So if you thought the story was strange so far, hang tight because it gets even stranger. Because you can most likely feel it deep down in your bones that a storm is coming. And you're wondering what that storm has to do with the crypto market, the new quantum financial system, and what all of this symbology that Hollywood movies are placing right in front of our eyes means. Well, look no further because we're decoding it in today's video. Because what you're about to see is documented proof of the connections between the Trump family, Nikola Tesla, if Donald Trump is really the last president, and what this has to do with XRP, the bearable guy 123's riddles, and why 2026 could be the last year for you to make money in the crypto market before this opportunity is gone forever. The first thing that we need.
Everybody listen, y'all gonna learn tonight before what this XRP is, a crypto coin. A lot of us in our ministry, we own it, right? It's the railroad for this new digital currency that's coming. And so I'm gonna set y'all up, and we got something coming for y'all, charity that's coming to be able to help you, because if you do not have the opportunity, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, to even know what this is. They're setting their stage and the tools that they're using. You understand? So you have to understand the serpent and his devices, to be wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. All right. And XRP is their railroad. All right. So, and it's showing all through it. It's tied into all of this rabbit hole. It's the orange dude, Tesla, this Venezuela, all of it. All right, let's continue. So you'll have the access tonight. All right. All right, let's continue.
And why 2026 could be the last. Has to do with XRP, the bearable guy 123's riddles, and why 2026 could be the last year for you to make money in the crypto market before this opportunity is gone forever. The first thing that we need to discuss are these books by Ingersoll Lockwood, because there were two really impactful books. The first one was Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. Now here's where this video takes a wild turn. Back in the late 1800s, specifically in 1893, a book was written by Ingersoll Lockwood called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. Now, 50 years before Tesla's death, Ingersoll Lockwood wrote two novels. And at the time, they seemed like fiction novels that you would read when you want to go to the library and discover some fantasy world. But more than a century later on social media, this went viral. And you've probably seen it in my previous videos. But in 1893, this book that came out talking about Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. The story follows Baron Trump, who inherited a manuscript. It's written by a guy named Don, who's his mentor, and it basically gives him a map where he takes that map, departs from Castle Trump, journeys all the way across Russia, and descends into underground worlds. And along his journey, he meets a lot of strange people, discovers different portals between dimensions, and those portals allow him to time travel. And then a few years later, Ingersoll Lockwood put out another book called The Last President. And the start of the book described New York in chaos after a popular outsider wins the presidency. Now, does that sound familiar to Donald Trump's story? And protesters flood Fifth Avenue in New York City. Now, here's what's even more interesting.
All right, now y'all hear that rabbit hole. You know, we're going to dissect some of the rabbit holes, right, as we go through. So he wrote a book called Baron Trump. right? And the dude who gave him his name was Don. Okay? Now you got to understand that this wasn't the orange dude's family line's actual birth name. They changed it to that, right? So Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, and he named his son Baron. Okay? All right, so let's continue.
1800s, specifically in 1893, a book was written by Ingersoll Lockwood called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. Now, 50 years before Tesla's death.
Now, Nicholas Tesla, 50 years before he died. Okay?
Ingersoll Lockwood wrote 2 novels. And at the time, they seemed like fiction novels that you would read when you want to go to the library and discover some fantasy world. But more than a century later on social media, this went viral. And you've probably seen it in my previous videos. But in 1893, this book that came out talking about Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. The story follows Baron Trump, who inherited a manuscript. It's written by a guy named Don, who's his mentor. And it basically...
So his mentor's name is Don, his name is Baron, and they named Trump. All right? That's crazy work. That Trump got a son named Baron, and his name is Don. All right? Let's continue.
Gives him a map where he takes that map, departs from Castle Trump, journeys all the way across Russia, and descends into underground worlds. And along his journey, he meets a lot of strange people, discovers different portals between dimensions, and those portals allow...
Portals, different gates, doors, portals, CERN, all of it, okay?
Allow him to time travel. And then a few years later, Ingersoll Lockwood put out another book called The Last President. And the start of the book described New York in chaos after a popular outsider wins the presidency. Now, does that sound familiar to Donald Trump's story? And protesters flood Fifth Avenue in New York City. Now, here's what's even more interesting. If you look up Trump Tower in New York City, well, it's on Fifth Avenue. I can't make this stuff up, guys. So the parallels here are uncanny.
So the book is about this president at the end who gets all this chaos and they flood Fifth Avenue, and Trump is what? Plaza Fifth Avenue, right? His name, his son is Baron, his name is Don, and it's so again, all right? So let's continue.
It is absolutely insane how the stories about Baron Trump, Donald Trump's son, an outsider becoming president, Trump Tower being located on 5th Street, and in April of 2025, a man delivered a speech titled The Golden Age of American Innovation at the Endless Frontiers Retreat in Austin, Texas. And this was posted on the White House website. And in this document right here, he talks about discoveries that will bend time and space. So is that just a metaphor? Is Ingersoll's books just a bunch of fiction? Or is this telling us something else? Stories about the future written from a man over 100 years ago. And Lockwood wasn't a prophet here, he was a lawyer. His books gathered dust for over a century here. And now that they're coming back in a digital age here, the coincidence have created a tsunami all over social media. So what if Lockwood didn't just create Baron Trump in his mind? Well, what if Donald Trump's son Baron actually visited him using time travel technology? Now I know that sounds insane, but here's...
Now he going down the way rabbit hole. He talk about what if his son went through a time capsule and he came back through time and all that. We ain't going down that much down this stupid rabbit hole. Let me see the book cover. Somebody said that that book cover has something to do with Hebrews on the cover. I can't.
Uncanny. It is absolutely insane how the stories about Baron Trump...
I can't see which image you were speaking on of the book cover. Did they show another one of the book cover? Little Baron, model of the pathway, glory is shown. Oh, maybe it's this one. I don't know. I can't see which one you are. What's the name? Yeah, his name is Thrumphe. They say it in different languages. Thrumphe, something. It's a goofy name. But anyway, let's continue. All right.
Trump Tower being located on 5th Street. And it...
Yeah, he going way down another rabbit hole. We ain't going.
He talks about discovery.
He talking about the little man came through time.
They visited him using time travel technology. Now I know that sounds insane.
Explain the image to us. What Hakyama? What's going on? I don't know what's.
No, I was asking her, could you explain the image to us? And she said their version of a Hebrew.
I still don't know it.
I think she means the the modern people, whatever.
Right, but I'm still lost. I'm not sure what was your something was
On
written
the
on the
book
cover.
cover.
What was written? Do you know?
No, she said, is that supposed to be their interpretation of like Hebrew nowadays on the cover of the book?
But I don't know what's supposed to be. I mean, I we'll have to do it another time, maybe on our Tuesday, where we can show what. Because I don't know. I looked at the cover.
I think that
Oh,
one right there.
okay, hold on. This
I think that's what she means.
is what. So is what supposed to be a version of? So I'm lost. Is what?
This person, this in the whatever, this
Is he
get up.
is he supposed to be a Hebrew? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Here are
I don't know.
uncanny. It is absolutely insane.
It's who knows? It's I don't know. But anyway, she said the image of the little boy, he had a headpiece wearing a long tunic and etc. Oh, okay. Well,
All
I
the
don't know.
stories about
Anyway,
Barron
let's
Trump,
continue.
Donald
Let's
Trump's
continue.
son.
I don't want to get to distract
2025, a man
from those who don't know. We could look into that a little deeper on our Tuesday stuff.
actually visited him using time travel technology. Now, I know that sounds insane, but here's where the story gets even crazier. On January 7th, 1943, the inventor Nikola Tesla was discovered dead in his hotel. Tesla even claimed that during his high voltage experiments, he sometimes saw the past, the present, and the future, all unfolding right in front of his eyes. And most people just
So Nicholas Tesla was saying he saw through portals doing his machines, right? All right, so let's continue.
actually visited him using time travel technology.
Yeah, how exactly? It probably is what you was asking. It's probably got something to do with it, but we don't know who this Lockwood, he writing the books, but right. So I don't think Lockwood is a wish people. I'm not sure. I didn't do my history on who that dude is. Maybe he is a convertite, but I'm not sure. All right. So he wrote the book. All right, let's continue.
Using time travel technology. Now, I know that sounds insane, but here's where the story gets even crazier. On January 7th, 1943, the inventor Nikola Tesla was discovered dead in his hotel. Tesla even claimed that during his high voltage experiments, he sometimes saw the past, the present, and the future, all unfolding right in front of his eyes. And most people just dismissed him as crazy, like everyone does to new inventors. Imagine when they talked about planes, cell phones, technology. I mean, go back to cavemen times. If a caveman has never seen fire and another caveman comes up to him with a burning stick, he's going to look at him like he's crazy. And the day that Tesla died, federal agents raided his room. And they seized a bunch of documents, notebooks, diagrams, you name it, basically his inventions. And in those documents, there were all sorts of inventions like death rays, limitless energy devices, even devices that could bend time and space.
So Nicholas Tesla has supposed to made all of these war devices, death rays, things, energy devices that can bend time and space, travel through walls, unalive people across continents without nobody knowing, invisible rays. And he had supposed to, before the powers of America or Germany, or before they can grab it, he is supposed to have destroyed the machines because they wanted it so they can have world dominance and control, right? So that's when you do a little study of Nicholas Tesla stuff, right? And they destroyed that dude. He died penniless. He died poor, hungry, penniless, and they took all his inventions and stuff, right? But he's supposed to have destroyed those death rays, which I know he probably, if he did really invent it, he did, because if they had those, whoever owned it would have wiped the whole rest of the world out, okay? Because he created these things that could have wiped humanity out. And all right, let's continue. But they did get a lot of his, when he died, they got a lot of his information, his patents and stuff. Yes, that's why they got HARP and Department of Weather Warfare and manipulation and all this stuff. This is fallen angel technology stuff. All right? Yeah. All right, let's continue. And they say he was supposed to be a morally righteous man. He realized the power of the things he was discovering and the portals he was opening and he was closing the doors and the portals, and he wouldn't give them to them, so they took him out, allegedly, and stole whatever inventions they could get and made him die penniless and all of it. And his facilities out on Long Island, they burned them down. They did him dirty, right? All right, let's continue. This is Tesla, Nikola Tesla, and then the Elon dude copy, right? So here we go. We tying in. We in the rabbit hole. Let's continue.
In his hotel, Tesla even claimed that during his high voltage experiments, he sometimes saw the past, the present, and the future, all unfolding right in front of his eyes. And most people just dismissed him as crazy, like everyone does to new inventors. Imagine when they talked about planes, cell phones, technology. I mean, go back to cavemen times. If a caveman has never seen fire and another caveman comes up to him with a burning stick, he's going to look at him like he's crazy. And the day that Tesla died, federal agents raided his room. And they seized a bunch of documents, notebooks, diagrams, you name it, basically his inventions. And in those documents, there were all sorts of inventions like death rays, limitless energy devices, even devices that could bend time and space itself. Just like on the official White House website for the Golden Age of American Innovation speech, he talked about discoveries that will bend time and space. Well, I bet you couldn't guess the one man that was called to review these documents. John G. Trump, who was an MIT professor, expert in high voltage physics.
So the man who they got to grab the documents from when they unalive Tesla, from when Tesla was unalive, was none other than John G. Trump. Oh, the rabbit hole continues. Yes, that's probably where Thomas Edison got hold of Tesla's work and everything else. Yes, those who they're using to play by their system. Those who want to play the system. Yes, his uncle. Hayazaki already know this. All right, come on, Sister Roberta, she already know, right? The orange dude's uncle, all right? That's the one who they use to right, let's continue.
He talked about discoveries that will bend time and space. Well, I bet you couldn't guess the one man that was called to review these documents. John G. Trump, who was an MIT professor, expert in high voltage physics, and uncle of the boy who would one day become the president of the United States. And at first, Don Trump dismissed the work. He basically said everything Tesla was working on was speculative. And of course, because any genius that makes inventions, they have to speculate first, just like we're speculating in this video.
So when John G. Trump, this MIT electro whatever fits worker, whatever, who's working with the system, right? He's playing the game. He came in, he grabbed all of the Tesla paperwork and he said, it's just all speculation. He's a genius, but this is just nonsense. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's continue. We in the rabbit hole. Let's continue.
Speculating in the genius that makes inventions. And at first, Don Trump dismissed the work. He basically said everything Tesla was working on was speculative. And of course, because any genius that makes inventions, they have to speculate first, just like we're speculating in this video, before the truth finally comes out. He called Tesla brilliant, but also impractical. But rather than just closing the door here and leaving those documents locked away, this is where a lot of people have speculated that he took those documents and he kept them.
So now, John G. Trump took those documents back to MIT and started using Tesla's secret hidden experiments.
Tell me, boy, you speak of danger. Yes?
Mr. Tesla, the timeline is breaking. They will bury your work, but one of your own will keep it alive.
One of my own?
Who's there? What do you want?
Guard them well, John. The future is written within those papers.
They're speculation, visions, nonsense.
So what this content creator put together, this little image, this is supposed to be, he's supposed to made the book of Baron Trump come to life. This is supposed to be the young Baron Trump coming back through time, through the time machine, and he's spoken to John G. Trump, the one who took Tesla's paperwork, he spoke to Tesla, right? So this is a dope rabbit hole thing, right? Yeah, got the one-eye sibling with Baron. So it's dope the way this came out. That's why I said it's gonna be fun to go down this rabbit hole because praise the Most High. I put in the time to put all this stuff together for y'all to make it visually entertaining as well, right? So yeah, it's like a Back to the Future thing. So this is like the Baron Trump going through the portal, going back and telling Tesla, right? And then he went forward and told the John G. All right, so listen.
Danger. Yes? Tell me, boy, you speak of danger. Yes?
Mr. Tesla, the timeline is breaking. They will bury your work, but one of your own will keep it alive.
One of my own?
Who's there? What do you want?
Guard them well, John. The future is written within those papers.
They're speculation, visions, nonsense. Who are you?
John, that's not nonsense. It's a map.
In the official record, John Trump said there was nothing to be found.
We just need to know the truth, John. Was he on to something or not?
But what if him dismissing those documents was one of the biggest chess moves that now Donald Trump is using to achieve everything that he's achieved thus far? What if the book from Ingersoll Lockwood talking about Baron Trump's marvelous adventures were from this time travel technology giving him these stories to ensure that Tesla's technology was carried forward until the future was ready to realize it? Now, in the tail end of World War II, there was a guy by the name of Wernher von Braun. He was the creator of the V-2 rocket that hit London. And as Germany fell, the Allies were hunting down the secrets. Russia and America were looking for von Braun to add to their team through what was called Operation Paperclip. And von Braun was brought to America, much like a lot of other high-ranking military officials. And in America, he started a new life, not for war, but for exploration, specifically space. He was the guy who designed the Saturn V rocket. But before that, in 1948, he wrote something very specific. Much like Ingersoll Lockwood's novel, which seemed like science fiction, he wrote a novel called Project Mars. And this was set in the 1980s. The novel described the first human mission to Mars and its encounter with Martians that lived on the planet. Now, while he was stationed in the U.S. Army rocket facility in Fort Bliss in New Mexico, in the early 1950s, the Department of Defense felt that his visions of space travel were too futuristic, and he submitted the English manuscript to 18 American publishers, but it was rejected by all of them. And in the document, he basically described everything from the colonization of Mars to living on Mars and the technology that was used. But one specific section of the novel stands out across everything else. He wrote that the leader on Mars would not be called a king, would not be called the president, but would be referred to as the Elon. Now, as you already know, Elon Musk.
Okay, so now we on the rabbit trail, boy. We hopping on down the rabbit hole, right? So now you got that physicist, that whatever German dude, whatever. He wrote his book, and he says on Mars it would be called the Elon. Okay, now we didn't tie the Mars, Elon's experiment, Tesla. We had the Trump, we had John G. Trump, we had Barron, we in the rabbit hole. Y'all come on down the rabbit hole. You got your snacks, we going in the rabbit hole. Bang, bang, get in the bus. All right, let's continue.
Would not be called a king, would not be called the technology that was used. But one specific section of the novel stands out across everything else. He wrote that the leader on Mars would not be called a king, would not be called the president, but would be referred to as the Elon. Now, as you already know, Elon Musk's company, SpaceX, is primarily focused on expansion to colonize Mars. And very similar to how Elon Musk and his companies have been attacked, like how Brad Garlinghouse and Ripple has been attacked by the SEC.
Starship is capable of building a city on Mars and a city on the moon. That's what it's designed to do. But we're being massively slowed down by regulatory molasses.
And if you think time travel is crazy, well, look at this.
It's a trophy of the future. Yeah. It represents the past, the future, everything, the present.
And this will be at the White House for a little while.
Yes.
So if anybody needs a picture or anything, you can take it. But this is.
If you like it, Mr. President, it can stay here, just on the.
So look, this is a time travel machine from the movie Terminator. the time travel machine from the movie Contact. You know, they put everything in the movies. They gave this to the orange dude. All right? Let's go for the World Cup. Now, the funny thing is when I like to listen to the orange dude because he's hilarious. He'd be like, yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh. The way he talks is just funny, right? It's the trophy for the future. All right, let's continue. Put your aluminum foil hats on. Let's go. We down a rabbit hole, baby. Come on, let's go. Let's continue.
It's a trophy.
Think time travel is crazy? Well, look at this.
It's a trophy of the.
What did the post say? Give me a second. What did the Twitter post say? I want to catch Trump's new time travel connection. New FIFA Club World Cup trophy represents future, past, and present, and it travels. Featured on the cover of Ingersoll Lockwood's 1899 Time Traveling Adventures of Little Baron Trump. This thing was on the cover of the book. Same design as the Contact and Terminator time machine. Crazy work. We on the rapid trail. Let's go, baby. Get on the bus. Let's continue down the rabbit hole.
Think time travel is crazy? Well, look at this.
It's a trophy of the future. Yeah. It represents the past, the future, everything. The present.
Trump killed me. He said, yeah. Yeah, the orange dude is so funny. Yeah. He said, it's a trophy of the future. Yeah. All right, listen.
Slowed down by regulatory molasses.
And if you think time travel is crazy, well, look at this.
It's a trophy of the future. Yeah. It represents the past, the future, everything, the present.
And this will be at the White House for a little while.
Yes.
So if anybody needs a picture or anything, you can take it. But this is.
If you like it, Mr. President, it can stay here. Just on the 13th of July, you should take it with me.
Let's leave it here.
To the stadium to give it to the winners.
Now, this is the cover of the book, Little Baron Trump and the Wonderful Dog Bulger. And look at the image. That looked like the orange dude. And look at that thing. That's that image, that trophy thing they gave him. This is crazy when this book was written in the 1800s and stuff, right? It's crazy. We on the rabbit hole, Jacob Castro. That looked like the orange dude on that book, all right? And that's before he was even born or any of this. And look at that image, all right? Let's continue down the rabbit hole, bam.
13th of July, you should take it with me.
Let's leave it here.
To the stadium to give it to the winners. They can take a picture, then we bring it back here after the picture.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit.
Excellent.
It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good. And I know this can definitely stay, right?
So could it be?
Now, I took some parts out because this is a deep conspiracy, right? They talk about that key they gave him. So they gave him a key to go with it, a golden key. And that key is written in the book and stuff too. So the orange dude said, yeah, this key could, the orange dude is funny because he said, yeah, let's leave it here. The orange dude is hilarious, bro. He's like, yeah, we'll leave it here. Yeah, it'll go to the White House, but it travels. It'll stay here. We're going to leave it here. He said, oh, this key can stay here too. This key can definitely stay here. The orange dude like, listen, bro, y'all can keep all this hokey pokey. I know what it's for. I'm doing my part, but yeah. He's a hilarious dude, the way he talks, right? All right, listen.
It can stay here, just on the...
And this will be at the White House for a little while.
Yes.
So if anybody needs a picture or anything, you can take it. But this is.
If you like it, Mr. President, it can stay here, just on the 13th of July. You should take it with me.
Let's leave it here.
To the stadium.
He said, no. Let's leave it here.
To give it to the winners. They can take a picture, then we bring it back here after the picture.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit.
He said he could take it to give it to the winners of that cup. And he said, yeah, let's leave it here. We'll give it to the, all right, listen.
Excellent.
It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good. And I know this.
See, that's the key. They gave him a golden key, the key to tie. He said, this key
can definitely stay, right?
he said, this could definitely stay, right? He like, y'all taking this with you. I ain't taking none of this witchcraft back with me, right?
So could it be that Donald Trump is using time travel technology? And these images like this right here posted from the White House that's very similar to the post that was made by Bearable Guy in front of the fireplace a few years ago, is all connected to XRP, the Phoenix, Elon Musk, the man who declared that his destiny was to colonize Mars. Is this just a coincidence, or is this prophecy? Did von Braun, the man who created science fiction novels about colonizing Mars, see something so declassified that the only way of him staying mentally sane was to turn it into a science fiction novel, so he didn't get called a lunatic by trying to tell everyone that it was real? Was the Elon just a name taken out of his imagination and storytelling, or the truth about the future? Because you know that Elon Musk is not a science fiction character. He's real. In this book written back in the 1900s, and even Ingersoll Lockwood's book written in the late 1800s, talking about time travel and the last president. So the real question remains, did Elon Musk choose this path to colonize Mars, to start SpaceX, Tesla, to buy Twitter, turn it into X, to work on an everything payment app like WeChat over in China? A boy named Barron in 1893. An inventor creating the most futuristic technology, a custodian of secrets, a rocket architect in 1948, an entrepreneur and one of the wealthiest men of our time, each separated by multiple decades. Every single person connected in ways that's too odd to just call a coincidence and ignore. So is this really just a coincidence? Is it choreography? Or is it more of a divine destiny of God that's just showing itself through numerical values like gematria, in seemingly random situations that might not be planned by human beings, but orchestrated by the divine? And as Nikola Tesla once said,
The present and the future are one.
Now, in the Last President book, it's very interesting because it talks about an outsider that becomes president in New York, causing a lot of chaos and riots in the street. And this book was published in 1896, about 130 years ago. So there's no way Ingersoll Lockwood could have known that Donald Trump was going to become president, that he would have a son named Barron Trump, because they weren't even born yet. And in the book, there's a riot on 5th Street over in New York, where a mob is threatening the rich, shouting death to the rich man. And then you find out that Trump's tower is on 5th Avenue in New York, the exact same street that this took place. Now, where the story gets really weird, it has to do with time travel, Barron Trump, Donald Trump's family being connected to Nikola Tesla's. When Nikola Tesla died, they raided his hotel room and they found a bunch of secret documents discussing technologies that were beyond this world, because everyone knows that Nikola Tesla was a genius. And they say that art imitates life, but in this case, could it be a prophecy? Because the strange part about this story is Nikola Tesla died, and the only person allowed access to his safe, the one containing all his most secret inventions, is John G. Trump, a brilliant MIT scientist, and oh yeah, Donald Trump's uncle, who conveniently says that there's nothing to see here when asked about these documents.
So, John G. Trump, the only one that the system allowed to take Nikola Tesla's stuff, just so happens to be the orange dude's uncle, and John G. said there's nothing to see here, right? He's a brilliant man, but it's just speculation. Everybody listen, we in the rabbit hole, bang. Let's continue.
Allowed access to his safe, the one containing all his most secret inventions, is safe. This story is Nikola Tesla died, and the only person allowed access to his safe, the one containing all his most secret inventions, is John G. Trump, a brilliant MIT scientist, and oh yeah, Donald Trump's uncle, who conveniently says that there's nothing to see here when asked about these documents. And today we have Elon Musk, who creates a company called Tesla, who helped get Donald Trump elected and is obsessed with getting the human race to Mars. Not to mention my previous video, we talked about Wernher von Braun, who was in charge of creating a rocket during the war. He wrote a book when he moved to the United States to basically restart his life, creating inventions and stuff that were top secret for the space program. Well, in this book, it was called Project Mars, which is basically a tale discussing future technologies of humans colonizing Mars. And on Mars, there would not be a president, there would not be a dictator, there would not be a king, but there would be a ruler called the Elon. Now, how strange is this? Because Elon Musk says this is just a coincidence, but here's where the story gets really weird. John G. Trump was entrusted with confiscating inventions and patents of Nikola Tesla, and they told the FBI there was no substance to any of his notes, including anti-gravity, free energy, invisibility, time travel, you name it. Well, do you notice any similarities here in this photo? Because Jesse D. Presley is Elvis Presley's grandfather, and as you already know, John G. Trump is Donald Trump's uncle, and a lot of people have said that using the Howard Hughes Nikola Tesla time machine, it's believed that Jesse Presley is John G. Trump, so this is why people are claiming Julian Assange is Donald Trump's cousin. Now, if you didn't know this, Julian invented WikiLeaks in 2006, and he's won over 24 awards for publishing and human rights activism. And the relation between Julian Assange and Donald Trump involves allegations of a pardon offer from Trump's circle to Assange in exchange for revealing the source of leaked Democratic emails. And as you guys already know, Donald Trump loved Elvis Presley. He even
We are in the rabbit hole. Boy, get on the bus. We hopping and hippity hopping on down the rabbit trail. Let's go. Let's go. It's gonna get good too. After we finish the rabbit hole, we gonna get to straight facts and everything. But we just in the rabbit. This boy is all up in the rabbit hole. Let's continue.
for 24 awards for publishing and human rights activism. And the relation between Julian Assange and Donald Trump involves allegations of a pardon offer from Trump's circle to Assange in exchange for revealing the source of leaked Democratic emails. And as you guys already know, Donald Trump loved Elvis Presley. He even gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2018. People have even said Elvis and Trump look alike, so much to the point where Trump even made this post right here with their face side by side. Got 667,000 likes. Now, before you think I'm a lunatic here, this is not the crazy part of this video. Here's what you really need to know. The author of both of these books, Ingersoll Lockwood, that people have claimed was visited by Trump using time travel technology. Well, here's where this gets strange. On IngersollLockwood.com, you can see where it says U.S. Space Force is hiring, saying the U.S. Tech Force is recruiting an elite corporation of engineers to build the next generation of government technology. And if you scroll down here on the page, you can see a little image right here. And when you zoom in on it, it's a white rabbit sitting on top of what looks like a globe that says 250, because this New Year's was America's 250th year anniversary. And the last time that I went to the website, the rabbit was doing something different, but the symbology of following the white rabbit is what we need to do here. This is a metaphor originating from Alice in Wonderland for pursuing a curious, unlikely clue that leads you out of your comfort zone into the extraordinary, unexpected, and potentially life-changing adventure of a new reality, often symbolizing exploration of the unknown, self-discovery, or a deeper truth. And it signifies a conscious choice to embrace the bizarre, question reality, and embark on a transformative journey, as Alice did by following the strange rabbit down the rabbit hole. It's the same phrase that's used in Hollywood in multiple different movies.
Want to know what it is. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
And Ingersoll Lockwood.
Come on, we on the white caterpillar riding on down into the rabbit hole. Let's continue. In Ingersoll Lockwood's book, he wrote the Baron Trump novels, like The Travels of Baron Trump, The Marvelous Underground Journey in the late 1800s. Let's continue on down and get on the bus. We on the rabbit trail. Let's go.
Drew inspiration from Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, which has this famous scene right here of the white rabbit.
It's just a rabbit with a waistcoat and a watch.
Now, why would they emphasize her saying a watch?
This is curious. What could a rabbit possibly be late for?
Could it be that the rabbit needs to get back to its time?
Please, sir. I need a important date.
A very important date for what?
No time to say hello. I'm late. It must be awfully important, like a party or something.
And if the emphasis is on the clock and being on time, we need to look at the symbology here of what they're telling us.
No, I'm overdue. I'm nearly in a stew. No time to say goodbye. Hello, I'm late.
Now, the rabbit goes underground, similar to Baron Trump's underground journey.
What a peculiar place to have a party. You know, Dino, we really shouldn't be doing this. After all, we haven't been invited, and curiosity often leads to trouble.
And then she
fall down. That's what you get, little Sally. Little Alice. She talking about, we haven't been invited. No, you weren't invited. Always sticking your nose where you ain't supposed to belong. Now she done fell her butt down the rabbit hole. This is where they get the rabbit hole from. Everybody, bam, 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 we going down a rabbit hole tonight. I tell you, this is going to be a fun one tonight, at least the beginning part. That's why I said, let's get started with the rabbit hole clips first. Let's have a little bit of fun. We usually don't do this in the ministry, but this is pretty fun. I was like, they're going to enjoy this one tonight. All right, now she done fell, Donna Briggs, she done fell her little Donna Briggs son right down the rabbit hole. Right? That's hilarious.
Hold on, it's Donna Briggs. Hold on.
that was Alice. Donna Briggs, Sally. Get your butt, mind your business. That's these people don't never mind their business either, right? Right? Funny work. This is funny work tonight. All right, let's continue on down the rabbit hole. Let's continue.
It must be awfully important, like a party or something.
And if the emphasis...
She said it. She said he got a time clock. And he's chasing something with time. He's late. It must be awfully important, like a party or something. She ready to turn up. I know Alice was twerking in the window. Alice said she thought the rabbit was late for a party. She went to cookout. She got jungle fever. She trying to be at the cookout with the. Let me find out Alice was about that life. Up there, nosy. Is this the first Karen? Was Alan and Alice the Karen? She talking about, we know we weren't invited. Oh, so you're just gonna crash the party, huh, Alice? Alice trying to crash the party. Okay? She knows she ain't invited to it or nothing. She over here.
Emphasis is on the clock and being on time. We need to look at the symbology here.
And if y'all know what the rabbit symbolize, that's Astarte and Istar and Easter and the bunny and the rabbit smashing and all that. This ain't nothing but the golden bull with the calf, and it's all the same. You got to understand. This is crazy work. All right. He said Donna Briggs sound like Miss Doubtfire. All right, let's continue. I never knew this about Alice and chasing this dude. He got his clock. He got his Flavor Flav clock. This is time travel through the portal. So the rabbit's trying to get back through the portal to his time, and Alice trying to chase him for a party. She looking for the club. Let me find the Diddy party. Yeah, she trying to go to Diddy party. Alice, sit your little butt down.
What they're telling us.
No, I'm overdue. I'm nearly in a stew. Time to say goodbye.
The rabbit running from Karen. He running. Like, listen, leave me alone.
Now the rabbit goes underground, similar to Barron Trump's underground journey.
What a peculiar place to have a party. You know, Dino, we really shouldn't.
I'm sorry, no disrespect to my white brothers and sisters, my righteous, but if that ain't the whitest thing in the world, what a peculiar place to have a party, right? They'd be all in the ocean. What a peculiar place for them to swim. All on the top of the mountains. What a peculiar place. What would happen if I jump? What a peculiar place to be up in the air, 10,000 feet in the sky. What if I jump out the plane? Right? What a peculiar thing. Okay, let's continue.
Then we're doing this. After all, we haven't been invited.
Yeah, she know. This is the Bible. This ain't nothing but Eve. We shouldn't be doing this while I'm continuing on down the path. We shouldn't be doing this. After all, we haven't been invited. She said, curiosity kill the cat. Yeah.
And curiosity often leads to trouble.
And then she falls down into Wonderland, into a portal, basically, to another world. So could they be symbolizing time travel here? Could they be symbolizing the inner earth? And the whole focus here on following the white rabbit to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. Well, this is where time travel comes into the mix, because when you look at this watch right here, it's a very specific type of watch. And if you look up Ingersoll Trump watch right here, it's the exact same type of watch that the rabbit is holding, just with a different color, basically, because it's a cartoon, obviously. They're not going to...
Oh, this rabbit hole is crazy work. Do y'all see this? Now they got an Ingersoll Trump watch. Ingersoll wrote the book in the 1800s, named it Barron Trump and the last president. They got a watch, and the watch is the same watch from the rabbit in Alice in Wonderland. Oh, we are on the rabbit hole. We on the rabbit trail. Let's go.
This is where time travel comes into the mix, because when you look at this watch right here, it's a very specific type of watch. And if you look up Ingersoll Trump watch right here, it's the exact same type of watch that the rabbit is holding, just with a different color basically, because it's a cartoon, obviously. They're not going to make it that obvious. But on this watch right here, that's also on the British Museum's website, it says Ingersoll Trump. And previously on the Ingersoll Lockwood website, when you clicked on the rabbit image, it opened up a new page leading to this picture right here showing the rabbit holding the clock pointing at the time with a pair of Air Jordan sneakers and another watch right here with me.
On the Ingersoll Trump website, everybody listen, they had this image of the time clock with the rabbit, with the Ingersoll Trump watch, that the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, with the Air Jordan. Bro, head blow emoji. That's why my first thumbnail, I was going to do the head blown emoji, right? That's why I showed y'all my first thumbnail when I had the rabbit going down the rabbit hole and then the head blown emoji, right? And we don't get to the Venezuela, Haiti. Oh, it's going down tonight. It's going down tonight. It's 11 o'clock. Y'all still in the bus. This is crazy work. Why do they got an Air Jordan? Who wears the Air Jordans? Ain't it always about the people of the book? The black and the blacks? Sorry, y'all. Why do they always include us? They literally got our mantra, the Jordan. That is the black and the black identifier marker for the 20th century, for at least the American, the tribe of Yaada, Judah, the ones that would awaken the other. Oh, it never fails. So they got all of this, and then they put an Air Jordan on they might as well put a lion. They might as well have put a black dude with the big beard and the white, hair, white like wool. They might as well put a burnished brass dude with a staff up there. But it's good enough. Go on, put the Jordan. You could have put a barbecue. You could put a hip hop record or something. It's plenty things you could have put. They put a Jordan on there. You understand? Yeah, the 7 candle menorah, but that would have went over people's head, right? Now that's too far. That would have went over people's head. They needed to make it obvious for theirs to see. They put a Jordan on there. That's nuts. Let's continue. Let's continue down the rabbit hole. All right, let me go back a little. Crazy work. The Ingersoll Trump watch. You see it? It says right there on the watch, Ingersoll Trump, Alice in Wonderland, all this stuff. Let's continue.
They're not going to make it that obvious. But on this watch right here, that's also on the British Museum's website, it says Ingersoll Trump. And previously on the Ingersoll Lockwood website, when you clicked on the rabbit image, it opened up a new page leading to this picture right here showing the rabbit holding the clock pointing at the time with a pair of Air Jordan sneakers and another watch right here with Mickey Mouse on it. In the URL, it says TikTok, time is over. Now, previously on the Ingersoll Lockwood website, there was a rabbit right here.
Woo! And it said, tick-tock, time is over. Ooh-wee. It's the last president. We going somewhere. We on the rabbit trail. Let's continue down the rabbit trail.
It opened up a new page leading to this picture right here showing.
Hold on, let me see what that said. We like to read details. Did y'all see this? It's on the Ingersoll Lockwood webpage. Bottom right corner is a white rabbit. Click it and it takes you to the picture. Notice at the top, the pic is labeled TikTok, time over. Ooh-wee, Marara, y'all. Ooh-wee, boy. Come on, y'all. Show the breadcrumbs. Let's go. Let's continue.
Website, when you clicked on the rabbit image, it opened up a new page leading to this picture right here showing the rabbit holding the clock pointing at the time with a pair of Air Jordan sneakers and another watch right here with Mickey Mouse on it. In the URL, it says TikTok, time is over. Now, previously on the Ingersoll Lockwood website, there was a rabbit right here holding a popcorn bucket that said a storm coming. And if we look up a storm is
Hold on. Previously on the website, they had the rabbit holding a popcorn. Don't I tell y'all get your popcorn when I told y'all to get your popcorn? We going down the rabbit hole, and it said a storm is coming. The storm is brewing. And this Ingersoll dude been dead, the one who wrote the book of the Baron Trump in the last. This is crazy. This rabbit hole crazy. Somebody said, look at the copyright, 2017 to 2030. All right? That's crazy work, bro. Y'all know if we gonna go down the rabbit hole, we gonna go really down the rabbit hole. Okay? Y'all know how the house do. You know how the Most High do with us. Yeah, dark winter and the 2030 agenda and all this stuff. We going somewhere in the XRP. I'm telling y'all, I'm going to show y'all. And Most High got us. We doing a charity thing that all of y'all going to have an opportunity to get your stuff in order. And we's going to lay it out for you, right? Because y'all don't know the trading and investment space like this, but he had me go into it, me and some of the family members of ministry years and years ago to prepare us for this. You understand? Because they're going to take all your jobs. The AI is going to take it. The infrastructures, you're not going to have that access to the digital currency because you'll be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. You don't know what you're doing. You need to be having it now. So the Most High is actually preparing something for y'all, and y'all don't even know it. Right now, it'll be released soon. Y'all see the commercial now, and y'all will have the opportunity to it's a charity that we're doing for his children, to protect, because it's going to take all of your incomes and all of your job. They're making this new world system order. And right now they're battling for who's going to be the head of the serpent. That's what this whole Venezuela thing is about. And Greenland, they ain't finished yet. They trying to take Colombia, Greenland. It's going down in all the countries. All right, let's continue. We going, after this part of the rabbit hole, we going to the real hole. You heard, we about to expose everything. Let's go.
Now, previously on the Ingersoll Lockwood website, there was a rabbit right here holding a popcorn bucket that said a storm coming. And if we look up a storm is coming on the gematria calculator, well, guess what pops up? The number 589. The same exact number as Donald Trump, Thomas Anderson from The Matrix, ISO XRP, Ripple the Bull, and a storm is coming. Now, here's where Hollywood plants these scenes in front of us and puts these riddles in places that only the awake will see. For example, in this scene right here, Leave the World Behind, there's a tanker crashing scene where you can see a boat moving closer to shore. And you see a couple.
That movie was one of the dopest movies in the world of them showing you what's coming. When that boat came on, and then when the Tesla cars was driving themselves, the driverless cars, the Tesla, we down the rabbit hole. The orange dude, Haiti, Venezuela, Tesla, the rabbit hole. All right, let's continue. Now, they showed this is one of the greatest scenes when that big ship was coming. All right, let's continue. This brother understands the rabbit hole. Let's go. Let's go.
Riddles in places that only the awake will see. For example, in this scene right here, Leave the World Behind, there's a tanker crashing scene where you can see a boat moving closer to shore. And you see a couple things here, okay? You see this lifeguard tower right here that says keep off lifeguards only. And you see the boat that says White Lion on it. Now, as you already know, to make a movie, everything is scripted throughout the entire movie, from the lines that the characters have to memorize to say, to every single prop in the movie. So nothing is random here. This isn't just randomly put up. This scene has a lot of symbology here. So if we take keep off lifeguards only, we put it into the gematria calculator, it comes up as the same number as perseverance, which, as you already know, is one of the favorite words of Bearable Guy, where he says patience and perseverance has a magical effect before which difficulties disappear and obstacles vanish. PG123 has repeatedly posted this word, even right here, XR persevered. Even posting this with the first letter of every single one of these words spelling out persevere. The word perseverancia on the boat right here in this image.
Perseverancia.
Basically meaning to not give up in the face of difficulties, which is persevere or perseverance. And not only that, but keep off lifeguards only comes up as XRP storm is coming. And this boat right here, the White Lion that crashes into the beach right here while everyone's running from it.
So this dude right here is the rabbit hole king. Okay, this dude is a rabbit hole king. So he's put in all of these phrases, and I cut out the clips of the little bear guy on the Twitter because it ties in. Maybe we'll do another rabbit hole lesson and tie all that with the 589 and the bear guy, because we'll do it because this is pretty dope, right? Because it ties all in. Yeah, he goes in, right? Now, when he puts it into the gematria, now remember the gematria, that's Ammonite, the Canaanite thing. Those who say they are the tribe of Judah and not those, they on to something. They make their millions with that calendar, so that calculator. So when they put it in, this is so they base their stuff off that calendar. There's some Anunnaki stuff on. That's why I said, don't y'all play with it. Don't play with that calculator, right? And so it opens portals and stuff. It answers, and they get money and stuff off of it, right? So when he put it in, it keeps coming up XRP, guys. The perseverance thing from that bear guy, everything, the 589, all right? And XRP shot up almost 30-something% when they invaded the Venezuela. All right? Let's continue.
Is into the beach right here while everyone in this boat. Not only that, but keep off lifeguard's image.
Perseverancia.
Basically meaning to not give up in the face of difficulties, which is persevere or perseverance. And not only that, but keep off lifeguards only comes up as XRP storm is coming. And this boat right here, the white lion that crashes.
So why? This is crazy work. Why, when you put these phrases in the gematria calculator, why do these come XRP? The storm is coming. They keep coming up XRP. And y'all don't even know what XRP is if you're not in digital currency crypto space, right? Synchromtism, right? All this stuff. It keeps like, this is crazy. And then he put in, which one is that one? Keep lifeguards off duty.
Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
That white lion ship, I brought it up. Do you want me to read what it says about it?
Go ahead.
It says, the White Lion was an English privateer ship that brought the first recorded Africans to the English mainland colonies in North America, landing in Point Comfort, Hampton, Virginia in the late August 1619.
Wow. And that's the one where they go off the, what do they call that? The 400-year thing, the 1619. And that's why the beginning of 2020 was the end. They calculate that one. That's why in the Library of Congress, they put the 400-year 1619, right? And that's coming from that white lion. I remember that white lion name. That's that ship. Now they calculating it from there, and we got to give Caesar what Caesar's, right? So Caesar in America is calculating there. We know there was other stuff, right? Now watch these names you put in the chat, daughter of Yah. We don't like to say people's names. All right. So I don't want people going to these people. These he ain't nothing but a serpent seed too, trying to do away with slavery and all that type of stuff. He be nothing but agents. And he ain't nothing but Donna Briggs. That's okay. He ain't nothing but Donna Briggs too. I don't want people going there. You understand? Now, that's why the manuscript said give Caesar what Caesar's, right? So we understand that that calculation is how they do their 400-year, the prophecy. And that's why everybody was thinking it was ended in 2019. That year had to continue. 2019, that had to complete. It was 2020. And what happened in 2020? They released a worldwide epidemic. The whole world changed. The whole world changed. The economy was amazing before. Everybody run around talking about the orange dudes. Y'all forget we was doing well. And in 2020, soon as that prophecy was up, they destroyed the whole economy in the world, had us all locked in, had people taking change their DNA. Right now to this day, people still unalive, and they just ain't telling y'all. They dropping like flies. You heard? Facts. All right. Yeah, that ain't no conspiracy theory. That's fact. You heard? Rabbit hole facts. All right. Let's continue. So as they put these numbers in, the convertite Babylonian Ashkenazi convertites, this XRP keep coming up. Thomas Anderson from the Matrix, the orange dude, Ripple the Bull. Ripple is who owns XRP. Well, partner, right? Right? A storm is coming. Okay? And then when he went further and he put in from that movie and he put in some of the symbolisms, keep off lifeguards only.
Calculator. It comes up as the same.
Perseverance. And then they got this perseverance from that, what's the name, right? Look, I am lived in Garden of Eden. Number of a man, the orange dude. All right? All right? So don't play with this calculator. There's some portal crap, some fallen angel stuff. All right?
This has a magical effect before which difficulties disappear and obstacles vanish.
And we'll do that
PG123 has
variable
repeatedly
guy
posted this.
Another time. This got something to do with Elon, the orange dude, all of it. And look, he put XR persevered. Hashtag persevered. XRP. Everybody listen clearly. And look, boom, XRP, baby. See? And that's 2023.
This word, even right here, XR persevered. Even posting this with the first letter of every single one of these words spelling out persevere. The word perseverancia on the boat right here in this image.
Perseverancia.
Basically meaning to not give up in the face of difficulties, which is persevere or perseverance. And not only that, but keep off lifeguards only comes up as XRP storm is coming. And this boat right here, the white lion that crashes into the beach right here while everyone's running from it, is just a massive shipping boat pretty much. And it's the exact same type of boat that is used to carry massive shipping containers like the Evergreen boat right here that Ripple had at one of their swell events. Now, if you take the phrase white lion.
So Ripple, which is parent company XRP, had this. That's XRP's logo. This boat at the event, right? Called it the Evergreen.
Is used to carry massive shipping containers like the Evergreen boat right here that Ripple had at one of their swell events. Now, if you take the phrase white lion and you insert it into the gematria calculator, it comes up as Keanu Reeves, the actor in The Matrix. It comes up as Harry Balls, spelled B-O-L-Z, which may just seem random, but Elon Musk changed his Twitter or X profile name to Harry Balls with that specific spelling. So
I remember that Harry Balls. Yo, just this rabbit hole is crazy. That's why I told you. I said, everybody, we going on a rabbit train tonight. Okay? We in the rabbit hole tonight. If you ain't never been in the rabbit hole, I wonder if the elder like this, because I know the elder like to be intrigued. We in the rabbit hole tonight, elder. It's going down. It's going down. All right, let's continue. Now y'all understand my title, right? And it's going to tie all in. The orange dude, Haiti, Tesla, Venezuela, the rabbit hole exposed. Let's continue. Harry Balls. So when you put the white lion, which was the slave ship that started out for the 1619 thing, into it, it comes
phrase
up
white lion
and
you insert it into the
angel
gematria calculator. It comes up as Keanu Reeves.
It comes up Keanu Reeves, who played in The Matrix. It comes up as
actor in The Matrix. It comes up as Harry Balls.
Harry Balls and the eternal King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Crazy work. All right, let's continue. Grigori. Ooh, Grigori. That's a whole nother thing. But anyway, let's continue. I ain't about to go down this gematria rabbit hole. But Harry Balls, let's continue.
B-O-L-Z, which may just seem random, but Elon Musk changed his Twitter or X profile name to Harry Balls with that specific spelling. So Elon Musk is a level 100 Riddler. So there's no way this could have just been random here.
Can you believe it?
It's even so crazy that on the Tesla website, he put Harry Balls is the techno king of Tesla and has served as our chief executive officer since October of 2008, trolling people into believing he actually changed his name. But what he was hinting at was the White Lion ship. White Lion also comes up on the gematria calculator as Trinity, which you
as the Trinity, the fallen angel Trinity from this Roman Greco fallen angel crap that is not of our Safari Yah, and the Trinity sister in the Matrix. Oh, we in the rabbit hole. If we ain't in the rabbit hole, I got my aluminum foil hat on. We in the rabbit hole. Let's go.
But Harry Balls is the techno king of Tesla and has served as our chief executive officer since October of 2008, trolling people into believing he actually changed his name. But what he was hinting at was the White Lion ship. White Lion also comes up on the gematria calculator as Trinity, which you know is another character in the Matrix,
Hold on,
which
but
is
it
symbolism
also
for her.
comes up as Twitter. Hold on, what was that coming up as? This slave ship. Twitter. Look, XRP moon. XRP to the moon. Everybody, I'm telling y'all see. All right? All right? And intelligence. You should, if you get, all right, let's continue. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm all in the rabbit. I'm eating carrots in the rabbit hole. I'm all in there. Okay. Let's continue.
Which you know is another character in the Matrix, which is symbolism for her character in ship. White Lion executive officer since October of 2008, trolling people into believing he actually changed his name. But what he was hinting at was the White Lion ship. White Lion also comes up on the gematria calculator as Trinity, which you know is another character in the Matrix, which is symbolism for her character primarily draws from Christian theology representing the Holy Trinity, which is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, as Neo's guide and savior embodying love and faith in resurrecting him. And the phrase White Lion also pops up as the same number as XRP Moon, Morpheus from the Matrix, Freemasons, RippleNet crashing into
Hold the presses. Hold on. Too much cake, too much carrot cake. Hold on. That was way too much. We got to go back. We got to slow it down. It comes up as XRP to the moon. As Twitter, he changed the X. As Freemasons. As Morpheus. As Trinity. You can't make, boy, this is crazy work. Stop the press. Stop the presses. Hold on, let's go back. Yo, this is crazy work. All right, let's continue.
In savior embodying love and faith in resurrecting him. And the phrase White Lion also pops up as the same number as XRP Moon, Morpheus from the Matrix, Freemasons, RippleNet crashing into the beach. Now, Ripple has recently referenced what they're doing right now.
Ripple owns XRP, everyone. Ripple is the company and XRP is the coin and stuff. Let's continue.
Now, with their technology, will do for the financial world as what shipping containers did for the shipping world with their technology.
So Ripple said what their technology, they're the railroads for the future digital currency, the CBDC and all this. They're using Ripple XRP. Y'all don't know it, but we already got it on it. Y'all going to be turned on to it before the masses who don't. This window is going to close. Right, so I'll get y'all set up. Don't worry about it. Right, y'all have all of y'all will have a chance that the Most High allows to see this ministry in this channel as we shadow ban. Right, there's a remnant that the Most High allows to see. Everything is His according to His will. Right now, Ripple says that their technology
will do for the financial world as what shipping containers did for the shipping world. But I bet you couldn't guess what pops up.
Their technology will do for the financial world what shipping containers did back in those Iron Age with the shipping stuff, right? All right. And look, they got Evergreen on their ship. Let's continue.
Technology will do for the financial world as what shipping containers did for the Now, Ripple has recently referenced what they're doing right now with their technology. Will do for the financial world as what shipping containers did for the shipping world. But I bet you couldn't guess what pops up when you search in the phrase Evergreen on the gematria calculator.
What?
None other than Bearable Guy. So could this be just a coincidence?
Oh, shoot. And later, y'all going to find out this Bearable Guy keep posting this stuff. He posted the clock. He posted the logwood thing. He posted the Elon thing. They got this cartoon. Y'all know this. This crazy. Now, you see, this 2024. This crazy work that came up from the Evergreen Bearable Guy. Like, this crazy work. And Rapture popped up, too. All right, let's continue.
Bearable Guy.
Sorry, I'm all in there. I'm all eating carrot cake and carrots, all in the rabbit hole. All right. Yes, the White Lion was one of the slave ships that came from and brought us to America. It was the one that Marabayah, I think that's Marabayah who's saying that. It was the one that the government of America used as Caesar used to establish, like, the one that they used to establish as like this started the slavery here. So they used the data 1619 in their records. That's why in the Library of Congress, they got 1619 as the start, and that's with the 400 years. So 2019, well, the beginning of 2020 was supposed to complete the 400-year prophecy, the slavery. They know who the people of the book was. That's why they put that Air Jordan on that other image. They know, all right? Caesar, give Caesar what Caesar's. So that white lion ship was the one that they used as like the first, thank you, Hakiyama, like the first recorded on their recordings. We know it was others and other stuff, but, you know, we give Caesar what Caesar's, that they document as their first recordings. All right, praise Yah. All right, let's continue.
What shipping containers did for the right now with BRICS, Freemasons, RippleNet crashing into the beach. Now, Ripple has recently referenced what they're doing right now with their technology will do for the financial world as what shipping containers did for the shipping world. But I bet you couldn't guess what pops up when you search in the phrase evergreen on the gematria calculator. None other than bearable guy. So could this be just a coincidence? Or could someone inside Ripple behind the account that has been riddling about XRP be playing 5D chess with everyone? And the elite of this world are planting these riddles and symbology in movies for those with eyes to see and ears to hear to uncover. Because to bring this back to Ingersoll Lockwood, well, Thomas D. Lockwood and Ingersoll Lockwood and Nikola Tesla all lived in New York City at the same time. And it just so happened that Thomas Lockwood and Tesla worked on different electricity technologies.
Hold on, we still in the rabbit hole. Thomas Lockwood, Ingersoll Lockwood, and Nikola Tesla all lived in New York City at the same time. And Thomas worked with Tesla regarding electricity, magnetism, and electric telegraphy. And Ingersoll Lockwood, the one who wrote the book about the last president and Baron Trump, just happened to publish books about the Trumps. Baron and Don, the last president, causes chaos in New York. Baron lives in Castle Trump, and it was supposed to be on Fifth Avenue, where they made the mess, and Trump's palace is on Fifth Avenue Plaza, and his son Baron Trump lived there. Is this a random coincidence? I don't think so. Ain't that much coincidence in the doggone world. Let's go. Now, I don't play all the aluminum foil stuff and everything, but I also understand spiritual warfare, prophecy, time, travel, portals, doors, everything. Yeah. Alice about to get up party? Yeah, that ain't no coincidence. Way too much.
And Ingersoll Lockwood and Nikola Tesla all lived in New York City at the same time. And it just so happened that Thomas Lockwood and Tesla worked on different electricity technologies, magnetism, you name it. And Ingersoll Lockwood just so happened to publish books about the Trumps, Baron and Don, the last president, chaos in New York surrounding it, Baron living in Castle Trump. Is this all really just a coincidence here? Plus, when you look up Ingersoll Lockwood on the gematria calculator, it comes up as Ripple settlement, level the playing field.
Hold up. So now when you look up Ingersoll Lockwood on the Fallen Angel calculator, it comes up Ripple, which is XRP settlement. Level the playing field. What else? Diana and John had sex and decode Q. Global economic collapse. Ooh. And that's 539. Wow. Ooh. Because y'all don't know what that 539 is. That's a big one. We're going to do another rabbit hole one with that. All right? One day.
Divine Enlightenment, Summary Judgment, Global Economic Collapse. So were these books really just fantasy that created these conspiracy theories? Was it prophecy, or was it something much deeper? Because
now that image was an interesting one too. When it says, someone on that site, they said, look at the image, and they said it must be some type of modern. So look, Easter morning in 1900 on Fifth Avenue, New York City, spot the automobile. So they got all of these horse and carriages, and I'm guessing it might be some kind of future automobile driving there. Maybe I'll screenshot that and zoom in another time. I don't think I screenshotted that. All right. I did it, screenshot. All right, let's continue.
deeper. Because if this is just a coincidence in your mind, then why does the Ingersoll conspiracy theories level the playing field, divine enlightenment, summary judgment, global economic collapse? So were these books really just fantasy?
Well, it's that Operation Paperclip too on that.
That created these conspiracy theories? Was it prophecy or was it conspiracy theories, judgment, global economic collapse? So were
said 1924 Operation Paperclip, Hyperborea, Oya de Llanos, whatever. Johnson and Johnson baby oil. It said Diddy baby oil, maybe your daughter. She is the female Jesus. This crazy work. That doggone fallen angel calculator those convertites created is some wicked stuff. And they've been making millions off this thing too, right? They play by this. That's what people don't know. They use this thing.
Judgment, global economic collapse. So were these books really just fantasy that created these conspiracy theories? Was it prophecy or was it something much deeper? Because if this is just a coincidence in your mind, then why does the Ingersoll Lockwood website have front and center saying that Space Force is hiring, which is the newest branch of the U.S. Armed Forces established in 2019, which was established by who?
The orange dude. That's what I said. The orange dude got the Space Force. This crazy work. I was like, they got the Space Force on the website. That's the same Ingersoll Lockwood that made the book, the same one that had the rabbit from the clock from Rabbit and the Michael Jordan one and everything. They got the Space Force.
Have front and center saying that Space Force is hiring, which is the newest branch of the U.S. Armed Forces established in 2019, which was established by who? Donald Trump, as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, to create a dedicated military branch for space operations to counter threats and to ensure American superiority in space. And as you know, the Bearable Guy's most recent riddle is in space. So as you dive down the rabbit hole here into Wonderland, you start to see not only Ingersoll Lockwood's references here with the White Rabbit and the clock from Alice in Wonderland, to his inspiration to create the Ingersoll Trump watch, to put these clues up that a storm is coming on the website here that ties back to phrases like evergreen, bearable guy, Thomas Anderson, Neo from the Matrix, Donald Trump, ISO XRP, Nikola Tesla. Well, there's a whole nother story about Tesla as well, like how Benjamin Franklin screwed him over and got him blacklisted because Tesla wanted free energy and Franklin wanted money for it. And of course,
So America's favorite old racist, nasty Franklin, Ben, on our lesson, Ben said he knew who the original inhabitants of America was and the tribe of Yaada, the Israelites was, and he described them. He said, swarthy, black. He spoke, we broke that down. Old Ben. Ben screwed Tesla over and got him blacklisted because Tesla was trying to give his thing free, the charity to the poor people. Shout out to Tesla, RIP to that brother for his righteousness. He was trying to take his inventions, everything, and feed the poor and give it over to the poor and his energy. And the things he was making that they could use for weapons, he was destroying it. So they unalived him. And Ben Franklin was the one that got him blacklisted and screwed him over. And Ben Franklin stole his inventions. They talk about he's the one with electricity and all that stuff. And Edison and them, these are all liar, thieves, serpent seeds children, liars from the lake of fire. And the Trump, all these things, they think they try to make y'all think they invented stuff. All this stuff was stolen. You understand? So Tesla wanted to give the people the free energy, charity to the people. But Benjamin Franklin wanted money. He wanted to get rich off it. All right? And he used the system and they blacklisted it and stole all his inventions. Let's go.
Because Tesla wanted free energy and Franklin wanted money, Nikola Tesla. Well, there's a whole nother story about Tesla as well, like how Benjamin Franklin screwed him over and got him blacklisted because Tesla wanted free energy and Franklin wanted money for it. And of course, the government is always going to be involved where there's groundbreaking technology and money to be made. So the question that you need to think about is, was Donald Trump...
Y'all see this picture here? Who this? That's the orange dude right there. All right, let's continue.
Raised in a household that was rampant with deep discussion to be made. So the question that you need to think about is, was Donald Trump raised in a household that was rampant with deep discussions in philosophy, freedom, and patriot talk, because by the time a young Donald Trump was drilled into Ivy League commercial warfare training, he began to form his first concepts of reality. He was also informed about the cabal, but it was what his uncle John G. Trump etched into Donald's destiny that.
Now, the John G. Trump, who they chose to go in there when they unalived Tesla and take all his inventions and say, it's nothing to see here, just speculation. That's him with skull and bones, and that's Papa Bush. Look where John G is sitting at the table. Skull and bones. Mesa. Oh, this rabbit hole tonight. That's why I told y'all it's 11:30. I'm gonna get to the other stuff because we almost finished this rabbit hole. Then we're gonna get to the kit and caboodle of the fruit of what's really happening. But we needed this foundation. Do you understand? You see this? Papa Bush is standing in line. Look what John G had. You know, they doing that one leg over the, skull and bones. You heard? Let's go. Let's go.
Philosophy, freedom, and patriot talk, because by the time a young Donald Trump was drilled into Ivy League commercial warfare training, he began to form his first concepts of reality. He was also informed about the cabal, but it was what his uncle John G. Trump etched into Donald's destiny that has to do with this time travel theory. Because could it be that Uncle Trump told him of a miraculous thing that came from the mind of a genius man who tamed electromagnetics and whose genius may be unparalleled to this day? There's no one else like him, other than someone like Elon Musk. Because the public knows this to be a sad story where the genius who died penniless without a home or family in his final days, Nikola Tesla, he looked the part, right? Like an Einstein, but the Rothschilds ruined this man.
This is the last photo taken of Nicholas Tesla on January 1st, 6 days before he died. Poor and penniless. Crazy work. Crazy work. It says, invents electricity. Now, I can't give, a lot of times they try to give all this credit. I do give him his credit for what his history shows. He was a righteous man, but a lot of things they say they invented, they didn't invent it by themselves. You understand all that? But anyway, it says he invents electricity, tries to give it to the world for free. He finds out someone is using his patents. He lets them use them, right? He invents a death ray that could have handed world domination to whomever held it, and he destroyed the death ray. He invents everything from X-rays to radar to wire. He didn't invent all that, right? That's their line. He had help, and I can guarantee you there was a natural branch that invented a lot of the stuff, but they get the credit. No disrespect, it just is what it is. But anyway, let's continue, right? And doesn't care that he gets no credit for it. He dies poor and alone, except for pigeons that he had, whom he truly loved, and he forgave everyone for their ignorance. All right? Died alone with his pigeons. Right? Sound like he got some black blood in there. It sound like he had some Hebrew in there somewhere. That's what it sound like to me.
A sad story where the genius who died penniless without a home or family in his final days, Nikola Tesla, he looked the part, right? Like an Einstein, but the Rothschilds ruined this man through their agent, JP Morgan.
So the Rothschilds, through JP Morgan from the Monopoly man, the little man with the hat on, JP Morgan Chase Bank, the same ones doing this now with the digital currency. Y'all got to understand Bitcoin, ETH, and XRP. Y'all got to understand the digital currency and what's happening. They, Benjamin Franklin, Rothschild, they used John Trump, right? All of them to destroy and take this man's, right, Lord Lotman, exactly. That's my point. We take this with a grain of salt that they try to steal all of our inventions and give it to everybody else, right? Give it to, say, he invented everything of the modern world, and no, he didn't. right? He might have had a helping hand in it. Okay. All right. So listen clearly.
Out of home or family in his final days, Nikola Tesla, he looked the part, right? Like an Einstein, but the Rothschilds ruined this man through their agent JP Morgan, or so they thought, because despite Tesla's immense technology and gifts to the world, they all used his kindness and they robbed him of his intellectual property. But Tesla had friends like John G. Trump and someone by the name of von de Graaff. This image right here you can see is the von de Graaff generator that was made in 1934. Now, does this remind you of anything here? And this man right here, Robert de Graaff, made Tesla's big vision a reality to deliver wireless electricity to every single man, woman, and child on the planet. And JP Morgan made it a vendetta to shut down Tesla when...
That's the little monopoly dude right there. JP Morgan Chase. These are the serpents that are fighting for the head of the serpent. Rothschilds, Rockefeller, ain't nothing changed. Same 13, whatever, 26 bloodline families, 36.
A vendetta to shut down Tesla when they realized his ultimate...
And this was Tesla's, what's the name? They knocked it down on Long Island and Shoreham. And Shoreham is known for the nuclear plant, right? But they nobody tell you that Tesla had his Warden Collie Tower on Strong Island. You heard? It's out east in Suffolk County. All right?
To every single man, woman, and child on the planet. And JP Morgan made it a vendetta to shut down Tesla when they realized his ultimate plan of free electricity, because we all know JP Morgan, he only owned 19% of his company. Who owned the other 81%? Well, it was the Rothschild family. So why was Tesla really shut down?
And the fallen angel Rothschilds are the Ashkenazi convertites. People say they're the tribe of Yada and they're not. The Gematria Babylonian following. Okay, now Tesla wanted to give free energy to all electricity. And they didn't want that. They wanted to starve the people, the poor, make them pay for water, electricity, for the things that the Most High gave us free. And they unalived him and took his powers.
Who owned the other 81%? Well, it was the Rothschild family. So why was Tesla really shut down? Because you can't put a price tag on free electricity. So what does this have to do with Donald Trump and his uncle John G. Trump? Well, who was von Graaff's business partner? John G. Trump. And they formed what was called the High Voltage Engineering Corporation, the HVEC. And John G. Trump was an electrical...
You ever heard of HVAC? It's crazy work. We down a crazy rabbit hole. Okay? All right? An electrical engineer professor at MIT developed high voltage generators for cancer treatment and radar deployment during World War II and all that. Particle accelerator and all that. All this stuff. All this stuff. So HVAC and then later HVAC. All this stuff from stolen from Tesla's inventions, right? So that's HVAC, and then you got HVAC, all right? But let's continue.
Voltage Engineering Corporation, the HVAC.
Yeah, HVAC is air conditioning. HVAC is the engineering part, electrical part.
EC. And John G. Trump was an electrical engineer and professor.
Pardon my language.
At MIT, and right here you can look up his biography on Wikipedia here. He developed high voltage generators for cancer treatment. He led radar deployment during World War II, and he organized one of the first venture-funded companies, a particle accelerator manufacturer, and he was the paternal uncle of President Donald Trump. And he earned his PhD in 1933 as Robert van de Graaff's first student, working on the design and installation of electrostatic generators. So to say that this guy was interested in electrical technology and inventions is an understatement here. And this is a precursor to Space Force here, but HVAC wasn't formed until after Tesla died in 1946, which was 1 year before the official beginning of the CIA.
So, right after Tesla died and John Trump got all his patents and all his information and he created this HVAC, then a year later, they built the CIA. boy, this rabbit hole gets real crazy. Okay? This rabbit hole is nuts. Let's continue.
Force here, but HVAC wasn't formed until after Tesla died in 1946, which was 1 year before the official beginning of the CIA in 1947. So John Trump for decades was approached by people of all sorts because he could make megavolt beams and ions and electron death rays. And the real question then becomes, what was Tesla working on in his final days? Well, could it be a way to prevent the dominance of any one nation over using his technology?
Tesla has 78 Bear's new death beam, invention powerful enough to destroy 10,000 planes 250 miles away. So Tesla's like, boy, I made this death beam and I can destroy 10,000 airplanes 250 miles away. Defensive weapon only. Scientist in interview tells of an apparatus that he says will kill without a trace. Tesla destroyed it before they could get their little nasty serpent-seized hands on it. Tesla's new device, like bolts of Thor, he seeks to pattern wireless engine for destroying navies, to shatter armies also. All right? Y'all can, let me screenshot that just in case I might want to break that down one day. Let me grab that. Capture. All right, this rabbit hole crazy. I know y'all like, this crazy. Oh, I'm going to tie it on up. Right? And look, skull and bone.
Approached by people of all sorts because he could make megavolt beams and ions and electron.
So why could John G. Trump, that's him, make all this? Because he stole it from Tesla when they unalived him.
Death rays. And the real question then becomes, what was Tesla working on in his final days? Well, could it be a way to prevent the dominance of any one nation over using his technology to be weaponized? Well, clearly there were some advanced military operations going on here. But here's where things get interesting. So when John G. Trump was asked to inspect Tesla's documents, well, what was his response? There's nothing to find here. But could it be that he took this technology to complete Tesla's time travel technology that Donald Trump has used to accomplish what he's accomplishing today? Well, I'll let you decide that for yourself. Now, well, tonight over...
He went on a crazy rabbit hole, said Donald Trump is using it to time travel, right? All right, let's go. Now, whew, that was a lot. That was a lot. Now, let's tie in the Venezuela, what's happening. What is happening? All right? So how am I going to tie it in? So first of all, I want to show y'all this, right? Because I put the link in the chat, that in the description, that y'all will be able to sign up for these accounts. And I want everyone who watched it, even on the replay, even though you're not into this, you need to, hold on, I'm going to put it here in this chat. I don't know if they allow it. They might break it, but it's in the description of the video. I put it in the description of both the vertical and the other one, right? But I need you to understand that they, hold on, let me find it. It's, where did I just put it? I put it somewhere, all right? Because I'm going to put it in this chat just in case they allow it to stay in this chat. Because this is serious, what's happening, and you will be left behind, all right? Because of what's coming and what they're doing with this whole Venezuela and green. You don't understand. It's about the head of the serpent being dominant, and this new world order, digital currency, was coming, all right? So hold on. I'm going to have to go back here. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's not open. So I'm going to just double click it. I had it. Where did I paste it? I don't know where I pasted it. I could just grab it from the other one. Did I open it here? Maybe I did. Yep, video details. There you go. So let me put this one here. So y'all could do this one first. The other one we'll do once we release the charity project for you. I'm going to post it here. Control V. I don't know if they're going to let it stay in this chat, but I posted it anyway. I don't know if they're going to let it stay, right? So Make sure y'all click that link, and this is an exchange like a bank account. But don't go Googling it, trying to find it, because you got to be very careful. You don't want to click a wrong link because you Googled it and someone made a dummy account, right? And now all of a sudden you get your money, and now they're taking your money. Because digital currency, you have to be very careful. So you have to know the links and trust who you're clicking on. So that link right there, you can copy it and save it to wherever, and it's in the description of this channel. You can copy it, and shout out to Junebug in the building over on Facebook. You can copy it and save it, right? And it's going to be like speaking another language to you, but don't worry, the Most High is going to prepare. It's something we creating that all you have to do is open this account and then click a button, and it will be able to facilitate your income, because they're going to take all of your monies, and AI is going to replace your jobs. You won't have no access to make currency dependent on them. And they're going to give you a universal basic income, a seed central bank and digital currency. It's going digital. You won't understand. All that Ripple stuff they was talking about is XRP, all right? So that BLOFIN referral link, you click on it, and you, in your time, you open the account. It's legit. You give it your right name and all of it, right? You open the account, and later, once you'll have the account open, and later, then you'll be able to take access. And this will be your income, because they're going to replace. Remember, they got the AI coming. They got robots going driverless cars. So every industry, they're going to have it where you can't have anything. And if you don't have this, you won't be later. You won't have access. Understand that. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So I put that link right here in this chat, and I put it in the description. It's 2 in the descriptions. Make sure you do the BLOFIN. You could do the other one too if you want, because we'll set that up later. And that's for everybody. Don't listen if you don't want to. You won't be able to say that the Most High didn't prepare. Woe to those who don't prepare, that the Most High didn't send a way for you to be able to provide for yourself, for those who don't listen. All right? Now let me show y'all this. Let me stop share. Oh, I don't have to stop share. Come back to that, right? Come back to here, because I opened it up purposely here. All right? So this, and then we go on there. Now, this is what they're doing. This is what it's about. Share this tab instead, right? All right. All right, so I'm not going to show that chart because I got too much indicators on the chart. So this is XRP, and this is what it did. But y'all don't know what that is, right? This is a investment chart. Y'all see that? That went up 30%. That was right when they did, see that? January 1st, when they invaded. This XRP Ripple, when he kept showing in geometry calendar, kept coming up, Trump and all that, this is what it did. Now it's doing a little retrace, but that's 30%. Do y'all not understand? If you had $1 million on this, or if you had whatever you had, right? If you had $1,000, you made 300. If you had 10,000, you made 3,000. If you had 100,000, you see, you made 30,000. Like, so this is how they make their money, right? So I'm gonna show y'all another one, because I got some of my too many indicators to block in. Y'all don't even know what that's, a support and resistance level and all. Y'all don't have to know all that, because y'all ain't to be, y'all don't have the experience, but you can have the experience, because our charity program, it will be an acceptance program, and it will be some training too as well for you to, because you don't just want to give you fruit, you teach them how to plant, or give a man fish, you teach them how to fish, right? So let me go to another, I'm gonna go here, share. All right, so this is that link I gave y'all, right? But you don't look it up on your own, because you can get a dummy link and you be screwed. Don't say I didn't tell you. I put the link, you click that link, that'll take you here, right? And then later when we release the product, you'll know how to do this, but you have to sign up, right? So I'm gonna go to the markets, right? I'm gonna just go, I'm gonna pull up a chart. I'm gonna pull up the chart, right? So I'm gonna go to XRP, right? Where's XRP? Oh, I probably got to type it in. All right, let me go to Bitcoin. Let me just open the chart. All right, so this is BLOFIN. This is another chart. I'm using this one because I don't got the other indicator on it, right? So that's my indicator would tell you where to buy in on the upward. So that's Bitcoin. So everything went up a little, but you see XRP went way up. right? After the January 1st when they did that, right? So let me pull up XRP. Let me show y'all something. We're going somewhere. Give me a second. I need to show y'all this is what this is about, but most people don't know this. This is money. This is the future of money.
Do you want to take the comments off the screen?
Yes, thank you. So let me click XRP USDT, right? And click that one. All right, now let me come back to y'all and take the comments off. Thank you, Hakiyama. Give me a second so it's not blocking anything. All right. Now, don't be confused by this. Don't worry like, Dad, I don't know how to. You won't have to. All you have to do is be able to sign up for our program, and you'll have the account open, and then you'll be able, in our thing, you'll be able to press a button, and it'll bring you in to our interface. All right. We developed a proprietary product. The Most High has his children that are prepared because the masses of the people, the sheep, are going to be destroyed. You will be starved. You will be, these serpents are not playing. Okay. So this is the chart. So this is what it did. Y'all see what it did on that day? All right. This is that XRP. All right. And this is, we're in a bull market, a bear market too. So back here, it was up to all-time high. All right. I think that's back in maybe that was like July or something and everything. So now we're in a bear market for a little while. But you see what it did? You see this spike right here? All right. That's because of what they did. So this is a railroad coin that the new financial system is going to be running on. All right. So you'll be able to learn some of this, but you don't, everybody ain't to be day traders and fall, right? I'm a professional trader, all right? This is where you use leverage. So they got other things that's telling you that I got something I'll show you another time. They try and charge you $1,000 and say, you can use $100,000 to be able to trade, but you have to take a test and give us $1,000. You could trade that for free. Right here is leverage. Y'all see that? I'm gonna click this button. Watch this. Hold on, I must gotta go into the trade. All right, first of all, let me go to market. Oh, I'm not logged in. Okay, all right, that's why I'm not logged in. But anyway, if I was logged in and I could click this and I can multiply how much, I can use 100 times my money. So let's say if I put $100 to trade, I can click this and put 10 times and they'll give me $1,000. Or I could put 100 times and trade $100,000 in a trade. But you got people trying to charge you thousands to do that. All right. This is how the wealthy make their money. So they manipulate, right? You see that long red line? They made millions. Trump and all of them is in this. They making millions. They buying his countries. By Venezuela own 600,000 Bitcoin. But they're telling you they just went there and got their oil. You have no idea what this is. This is so deep. This is so much mammon and money. They are all in this. Trump got his world coin, all this. They own these companies, Bitcoin, ETH, XRP, but most people don't know the Ripple XRP. So you see it kept coming up. This is what that brother was showing. See the logo from the ship and all of this? That rabbit hole? This is what you don't know. Don't think the Most High didn't have his children to go into the space and become masters of it to be able to guide and lead and take care of his children. He always prepares a way for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. So you click that link and you sign up. It don't cost you nothing. You ain't paying nothing. I don't even get nothing for the link. I just need y'all to make sure y'all go through the right link. Because later, once you start making money in your account, you don't want to have went through a wrong link and someone's tracking your wallet and they got your keys and they wait till you got a lot of money and you wake up and they take all your money because you went through a wrong link. You pick and you ain't want to listen. My people are destroyed, man, especially Hebrews, black, we hard-headed, stiff-necked, all right? So save that link, copy it, put it somewhere, and log into this, make your account, all right? Make your account. This is going to be your future. This is how you're going to provide for yourself. This is what they are doing. All right, now let's get back. Let's get back. This is what they are doing. Now, We're going to Venezuela. Let's go to what's happening. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video for reactionary purposes only. That was the rabbit hole. Now we on facts, the fact train. We actually going on the ground in Venezuela. Now we tying in Haiti, Venezuela, right? You got the Tesla. We did the rabbit hole. Let's go. Now we on the ground. This is what it's really about. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is a brother named Ace, and he travels all over the world, all in Colombia, Africa. He was in Venezuela a bunch of times. He boots on the ground. This is what's really going on. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only.
So what's going on, guys? As you know, I've been to Venezuela several times. And as I mentioned, I've been to Venezuela several times, and my overall experience living in that country for several months has was very interesting.
So this is fact. You know, Unc, I don't do speculation. We do facts. The rabbit hole is over. Facts start, right? All right? Now, I show it, I clipped it, and I'll show you him in Venezuela. Okay? Let's go.
And I've been to Venezuela several times, and my overall experience living in that country for several months has was very interesting. It's a country that learned to exist in a box, per se. During those times, I met so many different friends over there, and I just got off the phone with them, and they have been telling me what's been happening to them, what's going on right now.
So Ace, at the time he made this video, he's in China. He's a content creator that travels. So he got all his friends, because he stayed there, he travels, and he contact them, and they telling him what's happening actually in the street. Tonight, I'm going to show y'all what's really happening, how this led up, what the orange dude in America is really doing, what China's really doing, what they're really after, and what's really going on. Not fear, not speculation, the whole truth broken down. You understand? I'm going to go into the facts. You understand? I'm going to break it down. All right? Because on January 1st, 2026 at midnight in Beijing time, China activated interest-bearing functionality for digital yuan holdings. I showed y'all Ripple XRP digital currency. They making y'all think this is about oil, and that's it, or about drugs. It ain't got nothing to do with that. Well, yeah, it do, but it's bigger than that. Do you understand? This the part y'all won't know. They won't tell y'all. On January 21st, 2026, at precisely midnight in Beijing time, China activated an interest-bearing functionality for its digital currency yuan holdings. And 48 hours later, at 0200 Venezuelan time on January 3rd, the United States executed Operation Absolute Resolve. They sent 150 plus aircraft to capture the Venezuelan sitting President Maduro, and they deployed the largest naval deployment in modern Western Hemisphere history. All right? So while the media is selling you this narrated terrorism, something far more important is happening. We'll break this down after. Let me show you what's happening and how it built up. Because by December 2025, Venezuela had eliminated the US dollar from 99% of its oil transactions. They was using a stable coin called USDT Tether. Y'all don't even know what that is. You don't know the stable coin of USRL, Ripple, XRP, USDT. Mine goes in the investment group. Y'all know what USDT is and USD, the stable coin. So Venezuela removed 99% of its oil transactions, 746,000 barrels a day flowing to China, and they used it, settled it in the stable coin. And it was switching over to China's functional digitality yuan holdings to separate the US dollar from it. Okay? Oh, it's real gangster. It's going down. They went in and deboed. They got no choice. Oh, everybody, we live in a prison society on earth. I'm going to show this in a second. Let me write that down. Let me make sure. I'm going to show this clip, and then I'm going to break down what world we live in, because everybody's in their feelings and they think the orange dude is tripping, and they stupid. Some of these blacks. What's that foolish rapper dude? What's his name? From Ghetto Boys, Willie D. Willie D sound like an old coon now. He talking about, he clapping, talking about because BRICS and them went and supposed to bust through the New York, America's barricades in Venezuela. He talking about he trusts China more than America. Willie D is stupid. Boy, these blacks need to sit down. You sitting up there in your little feelings. You wanted Kamala the cackling hyena in this. Do you not know they would make us slaves? They are battling, everybody listen clearly, they are battling to see who's going to be the head of the serpent in this new world order. This is bigger than anything. That don't y'all fall for this foolishness. I was going to show this clip. I'll do it another time. I'll show it because this is disgusting. I need to bring it out. Right? He over there talking about, I trust China over America and everything. You idiot Jews. He's sitting up here that made $1 million in America. This little dumb Willie D Ghetto Boys idiot Jews. Boy, these old blacks get old and they become coons. He's sitting up here talking about he trusts China over America and everything. Idiot Jews, you are a millionaire in America. As bad as America was, as bad as America is, as bad as the serpent seed is, you are behind enemy lines of the one of the victors. If America doesn't fight now and loses position, they're going to enslave all of us. Idiot Jews will be under. It's this fool from his $1 million mansion. He's talking about he trusts China more than him. That to me is like what they call that mutiny. I'm like, well, then you need to get out of then move to China then. You think, Willie D, you're a fool if you think the Ghetto Boys, you became a millionaire in China. You are a so-called black man, and you, in America, with all of the racism and everything, you actually became the 1% of blacks on the whole entire planet Earth. You are American blacks are the richest blacks in the world. And you sitting up here, you thought you would have done that in China? You thought you would have been Willie D, the famous rapper, as a millionaire in China? No, that's mute. That's stupid. Yeah, these blacks, they sell us out, bro. I couldn't believe it. I'll show it another time. I was going to do it tonight, but it's all right. So everybody listen clearly. Don't get in your emotions. The orange dude, now, serpent seed, whatever. We are behind enemy lines. Prophecy has to play out. The one world order is going to happen. It's biblical. It's Sephardic. It's Sephardic is our Bible manuscript. It's a Sephardic thing. Now, it has to play out. We don't want to be at the end, the losing end of the head of the serpent, because whatever it is, you're going to be under the crushing. We don't want China or Russia or Brazil or whatever it is to be the head. So the orange dude's trying to make America the head. And it's going, the way that you got to get there is through mammon, through the money. Listen clearly. The digital currency, they're fighting for the power of digital currency and AI. And the AI technology, in order to mine the digital currency, you have to have energy. That's where oil comes in at. Y'all listen clearly. I'm breaking it down now. I'm sorry. I'm going to get to the clip. Y'all know oil is very important, because the oil is what you need to run the mechanism, to run the generators, to run the electricity, to mine the digital currency, to run the the nodes and all of this stuff. And every country is making their own a stable coin, their own universal basic income, and somebody's going to be the head of it. So America's trying to make USDC and USDT to make it backed by the American dollar, because if not, it's going to be backed by the yuan or backed by the yen or backed by whoever, and then we'll be under. So we are fighting for dominance, for not to be the slave, not to be the tail. Do you understand? Now of course, you got to let it play out according to biblical prophecy, but you don't want to be. It's so crazy, the freedom that this idiot Juice Willie D, he in his mansion making his YouTube channel going like this, getting millions of views while he's complaining. Well, run your butt to China then and show me what you're going to be making off your thing. They don't even allow you to even stream like that live. These people be selling out, bro. Don't get in your feelings. You let America, the serpent, do what it got to do, because it could be the best force or worse. This is a prison planet system. I'm going to break that down. And I'm going to show y'all where someone wrote that. It's a prison planet system. If it was a peace system, if we was a part of the first world, meaning not the second world from Adam and Eve and sin and transgression, we're in the second world that we're supposed to be in it, but not of it. This world is of the devil and is a prison planet, meaning it operates on prison politics, meaning you ain't nothing free and ain't nothing equal and ain't nothing easy. You're going to get it taken from you if you don't stand up for it. You want to fight for it. They coming to diddy you. They coming to take yours. So Orange Dude is like, we about to take Greenland. And people in their feelings like, oh my goodness, the Greenland people. He like, we about to take Greenland, because if we don't, China going to do it and Russia going to do it, and they getting closer to bomb us. Y'all better understand, this is war. They're battling each other for the head of the serpent. But I'm going to break it all down. I'm going to break it all down. It's going down tonight. All right? We just needed to get through. We had fun in the rabbit hole, but we're going to tie it on up. All right. Now, it's this digital currency. It's about the energy that's going to run to make the mining for the currency. That's where the oil comes in at. It's about the shipping, the waters, the maritime waters, because you ship the barrels of the oil. Who gets it, right? So Trump went in and they kidnapped that. They took it. Just like they about to take Greenland. It's on and pop. Boy, we at the end. Just somebody that told y'all wrong. These people, it's the wrong time to be mutinous against the country that you live. Now, we don't agree with the sins of, but we are in a second world, dark world of these serpents, and we are behind you. What you want to be? You want to be one of these African countries that China own? And run them to the ground where they got no electricity. We're sitting up here now, yeah, they raising the prices, but they starving. Do you not know they starved them in Venezuela? People forget. I'm about to show y'all. They forget. They were starving in Venezuela in 2017 after people started eating animals, zoo animals. Everybody. They were breaking into the zoo and killing the animals. The animals in the zoo were even starving. They didn't have food to feed them. The people were burning their money in the streets. It was like play money. They starved them. The own Venezuelan government. So millions of them fled. Do y'all not understand? But now it's tripping off the Orange Dude and everything. Talking about, no, yes, boy. All right, let me continue. Let's show. I can show you better than I can tell you. This is what's happening. So Ace, he's going to tell you exactly what happened in Venezuela now.
What's been happening to them, what's going on right now in this city. As you may know or see in the news what's going on, but first thing first, let me give you just a brief history of why and how this is happening to Venezuela. Venezuela is a country in South America next to Colombia. It's in the Caribbean Sea area. And basically in the early 2000s, it was put on the sanctions by George Bush because of drug terrorism.
In the early 2000s, this man right here, this is man who starved Venezuela, destroyed it. Chavez. Hugo Chavez. I got a clip I'm going to show you with receipts, right? The other, and the U.S. finally reacted to growled in by Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez by slapping a full arms ban on the country. A State Department spokeswoman in Venezuela had forged close relations with Iran and Cuba, both classified by U.S. sponsorship of terrorism. All right? So they slapped sanctions against them because they were partnering with America's enemies. We are in a prison world. The world is run by devils, prisoners. And if you don't get down, sometimes you got to do a deal with the devil or the gangs who run in the prisons. You got diddies in the prisons. You got people, you got psychopaths. This is a prison. I'm going to show you. I'm going to break it down. because you have to have that understanding to know that America is fighting for their place in the prison so they don't get diddied and taken over. So these countries are doing the same thing, all right? Because everybody's gaining to be the king of the yard, the prison yard, to have everybody working under them. We're going somewhere, all right? So you got to go back to understand what because to us it looked like we woke up New Year's, New Year's Eve, right? The dead of winter that it says the new year, and the orange dude is tripping and he just went in and stole their president. Boy, this is so deep, and these folios up there acting off their emotions, showing me that they have no geopolitical awareness of nothing of running these countries in this dark second world. You and your emotions. You still want Kamala, the twerking hyena in there, or the orange Sleepy Joe. You lucky we got the orange dude to act. We would be slaves if we did it. The Sleepy Joe had the what's names, the gates all open, and they was giving all the money to the immigrants and letting all of these third world countries in here, giving them all. Y'all tripping. I'm glad the Most High put the orange dude in. We got somebody that's fighting. We got somebody that's like, listen, they trip. All the enemies of America is tripping now. And you got these stupid content creators and these stupid leftists and all. I'm not a rightist or a leftist. I'm a truthist. You got them all in their feelings. You are mad that you actually got a Debo. Our president, our country is a Debo. You got to be a Debo. Otherwise, they're going to run over you. Fool, they all fighting to be the big king of the yard. And if America don't stand up, you'll fall for it. Shout, the orange dude that's why like we about to take Greenland. He said if Colombia get in the way, we gonna knock them down. He's like, yo, he's not playing. I'm glad he ain't playing. We'd be screwed if he play. Boy, people are tripping. You blacks are foolish, especially the blacks that are foolish. Then you got y'all listen to these leftists scared. They talking about Trump they don't care about drugs. No, they don't care about us either. Everybody listen, they don't care about us. They don't care about the drug. They care about power. But we are under their order, America. So we need to care about what America does to fight for us to keep our freedoms, to not be under slave to some other country who will come in. Imagine we wake up and they came in and they kidnapped the orange dude and took over America. And now China's like, we own America. And now we under the Chinese regime. And now we lose. Are y'all tripping? Y'all need to wake up and understand that this is serious. They're not. We sit in our little bubble and make our content and watch stuff and everything, and we don't like the prices going up and everything. But you have no idea. You live in the safest country in the world. You live in the richest place where you can still make money. You got people becoming millionaires every day making YouTube videos. They don't even got the freedom to even have it in China in certain places. And you got Willie D in there complaining and talking about, I don't like America. Go somewhere else and live and show me what you have no idea. You have no idea. We got somebody with some cojones he's making a statement where everybody else before said America was wussies. Now we became the laughing stock and chumps, and they was going to destroy us. Everybody, shout out to Wristfly. Now the orange dude, as crazy you think he is, he like y'all, he making them old BRICS had Britain, Russia, China, and all of them, they came together and made a union to go against us. So everybody, that's like a gang coming together, 5 strong, teaming up and say, we're going to all jump this America on the yard, the prison yard. Do you understand? So Trump took it to them. So now what y'all don't realize is they gang together. Come on, y'all. You know I'm not playing with nobody. They gang together. Y'all don't know this, and this with that Willie D clown. I was gonna show the video. He clapping. He killed me with this. Like he really think he doing something. Clown, become a coon. He clapping because BRICS, China and all them, they must have got together and tried to sneak into Venezuela and get through the New York, America stockades and said they're gonna still take the oil. And he's clapping for that. You idiot. You clapping for your own demise. And he's like, good, they need to, you idiot. The reason why they're doing it is because if they don't, then all of the power and the energy is going to go to them, and then they're going to use it to run their AI. AI in crypto is the future power, everybody. Artificial intelligence. In order to run artificial intelligence and to mine crypto, you need energy. You got to run the cells. You got to run the nodes. You got to run the mining facilities. And they build underground facilities, and they need energy to power it and run it. And that's where oil comes in at. It's all about dollars and power. Y'all are tripping. Americans actually, yes, they all bullies. If you think America is the only bully, America is just the king of the yard now. You want us to be what? You want us to be the run of the litter? You know what's going to happen to that? Look at Africa. That's what you want? You want to go live under one of these other countries? What they're doing to their citizens? Do you not know what they're doing? Look at India. Come on, thank you. Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and South Africa, BRICS. Thank you. Look at India. What they do? They got a class system, and the blacks are at the bottom, the serfs, right? The untouchables. Yeah, there you go. I know I'm going to get loud. All right? Now. All right, there we go. Everybody listen.
Because of
one tonight. Get out your emotions and feelings. If we don't fight for our place in this new world system, then we will lose America. I'm not speaking against no other country. I wish we was living in a peaceful world and not a prison planet, but we're not. We're living in a prison planet. That's like you going to prison and you sitting in your cell saying, I wish it was just a peaceful place. No, you need to wake up, Alice in Wonderland. You need to wake up. You will be diddied. They will come bust in your cell, and they're going to bust your booty wide open and take everything you got. That's what the world we live in. Countries are doing it, and they're all fighting for cryptocurrency, for the digital dominance. Right now, you have stable coins. Is USDC, USDT are the top two stable coins of the world. What's at the beginning of that stable coin I just said, everybody? Y'all don't even know what this is. US digital. And that's based out of USDT. I think it's out of Switzerland or somewhere. It's not even American. So USDC is American. Do you understand? But it's still US dollar base backed. They're trying to replace it. BRICS, China trying to have it be yuan USD, right? So their currency is first. And whoever controls the money controls the power. Mammon. Do you not understand? And they all serpent seeds. They all going to do slavery and enslavement. People in America are so spoiled that they think you don't understand till you go live in one of those countries and find out what real freedom you got. Y'all better let them fight and do whatever these serpents fight and do what they doing. All right, let's continue. Now, not sorry. Now y'all going to have a full understanding of what's going on. This is how this started. This is the part people forget. They're like, oh, Trump, I dare you and they. And you got the Venezuelan people cheering through the streets. But America is disrespecting America. Disrespecting what the orange dude did, but the Venezuelans are cheering. What you can't make this make sense. America's stupio, because you have no idea of what's really happening in the world because you're spoiled. You're spoiled. That's what it is. You have no idea what's really happening on the prison yard because you've been protected by the gang of America, so you ain't have to do nothing. You in the yard, and I mean you going out and everything. You ain't got nobody's messing with you, everything, because you protected. But let that gang that's protecting you fall, and the new people run it, the Aryan nation. Next thing you know, they're coming up in your cell, taking everything, trying to take your manhood. You're spoiled. All right, let's continue.
It was put on the sanctions by George Bush because of drug in the early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
It was put on the sanctions by George Bush because of drug terrorism issues.
But what's really interesting with Chavez is Chavez gets elected.
All right, so I put all these clips together. Y'all know I'm bringing y'all fruit and receipts. Now, what he's talking about in the early 2000s, they put him under sanctions because Chavez was running all type of drugs with, and he was running oil to England, the Bank of England, who runs the Caribbean and all that, all this. He was running to China. He was running to Cuba. Really, he was with, what's the name? Cuba, Castro and them. Castro was like, he was giving Castro free oil and everything as he was running all these different drugs. So this Chavez dude was a money-hungry mongrel, right? And so America had was getting some oil from Venezuela, but he was trying to cut America out of the picture for other players. But America, you can't, again, this is prison politics. This is a prison planet. You can't get yourself cut out, because if you get yourself cut out, the others will get stronger and then they'll replace you. So they did sanctions. They said sponsoring terrorism. They all terrorists. But these are the prison bully gangs fighting for their control, for their position on the prison yard. The world is a prison yard. Everybody listen. This is the mind frame you have to understand. All right, now let's continue. This is what happened.
Some issues.
So in the early 20s, they gave sanctions because he started playing with Cuba and these other ones and running all his drugs, and he was trying to cut out America. This Chavez dude.
Because of drug terrorism issues.
But what's really interesting with Chavez is Chavez gets elected, he sweeps to power. There's on this wave of the populist left, and the rhetoric and the fact that we're going to change Venezuela, we're going to make it fairer. For a couple of years, it looked like it might work, didn't it?
Well, economic.
So what this brother's breaking down, he said when Chavez first came in, right? He says we're going to rechange the government. We're going to, they always say we're going to do this, politicians.
This wave of the populist left, and the rhetoric and the fact that we're going to change Venezuela, we're going to make it fairer.
He said we're going to change Venezuela, we're going to make it socialist, we're going to provide everything for the people. And this brother said it looked like it was working for a minute. But that's only because the price of oil was going up and he ain't had nothing to do with it, right? And Venezuela sits on the most oil reserves in the world at the time, more than Saudi Arabia and everything. So Venezuela was one of the richest countries in the world at the time, richer than Spain and everything. See, most people don't know this, all right? So Chavez, he ain't have nothing to do with it becoming so rich. All the oil, the price just started to go up. All right, let's continue. So it was looking like when he first came in that everything was doing good in Venezuela. They was becoming the richest country on the planet. And it's a small little country. Listen clearly.
We're going to make it fairer. For a couple of years, it looked like it might work, didn't it?
Well, economically, yes, because you have to remember the oil barrel was around $10 per barrel in 1999. By 2000.
So when Chavez got into office, oil was only $10 a barrel in 1999.
It was $100 per barrel.
And it automatically went up to $100 a barrel. Okay?
I mean, Chavez had a 10x increase in 1999. By 2008, it was $100 per barrel. I mean, Chavez had a 10x increase in government revenue that was almost exclusively oil. Yet Venezuela did not grow 10x. Venezuela by 2008 should have been like Dubai. And it was still a poor Latin American country. How can that happen? Because they literally stole all the money.
So Chavez came in, promised them these promises, right, for his country. He got in, he took control, made it a socialist country, took control of everything, and the price of oil went up, right? He had no control over that. It's called commodity exchange. The price of oil 10x'd. So he went from his oil, which he owned billions of barrels, right? Millions of barrels coming out of his land, from $10 to $100. So his country is now should be the richest country in the whole Western Hemisphere, but they were still poor. because he took it all. Everybody listen clearly. Chavez. Now, this ain't Maduro. This before him. This is why Venezuela got so starved as a country that they was eating animals, dogs and cats in the street. They was breaking into the zoo and eating the zoo animals. But they had the richest oil in the whole world. All right? Let's go.
Why?
This is why they're over there clapping and praising for what the orange dude did. Y'all listen clearly.
He was still a poor Latin American with the oil. $100 per barrel in 1999. By 2008, it was $100 per barrel. I mean, Chavez had a 10x increase in government revenue that was almost exclusively oil. Yet Venezuela did not grow 10x. Venezuela by 2008 should have been like Dubai. And it was still a poor Latin American country. How can that happen? Because they literally stole all the money. Chavez took over, and a lot of people might say, things were working, but the signs were there from the start. Chavez ripped the Constitution apart in his first year in office. He packed the Supreme Court. He got them to say that because sovereignty lies within the people, we can just host a referendum and rewrite the entire Constitution. And they did. He rewrote the entire Constitution, and so a lot of reforms. And obviously, the critical part that destroyed the economy was the nationalization agenda. Chavez began literally walking in the streets of Caracas, and there's videos of these, pointing at businesses.
Now, I gave y'all a clip that's very rare. Fruit of what I'm speaking. We bring receipts in this house, right? We did the rabbit hole. Now we're doing straight facts, all receipts. What really destroyed them, he made them rewrite their whole constitution. He said, we're doing socialists, we the people, rip it all up, right? And they trusted him because the oil was going up, but the people wasn't seeing nothing, but they just thought, okay, we doing it, we riding with you. So he rewrote the Constitution in his favor. And then, now this is Chavez, right? Then he went for, and he did something called a nationalist policy, where he just went and took people's land and businesses. Took it. And tonight, I'm going to show you an actual clip of him taking people's land and businesses.
And literally walking in the street.
Go ahead.
Hebrew Jamaican Coolie in the comments said, "This is not true, Unc. Those videos were outside of Venezuela."
What videos were outside of Venezuela? What videos?
I'm not sure if he's referring to this.
All right, well, Hebrew Jamaican Coolie, you need to be slow down before you speak. I'm about to show Venezuela. You talking about them in Miami celebrating and stuff? Let me explain. The reason why I showed the beginning of the clip, we're gonna get that. We just hold your horses. You're about to see stuff you don't know. The clip at the beginning, the brother is in Venezuela. Well, right now he's in China. His people who can't say they live in Venezuela, and they're telling him what's really happening. That's why I use Ace video, those who travel. This ain't somebody's doing it for YouTube. I didn't use nobody's video. I used somebody who's there. And this brother right here is from Venezuela, right here, that's talking. So he is speaking of his people, and they had to leave. He left when they all left from Chavez. I don't know if you remember that, but I think it's 4 million of them left their country. They were starved to death, all right? So now, the clip that you're going to show with them celebrating in Miami, those are and all over the world, those are the people who left, the migrants that are celebrating the fall of Maduro. But we also got clips of the actual Venezuelans there talking about. All right, so let's continue. So just be patient and let the you should know this already in this ministry, to be slow to speak and let what I got to bring out come out first before you, because I don't just show what everybody's showing. All right, so you should know that already. All right, but anyway, let's continue. We walking it down. All right, let's continue. I'm doing this for a reason. Here we go.
So a lot of reforms, and obviously the critical part that destroyed the economy was the nationalization agenda.
So he's saying this is back when Chavez was in office. what really destroyed was the nationalization agenda, right? This is how the Venezuelan people got starved to death, all right? While they in this situation anyway, while 4 million of them fled their country, and they mostly went to Colombia and all over the place, and they had to become second-class citizens in there and take menial jobs, even people who were lawyers and stuff, all right? All right, so everybody pay attention, listen clearly.
That destroyed the economy was the nationalization agenda. Chavez began literally walking in the streets of Caracas, and there's videos of these, pointing at businesses, expropiate. It's not yours anymore.
Ese edificio ahí que es.
Now, here you go, Hebrew Jamaican Coolie. This is actual Venezuela. All right, so again, I bring more receipts. I don't just go off word of mouth. This is where he called appropriate, right? He's going through, this is Chavez.
It's not yours anymore.
He was going through.
Was the nationalization agenda. Chavez
and he said he wrote a nationalization agenda.
Began literally walking in the streets of Caracas, and there's videos of these, pointing at businesses, expropiate. It's not yours anymore.
Expropriate this. We taking it.
Bien bonito. Ese edificio ahí que es. Ese es un teatro antiguo, ¿no era? Ajá, pero eso está en manos del gobierno, ¿verdad?
Sí, en este momento está en manos.
¿Y este edificio?
Es un edificio que tiene comercio privado de joyería.
Expropiese.
De acuerdo.
¿Y aquel edificio allá en la esquina?
También son edificios que tienen locales comerciales.
Bueno, miren, me decía Jacqueline ahora, en aquella casita que está allá vivió Bolívar recién casado. Esa casita que se ve ahí con 2 balcones. Y ahí lo que están en unos negocios. Expropiese.
Now, do y'all know what y'all witnessing right now? Straight facts. He's saying, he's going through, and he's saying, this is downtown Caracas, all right? Where the citizens have worked. He said that beautiful there, building there, what is it?
Ese es un teatro antiguo, ¿no?
He said, wasn't that an old theater? They said, but that's in the hands of the government, isn't it? See?
Ajá, pero eso está en manos del gobierno, ¿verdad?
They say, yeah, we own this. Okay. At this moment, it's in the hands of the government.
¿Y este edificio?
They said, but what about this building? They said, it's a building that is private, commercial. It's a jewelry business owned by the people.
Expropiese.
Expropriate it. Take it. Your business. Now, listen clearly. For my brother too, Jamaica Cooley, if you were a Venezuelan citizen and you worked for your business and this new president came and he said, take it, not buy it, not give it, take your business. He called this nationalism. This is how they went poor. This before Maduro. Everybody listen.
Expropiese.
De acuerdo.
¿Y aquel edificio allá en la esquina?
También son.
You see that building over there in the corner? Those are also buildings that have commercial license. Commercial, meaning you own your business, your mom and pop shop.
Edificios que tienen locales comerciales.
They say,
bueno,
yeah.
Miren, me decía Jacqueline ahora, en aquella casita que está allá vivió Bolívar recién.
That little house over there, right after he got married.
Casado.
That little house that can be seen there with the 2 balconies.
Esa casita que se ve ahí con 2 balcones. Y ahí lo que están.
And there are just some businesses there. Expropriated. Take it. Everybody listen. Take it all.
Unos negocios. Expropiese. Este edificio.
He said, and there's some business. They said they clapping. There's some businesses over there, Chavez. He said, what is that building here?
¿Aquí cuál es?
It is also a building that has commercial premises. Guys, building that have a barber shop, a jewelry store, grocery store, a so-called bodega, commercial premises downtown. This downtown Caracas. He said, take it all, expropriate it. All right? It says they are privately owned, but they are here.
Expropiese.
Look, expropriate it. Mr. Mayor, expropriate it. Take it all.
Señor alcalde.
Thank you, Your Honor Kwan, for your generous donation, King, and anybody else who donated. I'm sorry, I don't see it, but thank you so much. All right, if you want me to announce your donation, thank you. I humbly appreciate it. Everybody pay attention. Now I'm showing you outside of what the media, I'm showing you fruit facts to lead up to what's happening today while they're in the condition they're in today. All right, let's continue. Now, I'm not saying America, they're all gangsters. Africa, these African countries in King, they're enslaving the people and taking it. China, America, well, we got a lot better. We can complain all we want, but move your butt over there to these other countries. And these people were eating animals and the dogs. They was in Venezuela. They had the richest resources in the world. And under this dude Chavez, they was eating animals, dogs in the street. The citizens. All right, let's continue. He said, expropriate it. Take it.
Expropiese. Expropiese. Tenemos que convertir. Hola, Jorge. ¿Cómo?
He said, a historical center, which it is, but to resume an architecture and historical project. So he said, we're going to take all this and make it a historical district. We own it from the government. All right? You're going to take it all. Listen clearly.
Tenemos que convertir esto en un gran centro histórico.
We're going to make it historical. The center historical, taking people's businesses. He said, we are in the heart of Caracas, the downtown city.
Que lo es, pero retomar un proyecto arquitectónico, histórico.
The project of architectonic, and with equal, we're going to take it all.
Estamos en el corazón de Caracas.
With equal amounts of money from Caracas.
Caracas, la rebelde. ¿Cómo estás tú?
One of my best friends from high school, his grandma owned a bookstore downtown. Chavez came in and took the bookstore of an old lady out of nowhere. Jewelry stores, grocery stores, banks, manufacturing companies, electricity, farms. The first really martyr for free enterprise in Venezuela was a man named Jose Brito, who was a farmer, who the government really made the martyr of private property. He went on a hunger strike because Chavez took his family farm from generations, and he died in the hunger strike, and they took his farm.
Basically.
Now, I'm showing you facts. We leading up. That was Chavez to lead up to Maduro. Okay? This is Chavez, what he did. This is how Venezuela's got starving and poised, starved its people and destroyed them while they're making millions. You understand? Where millions and millions fled their own country. Listen clearly. Now, this is Ace, who travels there. He speaks Spanish and all of it, talking to the people literally that live in Venezuela now. That's why I say we can discuss what we see on YouTube. I pick Ace because he got people from Venezuela there right now. He travels there. That's why I showed this video when he was there. He lived there for months and months. He travels all over. So he can't say their names because they still scared just in case Maduro get released and come back. Everybody listen.
In the early 2000s, it was put on the sanctions by George Bush because of drug terrorism issues.
Si los Estados Unidos agrediera a Venezuela, una invasión, digámoslo más claramente, olvídense del petróleo.
From that on, it slowly.
All right, right there. You see what Chavez said? That's the one who was saying take it. He says, if the United States attacked Venezuela, this is back then.
Los Estados Unidos agrediera a Venezuela, una invasión, digámoslo.
An invasion, let's put it more clearly, if they invade us.
O más claramente, olvídense del.
Forget the oil. See, they were in the power, they had the oil, but they had contracts with America. Let me explain what was happening. They have contracts, right? But they was, as all these shady governments do, America too, just as shady, they was making other deals with higher bidders. So if China or Russia says, you know what, America's giving you, $50 a barrel for 100 barrels or 100 million barrels, we'll give you 60. But do you have loyalty as a businessman? So a lot of these are serpents. They all criminals, America too, right? But again, we're dealing in a prison planet. Everybody listen clearly. I'm showing you what's really happening, right? Out of your feelings. So he said, if America, because they were stiff in America, they'll stiff you if you ain't strong. Just like in prison, you have to every now and then reestablish your power. You might have to beat up a dude. You might have to go take somebody's stuff to show I ain't got soft over this time. Because you have new people come to power and they'll rise up on you, right? They'll debo you. Do you not understand this? So you have to flex your muscle every now and then to show we ain't weak. So right here, this Chavez dude, he was empowered by Castro and them and with Russia and them. So he was like, man, forget America. I'm getting more money over here. So back then, America was like under the other Bush, they was like, listen, well, we're going to cut off your sanctions and everything, right? So we've been at odds with them because they was breaking our contract with others. So right here, he said, if America forget the oil, they ain't going to get nothing. Forget your contracts. You try to run down on us and make us honor the contract. He wasn't playing. This is a dictator. He was like, he a gangster. They all gangsters, guys. You gotta be gangster. You are living on a prison planet, and if you run in a major kingdom country, this is the sin of the second world. This ain't righteous. I wish we all lived in a righteous world where everybody can just be nice, peaceful. Can we all just get along? Rodney King? We don't live in Rodney King. You heard? They will debo you in prison because come here, we all just get along. You're going to be the next contestant on the Diddy is right. You're going to get Diddy. You're going to be somebody's girlfriend on the prison yard. You got this. When I was ready to go, I had to turn into a monster. And I'm not a monster, but I knew I'm going to have to establish myself when I get to these prison places so that I can protect I can carve my place out and be able to live peacefully. But I know every now and then I'm going to have to still show muscle because new people are going to come in. They're going to test you. They're going to test your gangster. They're going to test your position. You can't get comfortable for too long. So you got to exert dominance. Do you understand? This is the politics that countries are playing. And people are foolish and not understanding you are behind. If you live in America, you're behind one of the major powers who's trying to keep their dominance. Is there a debo? Yes. Do they have to be debo? Yes. The closed mouths don't get fed. Nice guys finish last. Everybody, it doesn't mean it's righteous. We ain't living in a righteous world. We're living in the second world. It's a prison planet. Do you understand? You would rather be in a country where your government, your president can stand up and debo when it's time to and not get ran over. Do you understand? In America, before the orange dude came in, we was looking real soft and weak. Remember, they was talking all crap. Now they ain't talking all that crap no more. I'm not co-signing none of it. I'm just breaking down what's really happening. Because at the end of the day, my father, creator, I know how this all plays out at the end, but I need to show y'all to get out your feelings what's really going on. All right? What's really happening. Now, you see him? That's the face of a gangster. And he was basically saying, America, get it in blood. That's what he was saying. He was saying, you know what? I ain't paying y'all. I ain't paying the bill. I'm running with Russia. I'm running with China. I think this was Cuba, Russia. I'm running under the Russian, right? So the other Bush, they had to do something. They ran sanctions. They started putting, right? This is the lead up because it's looking like the orange juice just went in there for no reason because we're not following geopolitics. So I'm walking it down so you can see what really happened and how it got to this point. All right, let's continue.
Una invasión, digámoslo más claramente. Olvídense del petróleo.
From then on, it slowly transformed to other issues like human.
So from then on, U.S. slaps new sanctions against Venezuela, right? That's 2015. Now we into, what's that dude? What's that serpent? Barack Obama. So everybody, this been going on for a long time, okay? Now Maduro comes in. They're still, because Venezuela, because they got the bag. Everybody listen, they had the richest oil reserves in the world. So all of the countries, Russia, China and all of them, they're trying to get more of the resource, more than America. But America got to keep their part of the bag, right? At least you get played out, and those people with their money and they all become more powerful. So America kept putting sanctions and slapping. This been going on for a while. So it's looking like we just woke up and they just invaded and stole Maduro. That ain't you don't got the full picture. All right? The orange dude just ain't playing. I'm just going to keep it 100. He showed his cojones. The orange dude is foolish as he is or whatever. You understand? He like, listen, this is what we going to do. And either you get down or lay down. And you're going to need that in the prison yard. Do you understand? You don't want the leader of your car, your faction, who's running, giving you safety so you can exist, to be wussy, to be something we all just know. You're going to want him to establish his dominance. Everybody listen. And it doesn't make it right or wrong. It's just what's happening. Because if we don't do the right moves, we'll end up America somebody else's slave. Yep, like Sleepy Joe. We'll end up under. All right? Listen clearly. And it's a good. I'm glad you're here, Riskfly, because certain countries that are more peaceful, they still have to make deals with some of these serpents. That's why he's going after Greenland. So places like Sweden and places that got more, socialist kind of, that actually look out for their citizens, for the most part, better than like America and China. They still have to make compacts, agreements, covenants with bigger, darker Debo nations to be protected so that no one will come invade them. Do you understand? You have to choose a side. Come on, Hakama. You got to. You're going to have to get down with America or Russia or China or one. Otherwise, your borders are not going to be protected. And then some other nation is going to come in and they're going to enslave you and take all your resources. This is the politics of the world. Everybody listen. It is a prison planet. We are in the prison yard. Please listen clearly to this. All right. So you got to get out your feelings and understand what's really happening on the world stage.
Olvídense del petróleo.
From that on, it slowly transformed to other issues like human rights issues under Obama, and then came Donald Trump. Donald Trump presided over the largest expensive U.S. sanctions on Venezuela, beginning in 2000.
So when the orange dude came in, he put the largest sanctions against him. The orange dude came in and says, I'm not playing with this Maduro and this with Venezuela. They're in the yard. I go to the yard and I'm watching them over at China's table. They over there got a contract with us. They saying out their mouth that they rocking with us, but they over there backdooring us, setting up a ditty for us at the table. So the orange dude came in and said, I ain't playing with them at all. Nah, I'm going to put a complete 100% sanctions on you. Get down or lay down or be our enemy. That's what happened. Look, Venezuela's inflation to hit 1,000,000%. Everybody listen clearly. We are mad when in America, when our inflation rate goes up, what, 2%? We are, right? Because the price of our goods go up, right? The inflation went up 4 or 5%. Oh my goodness, the price, we starving, we can't. Venezuela inflation went up 1,000,000%. This is what their president did to their citizens. This is why they fled. This is why they were eating animals in the street from the zoo and cats and dogs and eating food on the ground and starving and fleeing. While they had billions of barrels of oil. They did this to their own people. And they're trying to stiff United States out of their part of the oil. This been going back. Now y'all getting a full understanding. Listen clearly.
Of the largest expansion of U.S. sanctions on Venezuela. Beginning in 2017, his administration has justified these sanctions by pointing to dispute elections, voter fraud.
So now Maduro comes in and he's justifying the inflation rate for the citizens, 1,000,000%, where their dollar became worth nothing. They was burning. Y'all remember? I remember. See, people got amnesia. I remember when they was on the news and they was burning the dollars in the streets of Venezuela because it was worth nothing. They couldn't buy nothing. He justified it, this president, by saying
2017, his administration has justified these sanctions by pointing to dispute elections, voter fraud.
He just justified by saying dispute elections.
Basically under Nicolás Maduro. One of the most significant moves was cutting Venezuela off from U.S. financial institutions and capital markets.
Los países lo respetan. Nadie se mete con un banco central de ningún país.
All right, let me break this down because Ace is doing a great job. He's showing you what's really happened. And he's talking to the people in Venezuela right now. At the beginning, you'll see he's talking about his friends and they can't say their name. He's from there. I mean, he lived there, he traveled, all this. Everybody listen.
Moves was cutting Venezuela. Donald Trump presided over the largest expansion of U.S. sanctions on Venezuela. Beginning in 2017, his administration has justified these sanctions by pointing to dispute elections, voter fraud, basically under.
Okay, that was Trump justifying, the sanctions from these elections that was fraud over there, right? So in the first of Trump's run presidency, he put the most sanctions over anybody against him. So when he came back in office, he went back because they shafted America with the oil, and China is growing and China's taking more of it to get more powerful. And the orange dude ain't having it. All right, let's continue.
Nicolás Maduro. One of the most significant moves was cutting Venezuela off from U.S. financial institutions and capital markets.
So Ace said one of the most significant moves that the orange dude did back in 2017 was cut off Venezuela from any U.S. markets and everything. They're doing it to say either you're going to get out or you ain't going to have our access. You're not going to use us. And while you're doing backdoor deals with our enemies, right? You're not going to play that game with us. All right? Now, Nicolás Maduro denounces new U.S. imposed sanctions. All right? So in the orange dude's first term, he wasn't having it. Now let's continue.
Nicolás Maduro. One of the most significant moves was cutting Venezuela off from U.S. financial institutions and capital markets.
Los países lo respetan. Nadie se mete con un banco central de ningún país.
This dealt a serious blow to the government of Venezuela's ability to operate financially. And to make things even worse, throughout all these sanctions, the government was actually collapsing from inside. The country's financial problems started in 2014 when the global oil prices collapsed. At the time, Venezuela was heavily dependent on this oil as its major GDP. Let me give you perspective. At one point, Venezuela was the most wealthiest country in South America, and it was all because of the oil they were exporting out. By 2015, between the financial institution in Venezuela collapsing and all these sanctions happening, there was food shortages, medicine shortages. People started to leave, but it was in 2017 when they had a mass exodus. That was just too much for them.
Venezuela already.
Now let me break down what Ace just broke down, because now y'all understanding the real facts. Sorry, this is gonna take long. We probably gonna go to long tonight, right? Because this is the real fruit. Sorry, I should have did the rabbit hole as a separate video, but I didn't know it was gonna take that long. But that was fun. But the real fruit is here. This is the truth. Now, what he's talking about is now when Maduro, remember when Chavez was in, it went from $10 the price to over $100. So, but they gave none of that to the people, Chavez. So the country, the government got filthy rich, and they dealing with all of these contracts with all of these other nations, right? America as well. But they started to shaft America with their contract, right? For the highest bidders, right? So when Maduro came in, he took over, they still got all the money, but the price of oil tanked. So you have no control over the commodity exchange, what the price is going to be, right? So the government was already, the country is already in shambles because the people are starving, but the government was rich. They were taking all the money, right?
And to make things even worse, throughout all these sanctions, the government was actually collapsing from inside.
So they wouldn't do correct deals with the U.S., so they was putting sanctions against them from the U.S. dollar. So at the same time, their infrastructure was collapsing because Maduro and Chavez, they stopped exporting barrels of oil. They stopped putting money into refineries, what you see on the screen. They stopped investing in themselves. Let me explain this to you. A dictator is foolishly not a good businessman, number one, right? Because if you was really smart, you would take care of the people and treat them honestly, and your regime will last longer. So what they was doing, guys, listen clearly. They was taking all the money that they was getting, right? Not giving it to none of their citizens, but they also wasn't reinvesting it into the infrastructure of the Venezuelan land, meaning putting money to rebuild these mines, the infrastructure for mining the oil. So they didn't put no more money into the business. They was just taking and spending. So these refineries started to break down, and they became old and outdated. Y'all listen clearly. And they couldn't produce more oil. But the rich government, the President Maduro and them, they didn't care because they was living high off the hog. They don't care that they citizens. They don't care that they not thinking long range. As a business owner, you always reinvest into your business. You put your capital back into your business to keep it functioning with new technology, up to date. You invest in yourself. They foolishly didn't invest nothing back. So all of this infrastructure is so old and outdated that their production of oil went from about 900 million barrels a day to 300 million or 100 million. Do y'all understand? Cutting all of their income. Now, the rich governors, it don't hurt them because they just ciphering billions, but it's like a pyramid scheme. It's going to collapse in on itself. So at the same time that America was cutting their ties and sanctions and not allowing them to have access to the dollar, their infrastructure was collapsing. These mines were breaking, and they was releasing less and less barrels of oil. So it was just like the house of cards is about to cave in. See, I'm giving y'all complete understanding of what's happening and what happened. Let's continue.
Make things even worse, throughout all these sanctions, the government was actually collapsing from inside. The country's financial problems started in 2014 when the global oil prices collapsed. At the time,
so then, at the time that America's doing the sanctions, at the time that they're just using the people, the price that went from $10 to $100, the price of oil collapsed. So now they got a double whammy. The price of their resource is tanking, and they can't mine, they can't export enough because their machinery is broken, and it costs billions to replace the machinery. And they don't want to spend their money. Listen clearly. Maduro, the government, they don't want to spend their own pocket stupidly to rebuild, so they took it from the people. They took the businesses, they starved the people, and they lived off the people's money. This was what led to the collapse of Venezuela. All right, let's continue.
Inside. The country's financial problems started in 2014 when the global oil prices collapsed. At the time, Venezuela was heavily dependent on its oil as its major GDP. Let me give you perspective. At one point, Venezuela was the most wealthiest country in South America, and it was all because of the oil they were exporting out. By 2015, between the financial institution in Venezuela collapsing and all these sanctions happening, there was food shortages, medicine shortages. People started to leave, but
so they starved the people. No food, no medicine, no nothing. Inflation will hit 1,000,000%. rising prices make people choose between food and medicine. All right? This is what happened to the Venezuelan people. Let's continue.
Medicine shortages. People started to leave, but it was in 2017 when they had a mass exodus. That was just too much for them.
Venezuela already has the world's highest inflation, and it looks like the economic crisis there is about to get even worse. The International Monetary Fund projects the country's inflation rate will rise to an incomprehensible 1,000,000% by the
Everybody, 1,000,000%? They were burning these dollars in the street. I remember that. I don't forget. I have Rolodex memory. I remember they was burning them in the street. All this money. It was worth nothing. Oh, it's coming to a city near you. That's why they're going digital. That's what the XRP stuff. Come on, everybody. Listen clearly. Those dollars are going to be worth nothing. And if you don't have your digital in stock in order or have it set up in a cold wallet storage, you will be a sacrifice. Let's go.
Fund projects the country's inflation rate will rise to an incomprehensible 1,000,000% by the end of the year. Venezuela's GDP is also projected to fall by 18%, making it Venezuela's third straight year of a double-digit decline. The economic collapse is so severe, many Venezuelans are seeking a better future elsewhere.
Crisis compared to Germany in 1923 and Zimbabwe in the 2000s. They were destroying the Venezuelan people. Let's go.
Many Venezuelans are seeking a better future elsewhere. An estimated 2 million are expected to leave the country this year, according to published reports. That would mean nearly 4 million people have already left since 2016.
See, I don't forget. This news from 2018. 4 million left in 2016, 2 million more in 2000.
Have already left since 2016.
Trump went to voter fraud his first term. Fast forward to today, it went back to drug terrorism. In fact, if you look at what was happening in 2025, there was this huge talk about blowing up boats that were coming from Venezuela. The U.S. government standpoint was those boats had drugs in them.
Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority in the law. He directed the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat of narco-terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
And then we fast forward.
So now, whether true or not, the orange dude stance was that Maduro and them, right? These enslavers, right? They was partnering with China with the fentanyl, partnering with what's the name, against with the cocaine and stuff, and sending all the drugs into America, which they was. So America does it too, right? I'm not making, right? I'm just showing the facts of what happened while we get to this stage, right? And then I'm gonna show y'all what's really happening, right? Beside them saying it's the drugs and all, yeah, that got something to do with it, right? Because they need to control the shipping containers. So it was a thing where they blew up any ships coming from Venezuela and coming from them that came in because it was loaded with drugs and fentanyl and cocaine and stuff like that, right? All right. They want to have some money. No, oh, I got to watch how I say this, but they want to be controlling what's coming in, right? They want some of what's coming into America. You want to bring some drugs and you got to pay us, right? But anyway, again, this is what's going on.
Narco-terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
And then we fast forward to today, a couple hours ago, Venezuela just got bombed. What we know now is the president, or the previous president, Nicolás Maduro, has been expedited, him and his wife arrested and brought to America to face their charges.
Now, what everybody, Hebrew Jamaican Cool and everybody didn't know, that at precisely midnight in Beijing time on January 1st, 2026, China activated an interest-bearing functionality for its digital yuan holdings. What y'all don't know, because y'all not into digital currency, what China did is they activated their interest-bearing functionality for their yuan holdings, their digital currency, to be used to get all the oil from Venezuela. and no longer use nothing that got anything to do with USDT, which the US still, which is a stablecoin digital currency, which Venezuela switched to because of the blockchain to get away from taxes, does not pay taxes on it. So these companies use cryptocurrency like the black market. But they were switching from the USDT that the US could still have get their part of tax of it to China, y'all using the yuan. And they did it on January 1st, precisely midnight in Beijing time. See? And right then, once the orange dude found out on January 3rd, they executed Operation Absolute Resolve. And they said, we got to kidnap this fool. America struck. Do y'all not see? People don't understand what was really going on, okay? Because by December of 2025, Venezuela had eliminated the US dollar from 99% of all its oil transactions. And we talking 746,000 barrels per day flowing straight to China, settled in the stable coin Tether, USDT. So even though 99% of the US dollar was eliminated, USDT, they was using that stable coin, which United States get a tax off of that. But on January 1st, 2026, China activated their digital yuan. And that will remove the United States from every bit of getting any of the money of the oil and make China profit off the full. So the orange dude executed Operation Absolute, and they kidnapped this fool. This right now on the screen. Now y'all know it's gangster move. We in the middle of a gangster move. Checkmate. Come on, Yashala, y'all. That's a checkmate. I actually got that in my breakdown. I'm about to break this down after I show this. I'm going to break this down, what really happened. And now he going after Greenland. You know why? Because they after Greenland, fool. And you got these people, and they feel, leave those Greenland people alone. They don't want to, fool. Ain't no country safe. These countries that got all these resources, Greenland got all these minerals and all, they after it. So America like, we about to snatch Greenland because it's too close to us. They coming in, and if we don't grab it before they grab it, this is the battle of the prison yard. Thanks. Let's continue. Now y'all have some understanding.
To face their charges.
Right now,
arrested the president of Venezuela
to the United States was completely eliminated.
And then we fast forward to today, a couple hours ago, Venezuela just got bombed. What we know now is the president, or the previous president, Nicolás Maduro, has been expedited, him and his wife arrested and brought to America to face their charges.
Right now, meantime, Maduro, in that image, you see him, it was posted by President Trump. He is on his way to the United States to face.
First of all, let me tell y'all how gangster that is. I'm not saying it's righteous, it's unrighteous. But to go into a country and kidnap their president? Yo, we ain't never have a president that strong. I guess maybe back from, what's that dude? The dude that had one leg, used to live on Long Island. I forgot his name now. That dude, the one used to be in the wheelchair, him. Some of them old, yeah, the last president. Oh, we going somewhere. We going to tie this on up at the end. All right, this is a good one tonight. I put in a lot of work to bring this truth and understanding everything. This dude is gang. We would have been Could y'all imagine if Kamala, the cackling hyena, got in the office? She run around twerking and putting hot sauce and stuff. They up there playing. While this fool, Maduro, them running with China and BRICS, they doing this cryptocurrency and everything. Remember, the orange dudes is getting rid of the Federal Reserve. The IRS of it. That was all against us having anything to do with crypto. He said, we are going to be the crypto capital, the Bitcoin capital of the world, because who owns the AI and the digital currency will be the head of the serpent. Yeah, FDR and them will be the head of the serpent. You better hope your president is getting his gangster on right now. This ain't the time to be weak. This ain't the time to be running around with hot sauce or Sleepy Joe and all that. Oh, we'd have been done for. And we run around thinking we got our freedom to go to work and get in our car and be on our cell phones. We'll wake up and we got invaded. Y'all better, I ain't saying celebrate these serpents, but we better understand what's really happening. You're behind somebody's enemy lines. Unless you are the head of unless you part of the serpent seed, then you are the ones running the enemy. But if not, you're behind somebody. I don't care if you live in South Africa, Brazil, China, Japan, America, Greenland, Iceland, Sweden, Australia, Canada. Look what they doing to the people. What they do, what the Canadians do to the truckers. They closed their bank accounts, took everything. Y'all better come on. Y'all tripping. Y'all tripping. I'm saying shout out to we got a president who ain't having it. Because if he does have it, we will be screwed. Thinking you got freedom. Ain't no freedom is lunch until somebody come and take it. Now, I'm not promoting none of this wickedness. I wish it was all a peaceful paradise, but it ain't. It ain't. They coming. And if they gonna take it, they coming for your booty. They coming to Diddy. They coming to Diddy us. They done diddied Haiti. They done diddied Dominican Republic. They done diddied the Caribbean. They done diddied. That's all they did. They diddied Africa. They came and got us. Who came and got us? The French, the Belgian, European. They got these idiot Jews like Willie D talking about Europe is better and I trust China over America. And China, then shut up. We'll go to China then, Willie D, you clown. You're foolish. And show me how that worked out for you. You gonna be a millionaire in China? China won't even let their people download apps and stuff. They got a what's the name social score. Like you don't do this right. You can't even buy food. You stupid. How soon they forget, Salty Tate? They forget the Wuhan virus thing in 2020, right? Wuhan and all. Come on, bro. All these nation states, they all part of the same serpent. Those serpents of these kingdoms are battling who's going to be the head of the serpent in this new world order. Yeah, they're going to learn tonight. You know what we do. That's why they shadow ban this channel. We're the strongest channel on YouTube. We are, and that's why they shadow ban us so much. They let people get millions. A new channel, they only got 13 videos. They get 5 million views. They shadow ban us because we the strongest channel on YouTube that show the whole truth and break it down. No matter what it is, I don't pick sides or nothing. I ain't on sides or nothing, but I ain't on the side of stupid either. The Safari, y'all, they call the Bible tells me wise as the serpent. I understand. I'm thankful the orange dude is crazy and he up there like, wow, y'all gonna see in this video? He gonna literally and say, yeah, Colombia next if they don't act right. Yo, I'm like, go ahead, orange dude. And then you got these idiot juices in America writing to my, he needs to be impeached and who you gonna put in there? Kamala the Cackler? Who you gonna put? Who you want? Sleepy Joe back? Fools. We need a gangster in office. And somehow the orange dude is gang. Shout out to New York. New York been taking some L's because the rappers is sure Fruity McNuty doing Diddy stuff. But the president is from New York. He a gangster. In fact, you gotta be gang to survive. You got Africa, you got all these countries destroying their nations. Only the dictators who stand up. You gotta stand up. Look what they did to, what's his name from Iraq? Saddam Hussein. They did it to Gaddafi. If you don't, they're gonna take your country, they're gonna take the resources and just bury you in the books like you ain't. You got to be smart. They playing 4D chessboard on the prison stage. It's a prison. You ain't more gangster than George. Even Papa Bush, because Papa Bush was the real gangster. Son Bush was an idiot juice. But Trump is even more gangster than Papa. He's more gangster than all of them. I don't know what it is. It's some New York thing. It's something, I don't know what it is. Trump is just crazy. Trump is just, he say it too. He be like, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. He'd be like, it'll be okay. It'll all be taken care of. Nothing to see here. I'll do this, and everything will be all right, right? Just be like, yeah, they're not friends with America. They're not friendly, but I'll take care of it. I'll go in and it'll be all resolved, right? He'd just be matter-of-factly. But guess what? These countries know they ain't playing. Oh, they know he ain't playing. Oh, America ain't punks no more. Oh, we were punks. Let's continue.
Drug trafficking charges in the right now. Meantime, Maduro, in that image you see him, it was posted by President Trump. He is on his way to the United States to face drug trafficking charges in the Southern District of New York.
What's happening right now? If you go to Miami, you'll see a lot of Venezuelan people happy.
That's what Hebrew Jamaican Cooley was talking about. That's why I said, give me time, Cooley. You know I bring fruit. I bring the truth. All right? All right? So that's what he's talking about. Why do you think they
drug trafficking charges in the Southern District?
They're the ones who fled. They watched their country get destroyed from their government. Do you understand? It's not that they want their country taken over by America, but they're looking for anybody to help. Can somebody come and debo this? Because with them, they just going to have them destroyed. They will suck their country to death. And you look at America, as much as they complain about America, we seem to not be having to eat zoo animals. As much as we got bad everything, we ain't running around in dirt roads like certain in Africa with all these resources, right? They got all the diamonds and the cobalt and all that, but they just as poor as crap. Like, but China runs it. Like, come on, bro. We complain about America a lot, but I got this internet, I got this phone. We here at 1 o'clock in the morning. We doing okay. They're happy that this after all those years, it's been going on for 20 years that they've been destroying these people country, starving them. Finally, somebody came and did something. Not saying they wanted to be run over, taken by America. Let's continue.
America to face their charges.
Right now, meantime, Maduro, in that image you see him, it was posted by President Trump. He is on his way to the United States to face drug trafficking charges in the Southern District of New York.
What's happening right now? If you go to Miami, you'll see a lot of Venezuelan people happy, enjoying. For the most part, a lot of Venezuelans, especially out of the country, are enjoying the news.
Now that's actual Venezuela. Come on, Hebrew. You know I'm going to bring all the fruit. That's why I said, just be slow to speak. You know I'm going to bring all the fruit. This is actual Venezuela, in Venezuela, screaming freedom.
If you don't know, during this whole sanction time, 8 million people left the country and have been filling up countries like Colombia, Chile, America, Mexico, even in Europe, just to find a new life. And because of that, a lot of them are happy because they feel like now there's an opportunity for them to get back home, go home. I don't know if they're gonna go visit home. I think a lot of them made their new lives in these new countries. I feel like they're going to go visit, but they might just stay where they're at if they can. And immigrants who've been traveling to other countries, they're more likely to come back home, especially the ones in Colombia. I think out of all the countries that have the most immigrants that left Venezuela, it was Colombia. I don't know how that's going to change the dynamic of work because so many Colombians rely on cheap labor from the Venezuelan people. And now there's this.
So I cut it out. He did a section where he's talking about his friends who were doctors, lawyers, professionals have to work cleaning toilets in Colombia, the Venezuelan refugees, because these countries put them at the bottom. So whatever degree you was an engineer, now you work cleaning toilets, maids. So he's saying that some of those that are celebrating in these countries like Miami, some of them might not move back there because they established themselves in new countries, but they're going to go back and visit. And some will move back, like in Colombia, because they live under slave wages in these countries. And now they're hoping that the United States stick to their word and actually rebuild the refineries and bring some type of stability like they see us have in America. Everybody complains about America. Everybody listen clearly. I'm sorry. I'm not promoting America, these serpents, but y'all need to have reality. Everybody complains about America, but everybody in the world runs to America. You got Africans complaining blacks ain't got no culture while they living in Texas. Wearing a suit and tie, wearing some Jordans or whatever, wearing a baseball cap to the back, saying we ain't got no culture, saying America ain't this. Everybody sends their people come to America for education to go to university. They come, Singapore, one of the richest countries on the planet, but you got in California, in the University of America, you got a bunch of Singapore children here and they don't go back. So as much as everybody complain about America, the whole world comes here to get their education, to live here, and then they complain about America and talk crap while they're here. Make that make sense. That's why when people was running all that and these Israelites go run to Africa, I'm like, y'all stupid Jews. I ain't going nowhere. I know where I'm at. I understand the beast that I'm under. I know how to navigate this serpent. I ain't going into somebody else's serpent where I don't know that serpent. I don't know what that serpent got for me. I know what they got for us in America. We're able to become millionaires in America. We're able to make a bag or two in America. You might be able to make a decent life in America. You know where to run, where to hustle. These people flee in their countries from all over the world, but then they complain about America. You hypocrites. I just ain't no hypocrite. I'm not a fool. I'm not going to, that's that grass is green on the other side. I'm not going to sit up here and keep complaining about the country. Yeah, I know what happened to my people. I know what happened. I know all this, but I know what also my people are the richest so-called ethical black people in the whole world. And where did that happen? Here in America. They ain't the richest people over there where they took us from. They ain't the richest people over there in Spain and Portugal where we came from, took us from. They ain't the richest people over there in Jacobite in Europe where they took us from. They the richest here. And the whole world follows the culture of the Americans here. Sorry, not sorry. So y'all need to check yourself. Because to me, that's mutiny. To me, that's like, listen, let the serpent who run this, let them do that. I'd rather the orange dude be a gang and go establish our dominance so that we don't become someone else's slave, America, because that's what will happen, fools. Sorry, not sorry. Let's continue. And like I said, I wish it was a beautiful, peaceful planet, but it ain't. It's a prison planet. The world is a prison, and they are battling for king of the yard. You're going to either be somebody's girlfriend or you're going to establish yourself as a separate threat to the other gangs. Each nation is a gang. China, Russia, they're battling for control, and they will consume you if you don't stand up. They consume all these countries. That's why they got NATO agreements. So we got an agreement with Denmark and Greenland and Sweden under NATO and these pacts that will protect them and stop from any of these countries coming and deboing and diddying them as long as we get this amount of resource. You got to pay. You got to pay for protection. It's the mafia. The world is a mafia. You got to pay protection. You get our protection, you pay to play, and you stay loyal. Now, we might shift you in the end because we're a serpent. Y'all listen clearly. We're a serpent. They are serpents. But it's better you get our bite than the other bite, because the other bite is going to destroy and take everything. You know this serpent. So you click up, and you pay protection fees. Yeah, you're going to get down with somebody in the yard. A lone wolf will be destroyed in prison. You can only go for so long. I don't care how big you is or nothing. You have to get down with somebody. Everybody listen clearly, or you will be consumed by the serpent of the prison, the principality of death over the prison. The world is a prison, and everybody is fighting for control, their position in the prison yard. Do y'all hear me? I'm talking facts. Because no matter what you do, somebody's coming up in your cell, in your country. If you don't have protection of it, you don't have a threat. A Debo, where there's others who go, these other countries in prison, they're like, nah, we don't want to do that because USA, they down with the US. And somebody attested, if you ain't down with nobody, they coming in your cell and they're gonna diddy you. They're gonna take your manhood, gonna take everything from you. You're gonna be a itch. You're gonna be washing their drawers. You're gonna be a slave. This is the world stage. All the countries are doing it. You see what they do to Africa? Look what China doing. And stupid Willie D talking about China. I trust China more than America. China, well, go to China then, Willie D, clown. Or go to Africa that's being ran by China and show me how that do you. While you sitting up there in America with your 1 million views and subscribers making you made $50,000 from that video when you complaining about America, talking about you trust China. Trump need to deport you. Sorry. And I know it could sound like I'm political. I'm not. I'm just on choose sides. Choose who, like, come on, I don't do don't be a turncoat, stand, but don't be a fool either. That's mutiny to me. Like, yo, bro, you need to go then. China's so good to you, then why ain't you doing your YouTube video from China? That's clown talk to me, bro. And you wanted Kamala to come. They mad because ain't no Democrat. I'm glad the orange dude in there. Because if he wasn't in there, we might be screwed. What's happening? Oh, that 2026 rang in something. We getting close to the 2030 agenda. All right? Yeah, I'm talking facts. We talking to anybody who know. They know what I'm talking about is the truth. The world is a prison. The prison stage. You heard? It ain't a peaceful planet. It's a prison planet. So you got to be under somebody. You got to make an alliance with a gang. Who you down with? What set you claim, fool? That's what these countries, so these countries will slide into Greenland. They'll slide into Iceland, Sweden. They'll slide into Singapore. They'll slide into what China trying to do? Taiwan, right? They'll slide in what Russia did, Ukraine, right? They'll slide in and be like, what set you claim, fool? Who holding you down? So you might be able to say Greenland, United States. We part of NATO pact. You come up in here, you got to answer to the U.S. And in order to do that, you got to pay to play. Everybody listen. So Trump is right now, he ain't done. He going after Greenland because he knows they after Greenland. They attacking now. And Trump said, we got to take Greenland now. Take it. Acquire it. It sounds crazy. We're going to own Greenland. He's also trying to own Canada. But Canada just said, no, you can't. They're trying to own it the way that we own Puerto Rico now, the way we own Hawaii, the way we own. This is not nothing to play with. If you don't, somebody else will. You got to establish your power. This the prison yard. Y'all listen, man. Come on. We going long tonight. I'm going to have to chop this lesson up, but this is one. I ain't stopping. I got too much to go. Let's go.
Let's talk about this country.
Sorry that if y'all got to go to work, but this is for real.
Now transforming into something new. Cheap labor from the Venezuelan people. And now there's this talk about this country now transforming into something new.
So now he said he talked to his people from Venezuela, and they all talking about now this country, their country, Venezuela, now transforming into something new after all these years of being oppressed, enslaved, starved to death by their own country. They're saying now that they have a chance at this country, their country being something new.
Backed by the U.S. government, a lot of people are excited about that. You think about the United States as a...
He said for them now, backed by the U.S. now, because Trump came in and took it. Trump literally went in there, took the president, kidnapped him, took him. Now they said, we own the oil now. Now, China, you got to renegotiate your deal with us. The orange dude is a Debo smart man. This was a checkmate move before they took it. Everybody, China was taking it, and they was using the yuan stable coin. Trump went in right under their noses, did a move that nobody think you could do. They didn't see it coming. This was a checkmate move. He came in and took this queen off the board. Checkmate. Do you understand? And he said, now we own the Venezuela oil, and you gotta come through us. And now he said, now we gotta take Greenland, because now they're gonna try to ping pong and grab Greenland, and Greenland got the minerals, and that gives them access to this part of the Western Hemisphere. This is hemisphere wars, bro. This is the what's the name? Yeah, the Art of the Deal. And what's that book that 50 Cent, The Art of War? This is nothing to play with. But people in their emotions, Hayazak, and they're talking, yeah, wars and they're thinking, oh, how dare Trump? He needs to be, he's stupid. Y'all fool, sit down, shut up. You're out of your league. You don't know about prison. You've been somebody's wife in prison. I could tell that you wouldn't know how to survive because you don't know the politics. It's called geopolitics. So Trump will say one thing, right? But then Rubio, his Secretary of Defense, he'll come and say, we don't need no oil. See, they're lying. It's more than oil, but this is how they play the politics. You don't let the left hand know what the right hand knows. So Trump will say one thing because Trump raw. Trump will be like, yeah, I took it. Rubio will be like, no, we didn't need the oil. It's not about, but that's still a forked tongue. It's not about the oil, but it is still about that. It's about the oil and more. It's the oil, the infrastructures, the crypto. Do y'all not know they took 600 million Bitcoins for my investment group? Venezuela, Maduro was stacking Bitcoin like a man. Y'all remember in the investment group? Remember when I kept showing Venezuela bought this many Bitcoin? Remember months ago? And China bought this many, America bought. They got 600 million Bitcoin in their reserves now. America already had a stockpile of Bitcoin reserve. Others who said we gonna be the Bitcoin capital of the world. Yo, they took 600 million Bitcoin. I'm like, oh, this is on and popping. They got the oil, they got the Bitcoin, they got the reserves. Let's go. And now he said, we're going after Greenland. It's going down. It ain't going to get better. It's going to get worse. You want your president to be a punk or chump? In prison, they call you a chump if they going to run up in your backside. Shout out to Orange Dude. He ain't no chump. Let's go.
Country that
I ain't agreeing with none of this. It just is. This is the reality of what's happening. I'm not saying that this should be happening. No, we should be all eating fruits and berries in the Garden of Eden. Adam, if it was for Adam and Eve, Adayam and Hayavah, right? But no. I'm glad we got this serpent as head of America. Shout out to the orange star. He ain't playing. All right, let me try to get through this.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
This reminds me of the book of Daniel, of that figure that he saw in the vision. It reminds me how these empires are kind of growing even more, and how the lines are spreading out to certain areas. And there was something else I wanted to say. Oh, Joshua and Caleb. You know, you can't be so soft with it. How y'all commanded Joshua and Caleb to go ahead and go into the land of Canaan and take what was theirs, take what would protect themselves. Like, you have to take it, or they'll take you. That's all.
Or you'll lose it. It's not nothing to play with. It's the prophecy, the end times. It ain't what we wanted, what the Most High wanted for us, but it's what it is. Manifest destiny, they come and they'll take everything. Facts. All right, let's continue.
About the United States as a country that is, how do I say?
All right, so he says his friends in Venezuela, they're excited about now their country being under the United States protection banner. And they're hoping, because they see how the United States citizens are treated, that maybe some of that will be treated under the United States protection, because what they was getting from their own was worse than they could ever. 1,000,000% inflation. Okay? He said, take that down dominion.
Excited about that. You think about the United States as a country that is, how do I say, freedom, liberty. Although it may have its own agendas, it brings up so many different questions to ask.
He's correct. He says they're looking, some of the, Venezuelan natives, it's like they're looking like, well, maybe our country now can have some of the freedom and stuff like America has. But he says, but America got its own agenda, which is due. It's a serpent. But I can guarantee you they won't be under 1,000,000% of inflation and they won't be stopped. No. They won't. That doesn't happen because America will make it, because the orange dude immediately said that they're going to spend billions to build the oil refineries, to rebuild it, because Maduro just let it go to crap. So they got to spend the millions in it because he know what's going to come from it. And with that, we control the power that the oil for the AI and the Bitcoin mining. And then we control the contracts. Now, China got to deal with a different contract because you just lost your 100 billions of oil. Yeah, the lesser two evils. That's the game. We living in the prison world, the serpent seeds world. You're going to have to make a deal with the devil, right? You're going to survive it. Use the tools of hell to survive the hell you in. It doesn't mean you have to become one with it, but you got to be wise as that serpent. So I'm doing the wisdom of the serpent and understanding that if under this allegiance, give Caesar what Caesar's, right? Rome fell, Greece fell, kingdoms fall. And what happened when they fall? They get diddied and taken over. All right? Facts. Just facts. All right, let's continue.
What the future of Venezuela is, which are questions to ask. What that brings up so many, although it may have its own agendas, it brings up so many different questions to ask. What the future of Venezuela is, which I'll tell you later, but let me just talk about what I'm hearing from the ground at the moment. I can't tell you the people who sending me this information, obviously for,
Ace is telling you, I cut stuff out, what he hearing from the ground in Venezuela, not Miami, not everything. His people, he can't tell you the names because the people, I cut some of out, they're scared because there was rumors going on in Venezuela that America might release Maduro back. So Ace's people in Venezuela are scared he told them, don't tell the names or who we are because they don't want to say something against the Venezuelan government, and then America end up releasing Maduro and he comes back and they know there's going to be hell to pay. All right. So he says, he can't say their names. All right. So this is the state of the people. They're scared because they heard through the rumors that America, if they got if Maduro played his right hand, then they might could release him. If he wants to play the game, they might release him back. And the Venezuelan natives are scared of that. They want him to stay gone. So they're in a limbo place. They can't really speak how they feel because if he comes back, they're screwed. And plus his vice president, the sister, is still on his side. So they got to be careful. So when they told Ace what's going on there, they asked him not to mention their name. All right, now let's continue.
The moment that's
why I use Ace as my source. He's experienced. All right, let's continue.
I can't tell you the people who sending me this information, obviously for safety reasons, but from what I'm hearing, the bombings occurred in Caracas, near the airport area outside of Caracas. They targeted military bases. I can show you some of the pictures here of the military bases. Since then, the U.S. government has...
These are actual pictures of the bombings of the military bases outside of Caracas and stuff, right? So that's why I say I'm showing y'all the actual footage from Ace, who actually got people sending them who are actually there.
The military bases. Since then, the U.S. government has said they have talks with the vice president. They said she was cooperating, but now there's a message from her saying that they want Maduro back.
Meanwhile, the vice president of Venezuela, Maduro's vice president, her name is Delcy Rodriguez. She just spoke. We've got the audio in now. I want to play for you what she just said to Trump.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolás Maduro and his wife. the only president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
So the people in the streets of Venezuela are uncertain, especially in Caracas. From what I'm hearing, there's no power in Caracas at the moment. And there's hysteria when it comes to food.
Qué locura de loco. Mira, Ciudad Tiuna saliendo colapsada. Todo a Ciudad Tiuna para afuera se está colapsando. Mira, todo a Ciudad Tiuna.
See, that's what I meant, Jamaica Cool. I said, give me time. You know, Unc, I do straight receipts. There's hysteria in Venezuela because there's no power put in place. So the food, the people are scared. Okay? Right? And she's definitely going to be next because she talking that crap. Orange dude ain't having that. But let's continue. That says chaos.
Qué locura de loco. Mira, Ciudad Tiuna saliendo colapsada. Todo a Ciudad Tiuna para afuera se está colapsando. Mira, todo a Ciudad Tiuna.
Everybody is just stocking up food in the street, and people are scared, especially for the next 72 hours. Here's my thoughts on what may happen. There's a couple of different outcomes to this. One of them is, which is least likely to happen, is America gets back Maduro. That might happen, right? And this is why people in Venezuela are being very careful about how they express their feelings, because if he does come back and there was someone so vocal about him being taken, that could be an issue. But what goes through where America starts to help manage and govern over Venezuela, what that means, I think, it means that America would help the new government come in and be its own entity. But obviously it would be a government that would work with America. You know how that goes. But if that were to happen, even then, I think Venezuelans, for the most part, at least the international Venezuelans, would be excited for that to happen until they see in the back end if they don't agree with what's happening with their resources. Some may argue the U.S. involvement in Venezuela is only about the oil, and that argument is hard to ignore. Venezuela holds the largest proven oil reserve in the world. Greater access to oil leads to lower energy prices, which can affect consumers in the United States and globally. Lower energy costs can reduce transportation and production expenses, which has a ripple effect to the economy. At the same time, if this goes through, there are some geopolitical consequences. And then you have the other nations in the region may question whether similar consequences will happen to them.
Have you considered talking to the president of Colombia, who you call a drug leader?
No, I haven't really thought too much about him. He's been fairly hostile to the United States, and I haven't given him a lot of thought. He's going to have himself some big problems if he doesn't wise up. Colombia is producing a lot of drugs.
Yo, the orange dude, bro. I'm sorry, I'm not a political nothing, but if you have someone standing for your country, you don't want them to be a punk. These presidents of these countries, South American countries and these African countries, they're not punks, bro. Orange dude, like, I ain't giving much thought. But if he's really hostile, the Colombian president, and that Colombian president with the drugs was working with Chavez. So back with the first Chavez, the one who was taking on the land of Salvador, him and the Colombian president, they was running all type of drugs into America, cocaine, right? So the orange dude, he like, yeah, he's really hostile to America. But if he don't wake up, he gonna have a problem. Yo, I'm rocking with the orange dude. See, I wish we could all just get along. Do you understand? Yeah, Putin is definitely gang. Putin is definitely gang. I like Putin because Putin is a smooth gangster too, right? A lot of his stuff be quiet. Trump is more, he'll say it. So they're just different levels, right? Yeah, but that's why they have a certain respect for each other. Orange dude and Putin, right? They didn't respect America with Sleepy Joe, and they sure enough wouldn't respect Kamala the cackling hyena. That's why they tried to get her in there, right? But let's continue.
Consequences will happen to them.
Have you considered talking to the president of Colombia, who you call a drug leader?
No, I haven't really thought too much about him. He's been fairly hostile to the United States, and I haven't given him a lot of thought. He's going to have himself some big problems if he doesn't wise up.
The Colombian president gonna have himself some big problems if he don't fly straight and wise up. All right, let's continue.
Colombia is producing a lot of drugs. They have cocaine factories that they make cocaine, as you know, and they sell it right into the United States. So he better wise up, or he'll be next. He'll be next too. And I hope he's listening. He's going to be next.
This whole thing that's
Yo, I'm so sorry. I understand, right? Like we saying, Putin is more gangster, but everybody got their own way that they do stuff. Did you hear the orange dude? He not be. I'm sorry. I'm just from the streets, and whether I agree with somebody or not, you respect gangster. He said, "I hope he's listening. You gonna be next." If you, he talking to the president of Colombia, right? This is nothing but gangster. I'm so sorry. I'm not playing. This is gangster. We are not looking like punks on the world stage anymore. I ain't saying it's righteous, it's unrighteous, but these serpents are playing a game to who's going to be the head of the serpent. Do y'all hear? I couldn't ask for nobody better to be representing that serpent for these other Debos in the prison yard. Nah. I would be like, yeah. We might need the orange dude to step up and talk to prison politics because he ain't having it from none of them, right?
I haven't given him a lot of thought. He's going to have himself some big problems if he doesn't wise up. Colombia is producing a lot of drugs. They have cocaine factories that they make cocaine, as you know, and they sell it right into the United States. So he better wise up, or he'll be next. He'll be next too. And I hope he's listening. He's going to be next.
This whole thing that's happening right now.
That import. Trump talking to the elite like they the ops. Come on, Saudi Tate. This is what you want from a leader when these serpents. I don't want no punk. I sure enough ain't want Kamala with hot sauce. What's she gonna do? She be laughing. What's she gonna do? Get smashed? No disrespect. All right? I'm not disrespecting no woman, but she was a sellout. Right? Sleepy Joe, what he gonna do? He half sleep. Sleepy, right? He got puppet master. Trump is so focused. He leaned in and said, I hope you listening. You gonna be next, fool. Facts. Trump did this. I'm watching you. Yeah, he leaned in with it. He did this. I'm watching you. Oh, let's go. All right, I'm sorry. Let's continue.
It's bound to trigger some huge backlash internationally. So just think about it, guys. If we take over one huge country like Venezuela, what's stopping us from doing that for other countries like Panama or Colombia? I think it'll be a really hard thing to prove that they can take Colombia, but there might be more bombings in drug regions in Colombia. And that whole idea opens up a new Pandora box. The idea that if America would take over this huge region of Central South America, that they can empower these countries to be their new China. As I mentioned, I've been to Venezuela several times, and my overall experience living in that country for several months has what's very interesting. It's a country that learned to exist in a box per se through all the sanctions that were put on it that affected its economy. It still figured out a way to, the word wouldn't be thrive, but to exist. But walking through the streets of Venezuela,
Come on, Yahakinan. Yah is like, let the games begin. This is prophecy. This is what Hakiyama's talking about, Daniel with the statue, right? The Gog and Magog, wars and rumors of wars, the brass, the burners, the foot, the bear, the lion, the eagle. They're going to go to war, bro. This is going, let the games begin. This is all prophecy. You heard? That's why I said I ain't on the side of the unrighteous, but y'all let this, we just have to be righteous and let this play, be wise as the serpent and be careful and watch your mouth, what you say, watch how you move and discern the serpent, discern the times.
It's like walking through like everyday life in any other South American country. People have their technology stores, you have your grocery stores, you have your restaurants. Granted, when it comes to certain restaurants, their food might be limited because of the resources they can get into the country, but they still figure out a way to make it work. I say all that to say that I hope everything works out for Venezuela. There is a peaceful resolution. Whatever is the best for Venezuela happens. If America does come in and does something with the economy, I do see a lot of Venezuelans coming back and reinvesting money into their country. As long as they can feel that the government, whatever government that is put back into place, is a stable and honest government. Otherwise, history can't repeat itself.
All right. Now, this is my clip of Trump, Haiti, Tesla, Venezuela, rabbit hole exposed. Haitians, listen clearly. Shout out to Haiti. Sac passe to all my righteous Haitian brothers and sisters. For the tethers who don't like us, kick rocks. But for my righteous Haitian brothers and sisters, sac passe, right? And that's to everybody. I don't care who you are, what country you come from, right? If you're righteous and you rock with us, peace and blessings. If you don't, kick rocks. All right, copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is Haiti's part. Everybody listen and learn some historical facts.
What's up, guys? I am back in Venezuela and I came to take a picture of this statue right here. This statue is a huge statue of the Haitian president, Alexander Pétion. And man, this is the biggest statue I've seen. They made of him outside of Haiti. Look at that sign right here. Wow, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful, so big. Wow.
And this is in Venezuela, the last time Ace was there before all this war. The statue of the Haitian president. You're about to find out what this is in a second.
I've never seen a bigger statue of a Haiti president. I've been to Cali, Colombia, and Ecuador, and they all have beautiful statues. But this one right here is amazing. So I'm gonna see if I can take a picture somehow and do it.
All right, guys, just to give you a reason why this statue is here and in several other countries, is because during the South America War, there was a man named Simon Bolivar. In fact, he is known as the liberator of all of South America. Pretty much he led a huge...
This man, Simon Bolivar, was known as the liberator of all of South America, not just Haiti. Historical lesson fact. Everywhere Ace went, they got these countries, South American countries, Colombia, Venezuela, all that, they got the statues of this Haitian warrior. All right? Now, he said here, this is one of the biggest he's seen of all the countries. Now, listen to this fact.
War beating a lot of all of South America on Boulevard. In fact, he is known as the liberator of all of South America. Pretty much he led a huge war beating a lot of Spaniards, but he almost failed. There was a war he failed in Cartagena. He was at his last leg, so he went looking for some help from other countries, but everyone told him no until he went to this newly found republic in the islands. He met up with the generals and they agreed that they would help him fight his war. And so they gave him funds, they gave him new arms, they gave him a printing press, they gave him men so he could continue his fight. And so he did. They used the island as a place to strategize. They made their flags there, everything. And that republic, that newly found republic, was Haiti. And so I thought it was appropriate that I tell you this because a lot of people don't know the involvement of Haiti when it comes to these huge countries. But I can help you by reminding you. Every time you look at the Colombian flag, Venezuelan or Ecuadorian flag, just know that came from one flag, the Grand Colombia flag, which Simon Bolivar helped create. That flag was made in Haiti. But since we're in Venezuela, let's be more particular. The Venezuelan flag, yes, The Venezuelan flag was also made in Haiti. Anyways, guys, just wanted to share with you.
So this is some of the fact they don't let you know. The Grand Colombian flag is where all the South American flags come from, and it came from this Haitian warrior, this man, Simon Bolivar.
Flag was also made in Haiti. Anyways, guys, just wanted to yes, let's be more particular. And Colombia flag, which Simon Bolivar helped know that came from one flag. The Grand Colombia flag, which Simon Bolivar helped create. That flag.
So he fought the French and all them for South America's indigenous or melanated for freedom. And that was all made in Haiti. And they looked down on Haiti too, right? It's crazy. So that was the Haitian. I know y'all thought it was going to be something negative. No, it ain't negative. Shout out to the righteous Haitian brothers and sisters. All right, now let's go. Now let's close out with our banger banger. All right? Banger banger. Yeah, he lining it all up. Here we go. So I'm going to go to this one. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. For reactionary purposes.
So there is a second order crypto effect here where since for going back a decade now, my reporting was back in 2017, because of spiraling inflation of the Bolivar, a lot of people had turned to cryptocurrencies, mining Ethereum and Bitcoin in their homes in order to just have a stable source of cash. But the other side of this is the fact that there are multiple reports that the government itself has been looking to evade sanctions by doing sales of oil in Tether, which they then move into Bitcoin. And so much of this market moves on.
Now, let me explain what they're talking about, which y'all don't know. I know because I'm in cryptocurrency. In our crypto class, I've been showing this for years now, months and stuff, right? What the Venezuela Maduro was doing was setting up miners to mine the Bitcoin with the oil, right? The energy, right? And he was using the USDT stablecoin to avoid the taxes and avoid the monetary tracking of his deals that he was doing with China and Russia and everything. So he was importing the oil and getting the payment through USDT, which can't be tracked on his blockchain, and turning it into Bitcoin, stacking his Bitcoin. So he had over 600,000 Bitcoins. It's billions of dollars, bro. Do you not understand? And stacked up. More than America is one of the top. Venezuela is one of the top. Trump came in with Trump did a checkmate of all checkmates. He got the silver. Let me explain. Venezuela was one of the powerful silver holders. He was stacking gold, Maduro, for Chavez, silver, Bitcoin, and oil. And Trump's checkmate grabbed all that silver, and the price of silver just spiked because of China and Shanghai, because the silver is running out. Trump snatched up all the silver, all the gold, the 600 million Bitcoin, and all the oils in one check move. That is, I need y'all to understand that all of those resources are the resources of the new coming finance as the dollar Federal Reserve collapses and goes into this new digital age of currencies. And Orange Dude kept saying America's going to be at the head of this digital transition. America's trying to be the head of the serpent. And Trump just snatched that head. He just snatched that position, locked it. That was the most gangster move. And people in their feelings that have no idea about cryptocurrency or Bitcoin or the mining or the XRP or the railroads, the railways, and what all the countries doing in BRICS, and everybody's biting with the AI and you have no idea. And you and your feelings. So why don't you leave those people alone? Leave the Greenland people alone. Them Greenland people about to be slaves if somebody, Trump, like we about to get it before they take it. Everybody listen.
on sentiment. So even the promise that perhaps the U.S. government, when they came in, might seize these assets, hold on to it, that's a bull case for Bitcoin if you have a stockpile such as that that isn't being liquidated.
All right, very interesting stuff. Very quickly, because we got to go. Is it a tailwind for just Bitcoin or also Ethereum, Solana, and some of these other coins?
It's a rising tide lifts all ships. In fact, XRP has had outsized performance. And when you see one altcoin do particularly well.
What did she just say? XRP. What did I show you at the beginning with the rabbit hole? XRP. What was the fallen angel gematria calculator talking about? Trump, the XRP. What? Come on, bro. It's bigger than people think. You better know what's going on. I know. And the Most High had me go into this space 5 years ago and master it and learn it all. You heard?
It really is one of these.
Go ahead, Akiyama.
Sister Hayazak asks if we need a VPN.
For what? Oh, sorry, for what? Yeah, I got.
I'll put it on screen so you can see it too.
Oh, I can't see.
She said, please ask him about that link. In order to sign up and create a new account, would he recommend having a VPN?
You don't need a VPN just to but I can send you I can send you the VPN if you want to, but you don't need it for that account because it doesn't matter, because you're going to be using your real address for. So when you sign up for the BLOFIN, which you have to do, it's your real everything, right? So later, well, the BLOFIN is not, once you do later, when you do your Kraken one, and don't wait till you get the link from me, then that's where because exchange is like a bank account, but the BLOFIN is an exchange. So you got to put your real name and everything, but you don't need a VPN because it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. It's like you setting up a trading account, exchange account, right? So you don't need it. But yeah, I'll be able to post that too, right? So, and I'll let y'all know for all of that, for when you have to do that, all right? All right. Yeah, Google is nosy, but how can I say this? They're gonna know anyway with this only because of the exchange. Because yeah, I use I definitely use a VPN because I'm all over the place getting my info and everything, right? I'm already shadow banned and stuff. So I'm trying to look for my link. I should be able to find it. I know I put it here somewhere, right? Because then if you use my link, we both get months off for free if you use my link. And I haven't been trying to find it. Where is it?
I think I got it.
For my Nord? You talking about Bitcoin?
Oh, that one? No.
No, I'm talking about my
I was referring to Yolana.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to find my Nord one. Where is it? I didn't put it here. I'll find it. Because I want you to go through mine because we'll both get 3 months off. Right? And I don't use it. You don't see me making like commercials for it. But I have all of these affiliations with these companies because I use it and I'll be using the stuff later. You know what I mean? But I'll send it to you. Hayazak, I'll send it to you. I need to start posting it anyway. Sorry, I don't want to take. All right, I'll continue. It's somewhere, right? I got so many, right? So that's kinesis. That's for your silver and stuff. All right, I'll find it. It's somewhere. All right, so let me continue. So just to open your BLOFIN, you don't need it. It's fine. You can just open it. It's fine. It doesn't matter. All right. So, because that's going to be income that's going to be reported, right? So you'll have all of that. You'll see. This is the world currency where it's going. All right. So now
signs of a risk-on environment.
All right. Let me continue. Let's go to the next clip so we can close out. Trump, copyright disclaimers are in effect. For educational purposes only. We don't own rights to this video. The president. Hold on.
the White House is explicitly putting the threat of military action against a NATO ally on the table in the case of Greenland. This is a new statement from Caroline Leavitt just into CNBC moments ago. She says President Trump has made it well known that acquiring Greenland is a national security priority of the United States, and it's vital to deter our adversaries in the Arctic region. The president and his team are discussing a range of options to pursue this important foreign policy goal. And of course, utilizing the U.S. military is always an option at the commander-in-chief's disposal. Now, this statement from Caroline Leavitt following on some reporting from Reuters news service just within the past half hour or so. Reuters reporting earlier that the president and his team are discussing a range of options for acquiring Greenland, and that utilizing the military is an option. Leavitt's statement now putting that on the record. The president and his advisors, according to Reuters, are discussing options including purchasing the territory from Denmark.
Buying a country, Greenland. But the orange dude said, we need it. We're going to take it no matter what. So he's basically like, Greenland, you need to allow us to purchase it, or we coming to get it before China comes and get it, before Russia comes and get it. All right?
We're forming a compact of free association with the island. Those steps obviously below the threshold of military activity. The president would like to acquire Greenland during his current term in office. A senior official tells Reuters, and the president has made clear that acquiring Greenland is a national security priority that a senior U.S. official says is not going away anytime soon. Now, we saw the prime minister of Denmark, which controls Greenland, putting out a statement over the past 24 hours, Morgan, saying that any military action against Greenland by the United States would mean the end of NATO. NATO, of course, the military alliance of Western countries that has enforced the peace throughout the Cold War and the post-World War II period. That is something we just haven't seen before, Morgan. This is sort of uncharted territory here, at least rhetorically, for one NATO.
So what this means, everybody, we're at a different stage of world politics. This is the rush for who's going to be the head of the serpent. Now, Trump is trying to tell Denmark and Greenland, you're part of the NATO compact. You're under our umbrella. You are an ally. Now it's time for all the allies to get in line. We need to lock down. I don't need you doing no other deals outside because it's a rush grab now. These serpents are trying to grab up most of the world to see who's going to be the head of the serpent. So take the peaceful offer. Don't have us, because Trump said we need it and we're going to acquire it one way or the other. And the people are, Trump is being a bully. And you don't understand what's happening. If he don't get it, they're going to get it. And it's only 1,200 miles outside of America. It's like all those enemy countries are in the waters. Their ships are in the waters, the maritime, and they're hovering around Greenland. And Trump need to latch it down. He need to go to the cell in the prison yard and stand in front of Greenland in the cell and mark his territory. He need to piss on the tree, right? Mark his turf. You understand? You got to. Yeah, they call them all type of stuff because they don't understand politics. You fools, you want us to be somebody's slave? Yeah, he like by any because it's 22. This thing is going into the 2030 agenda. This new world, this 2026 thing marked something coming. Facts.
Member to be threatening military action, or at least placing the prospect of military action against another on the table in an on-the-record explicit mode, as the White House has just done now. Clearly, the acquisition of Greenland is a key priority for President Trump.
I'll just start with a quote from Donald Trump for you. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of can we do without it? We can't. How will that frame policy?
Trump said we have to have Greenland. It's not a question if we can do without it, we can't. Because he understands that that is a marker that has to be in our control lest they have a portal, an entry. It's a wound. They can shoot us in the head. Do you understand? So they're coming for it. You have to cover your weak spots. He says we have to take it.
Well, I think the president's saying that Greenland is essential to U.S. national security. And when he makes a statement like that, he's telling everyone in the United States government, I expect to have action taken to realize what I think is a national security imperative, that Greenland have a closer relationship with the United States.
Yeah, I was going to say, what sort of action does that mean?
Look, I think it can mean a number of different things. And I think we have to look short, medium, and long term. The bottom line is, over the long term, Greenland needs to have some sort of closer tie to the United States. Does that mean it becomes a territory like Puerto Rico, like the Virgin Islands? Maybe. Does that mean that over time we have some sort of compact of free association like we do with islands in the Pacific, where it is an independent sovereign state, but it has a very close defense relationship and economic relationship? I think that's a very good option. But the bottom line is, President Trump is right. If we don't have a closer relationship with Greenland in the long term, China and Russia will.
Why does Greenland matter strategically?
Right. Well, it matters for the same reasons it's mattered for 150 years to us. It's about 1,200 miles from the east coast of the United States. During the Cold War, we had a significant presence in Greenland because Soviet submarines would come down through the gap between the UK, Iceland, and Greenland, and they'd threaten the east coast of the United States. Today, we have a space base in Greenland, and there are some very sensitive space issues that affect U.S. homeland security that have to do with Greenland's strategic location. So taking kind of traditional security concerns, sea, air, and then the new dimension of space, this is a direct threat to the U.S. homeland if Greenland was ever under the influence of a foreign adversary.
And with the Northwest Passage opening up due to changing climate,
it'll be even more significant because there'll be more international trade that's going to go through those sea lanes. And we, and really the entire world, will have even more of an interest in making sure that the areas around Greenland are secure for commercial passage.
So even though Greenland feels so far away and isolated, it's actually right on your doorstep.
It's right on our doorstep. And as commercial traffic increases, what happens in Greenland is not going to be confined to Greenland. It's going to have ripple effects all over the world.
Does Greenland have a say in it?
Of course they have a say. And I think their sovereignty and their sovereign right to self-determination has to be first and foremost on everyone's minds. But the good news for us is, I think that what we offer as the United States is much more compelling than what the Russians and the Chinese have to offer. And I'm willing to put our system and what we offer up against Beijing and Moscow any day.
But Denmark says it's doing the job. They've put in another $1 billion in defence for the Arctic region. They're saying, leave us alone.
Well, look, Denmark's finally, and I would say this is only because of President Trump, Denmark is finally getting serious about Arctic defense. They had not for decades, and now they are, and that's great. My concern is what happens when the Greenlanders get what they say they want. They say they want independence. And when they ultimately get independence, we're going to have a solution where an island of 56,000 people has some way to keep out bad guys like the Chinese and the Russians. And I think the solution to that is a closer relationship with Washington.
All right. So now this right here, everybody, is where America calls themselves the good guys and everybody's the bad guys. That's just the serpent's tongue, right? They're all bad guys, right? So it's basically in the prison yard, whether you're going to get down with the Bloods or the Crips or the GDs or the Aryan Nation or the this or the that, or if you're going to run solo. Because if you run solo with your little island of 58,000 and your minerals, sooner or later, one of the other gangs are going to come knocking on your cell door. Y'all hear me? So America, we the best out of all the bullies, right? Everybody going to see themselves as better than the others. So America gonna be like, we already got a compact, a NATO relationship, right? Denmark is talking about, well, we good. We put a gate up. we put a gate. we put a Ring doorbell. And Orange Dude is like, listen, that Ring doorbell is not stopping It is not stopping these people that's coming. And where you are at strategically is a threat to our security in America. So we're going to hamp this down. So we'll buy it, we'll purchase, acquire it, or we're going to take it. Because if we don't, Russia and China is coming to take it. So get down or lay down. And of course, they're going to say we the good guys and they the bad guys, but that's relative, right? Right? But this is what's happening. And these people in their films, so Trump is a dictator. You don't even know the politics of what's happening. If you really knew what all these serpents was doing, you would let him do what he got to do and mind your business, honestly. You understand? You need to prepare for in case he fails. That's what you should be preparing for, because if he fails and they take over, we're going to get invaded, and then you got a whole nother thing, all right?
Out bad guys like the Chinese and the Russians. And I think the solution to that is a closer relationship with Washington. But again, this is going to have to be a conversation with them. But I think that's the best option on the table, is a better relationship between us and Greenland.
But Denmark's not going to walk away from protecting or defending that part of the world.
Well, when ultimately Greenland's independent, I think it's going to be very much an open question about whether they still want their former colonial power to have a very close defense relationship. I think very...
these words, remember, they say defense relationship. Do y'all know what that means? That means this colonial power, slavery power, whether it's America, Russia, China, is defending your country. You need to be defended. It's like your house, right? You need to have a defense. Listen clearly. Your front door locked or something, or a doorbell or a gun or something, right? In case they come in, right? Now, they're saying they want independence, but the orange dude and the world powers know this ain't the time to be claiming independence, because the world they're about the one world order is coming. And everybody's grabbing for straws, power plays. So that independence, where you can exist Greenland as this beautiful land and you got all your minerals and just leave us alone. Can we all just get along? Those days are over. He's telling you they're coming through the back door, and you are our ally. They coming to steal my chips. So Trump like, listen, I'm coming to take my chips, or you're going to give them to me. Because you want independence, but what you don't really know is all you do is setting yourself up to get diddied. Do you get it? You want to say, all right, I don't want to claim with the gang in prison, but now you're just not covered by nobody. You have no defense. You understand? So unless I keep getting my money that you paying me to defend you, I would rather you keep paying that and I'll defend you. Otherwise, somebody else, I'm going to lose the money you giving me to defend you, and then somebody else is going to take it over, and now they got that, what I had, and plus I lose. This is chess, bro, of the serpent seed chessboard. And the days of these countries that exist in peace, those days are over, because they coming for that. Take that. They coming to take your stuff. They're coming. That's it. So the orange dude understands, America knows, so they're playing the game of war.
Very much from what I hear and what I talk to Greenlanders about, I think they're going to be looking for new security arrangements other than with Copenhagen. And I think if that's the case, we need to be sure that that new security partner is us rather than Beijing or Moscow.
So he's correct. He's like, this independence that Greenland's talking, they still going to need security. And he's like, they're going to try to make the Copenhagen an old agreement. They're going to look for a new agreement, whether it be with Russia or somebody. And he says, the orange dude, America, is saying, we want to make sure that new agreement is with us. You know, we ain't losing our position. Yes, 4D chess. And Americans, these citizens running around calling that shit, they idiot. I can't believe the comments. I'm like, y'all really don't know geopolitics. Y'all living in this little safe bubble of America. Trump, just leave. Trump is just a bully. Bro, Trump is standing up, defending our freedoms, bro. We will lose it if he don't. I'm just being 110. These other countries, ain't none of them playing, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going long this morning, all right? We almost finished. I'm going to close out. Ain't none of them playing fair. They ain't coming to give you no sweet butter biscuits. They coming to take your biscuits. Diddy, take that, okay?
So if the US under Donald Trump goes ahead and buys Greenland, what does that look like?
Well, let's say that there's some agreement between Denmark and Greenland and the United States, and Greenland becomes a closer part of the United States. I think one option, if it were to become a territory, or we call it an insular area of the United States, it could look something like the Virgin Islands, which we purchased from from Denmark in 1917, where there's local self-government. The United States manages foreign and defense policy. There's a legislature. There's a non-voting member of Congress. I mean, that would be a great situation if the Greenlanders wanted that.
If the US doesn't buy Greenland, what does it look like?
Well, I think if there's not a purchase, I'm looking out 10, 15 years at a potentially independent Greenland. And that's where I think this compact of free association idea is so compelling, where Greenland can have the best of both worlds. They get sovereignty. They could be a sovereign state with a vote in the UN, but we guarantee their defense and we support them economically to a certain degree. And I think that would solve our concerns from a security perspective, and would also bring them closer to us in a way that served the interests of the people of Greenland.
You know, obviously you're aware that there is a very generalized response to that, and that is leave us alone.
Well,
we're a people, stop talking about us like we don't count, leave us alone.
Well, what I hear from the Greenlanders is not.
See, that's the part, everybody. Ain't nobody leaving you alone. In prison, you can't be in prison and say, just leave me alone. They're not going to leave you alone. They're going to keep looking at your cell, keep coming to try to conquer you. So it ain't going away. You're going to have to pay protection from somebody.
Not leave us alone, but let's have a conversation together about what our future together could look like. They want to be part of the conversation, as they should be. And they understand that a small developing polity of 56,000 people is going to have limited options on the global stage over the long term. And they're going to need a partner, whether it's the United States or someone else, to help them grow and develop and tap their natural resources and have the type of opportunities they deserve. And my position—
all that yada, yada, serpent tongue, they're going to need protection. That's all he just said. Let's continue.
I think this is President Trump's position, is that partner needs to be the United States for both economic and security reasons.
Can you have an equal conversation when you've got one country that's got a population of less than 57,000 people up against the United States of America?
Look, the United States has, I think, shown over the many years all over the world, whether it's Pacific Islands, whether—
all right, that's enough of that fork tongue. It's whether that's going to be with us or it's going to be with China or nothing. Your little community of 57,000, 56,000 is going to be consumed by somebody. All right? You're going to need protection. And Orange Dude's just going to make sure it's us because of the position. China and Russia had already taken advantage of that position to get to us. Smart move. Chess. All right. Now, let me close out. I want to show y'all this. Now we're going to close out with a bang. We went long tonight. It was a very powerful lesson. All right? We're going to close out with this. I want to show y'all this, though. I copied this because this brother, I had to tell that brother, you did a good job. Well, he gets it. Let me stop share. Watch this. I screenshotted it. So let me grab the first one. This is the first one here. Bang. Right? And then there we go. And that's the second one. Watch this. This brother gets it. He's at the bottom of one of these comment channels, right? I read comments. Share screen, bang, window. Watch this, share. All right, let me see what y'all see. Let me make it bigger. There we go. Now look what this brother wrote. Cobra the Cobra, or whatever it is. He said, if we lived on a peaceful planet, I would condemn a lot of stuff. But since we live on a prison planet where he, with the biggest stick, rules the yard, he's talking about the world stage. When a couple of the bigger knuckleheads in the prison start aligning themselves against you, BRICS, everybody listen, in these countries, even showing up in your own cell block with that mess, you have to demonstrate. All right. Again, I'd love if there was peace on earth. Nobody else is playing the game. All right. He said, I would love if there was peace on earth, but nobody else is playing the peace game. If you try to play the peace on earth game, you will end up in the cell block being extorted. Hold on. If you try, you will end up in the cell block being extorted by the worst people in the worst ways. I could tell this person in prison. Facts. You will end up with the nastiest ditties at your cell door trying to play the can we all just get along, live in peace game. Unless somebody like the orange dude or America shows up and knocks out whoever's been doing you like that or knocks them out of the picture. Unless Unc show up, me, because I was one, I look out for people, but I know the politics. I won't get in the way, but I always had a certain level of respect and power once I established myself wherever I'm at, right? That I can show up and try to give you a treaty that I can offer you some protection, right? Because some of these, what they're going to do to you, I might not want to see that happen to you. So unless somebody like America shows up and knocks whoever's been doing you like that out of the picture, but understand this, you still live in a prison planet, everybody. So you owe something for this. You got to pay protection. You owe something for this and the continual protection and investments. It seems like this guy understands that. Maduro understood that. He was just taking all the wealth for himself, the president of Venezuela, and backdooring his own people to China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. In prison, you lose your life for that. Yes, he would. We live on a prison planet, not a peace planet. I wrote him and I said, you get it, my brother. Finally, someone that really understands what's happening. That is 100% correct. We live on a prison planet, not a peace planet. Understand? Now, I'm going to close out with this powerful word. Let me grab, I did y'all a backdrop, right? Let me find it. Bang. Share. Right? Make sure it's sharing. Yeah. Make it full screen. Here we go. Now my closeout. I got some facts to show y'all. All right? To break down for y'all. This is the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. What they don't want you to understand, what's really happening. All right? Now, I told y'all, on January 1st, 2026 at midnight Beijing time, China activated the interest-bearing functionality for its digital coin, the yuan, to do with Venezuela to cut America totally out of the picture. Get all the oil and use it where America gets nothing, no taxes, break the agreement America had with Venezuela, all of that. Get through the sanctions and take all the oil, and they were strategically aligning themselves to later come out of America. So 48 hours later, on January 3rd, the United States executed Operation Absolute Resolve. Okay. And they sent the 150 plus aircraft, captured Maduro, the Venezuelan sitting president, brought them to America, and it's nothing to play with. Now, by December 2025, Venezuela had eliminated the US dollar from 99% of its oil transactions. Okay, and they was using a USDT stable coin to do it. 746,000 barrels a day flowing to China of oil. But on January 1st, China was erasing that stable coin and using their yuan, giving them more power. All right, now, this is how they do debt swap mechanisms, all right? The world's largest proven oil reserves, right? They had 303 billion barrels of oil, and it had officially exited the petrodollar system. It was going to leave the petrodollar system. And so the orange dude, the United States, responded with military force. Tonight, I'm going to break down what exactly happened. All right? Now, in November 2025, we're going to start there. Venezuela's oil exports peaked at 921,000 barrels a day, okay, that they was exporting out. 921,000 barrels a day. But by the next year, by December, following the U.S. blockade announcement, their export number of barrels dropped to 500,000 barrels a day, almost 400,000 barrels less. Now, this is what's important about that. Before that collapse, 80% of Venezuela's exports were going straight to China. 746,000 barrels a day in November alone went to China. Now, this is where it gets interesting. When you understand how they were paying for it. By December 2025, a state oil company, PDVSA, was collecting 80% of its oil revenue in cryptocurrency, stablecoin, USDT tether, not dollars. Not the yuan yet, but cryptocurrency. Right. Now listen clearly. On November 1st, 2026, China announced it's going to be yuan, and orange dude struck. This is chess. Right? Everybody calling out stuff they don't know about what's going on with these governments. Now, do the math with me. Venezuela's daily oil revenue in November 2025, all right, was roughly $50 to $60 million per day. That's based on the 746,000 barrels at $65 to $80 a barrel. That's $18 to $20 billion a year, all right? And 80% of that, if we did the math conservatively, about 40 million per day was being collected in a dollar pegged to a cryptocurrency stablecoin operating completely outside of the United States banking system. Why does this matter? Because it makes three strategic advantages for it. Now, this, if Americans understood, it would alarm you. First, they was able, the Venezuela Maduro, to evade the sanctions that America placed against them for him playing with these other countries, our enemies. The USDT stablecoin bypassed the traditional banking systems, and it bypassed any intermediaries that the United States could flag it, seize it, or freeze it, or monitor it, right? Second, it made immediate settlement. The cryptocurrency of using that stablecoin eliminated the multiple delays of money wire transfers. So it eliminated the risk of money being frozen mid-transactions, all right? And that's a real risk that all countries face that have sanctions with bigger countries. These sanctions are in place so that you honor our contract. You can't backdoor me. But if they was using the crypto, then they got the money immediately. And the third was anonymity. The blockchain obfuscation hid the beneficiaries. So Venezuela can do a deal with some South African dictator or some country, and it would hide who's actually they doing it with. So they can lie to the United States, and they can be doing a side deal with your enemy, right? And you won't be able to trace the money, guys. Everybody listen clearly. This is what really happened. It's crypto. Understand? So the United States wanted them to continue using the dollar so we can track who they dealing with, so you don't deal with my enemies and empower my enemies to come against me. But Venezuela started using crypto, and now they can hide who is the beneficiaries of who they doing the deals with and how much, and get paid immediately, immediate transaction. So the Venezuelan government authorized banks and exchange houses to convert to USDT. All right? Now, it made the trail of money from the enemies of America and the Chinese buyers through intermediaries to Venezuelan accounts impossible to track. All right? So the timeline shows the PDVSA began experimenting with cryptocurrency stablecoin USDT in 2023. By Q1 of 2024, they required new clients to use digital wallets in USDT for all their deals. By July 2024, Venezuela's central bank was selling 119 million in cryptocurrency to the private sector a month. And Venezuela was stacking their Bitcoin. By December 2025, they had 80% adoption, all cryptocurrency. All right? Now, the crypto wasn't only the weapon in Venezuela's arsenal. Since 2017, Venezuela priced oil in Chinese yuans rather than US dollars. All right? So they were the first oil producer, Venezuela, major oil producer, to systematically abandon the dollar pricing. All right. Now, this is some of the areas. All right. Now, since 2007, China extended over $60 billion to Venezuela. By December 2025, approximately $12 billion remained outstanding. So instead of cash repayments from Venezuela, getting that money extended to them from China, Venezuela committed to delivering oil directly to China as paying off the debt. All right? China developed bank loans, prearranged prices, and large volume commitments with $0 exposure because they use crypto to do it. All right? Now, then you have Chevron, the sole U.S. oil company operating in Venezuela under general license 41A and 41B. Chevron utilized a debt for oil mechanism. 50% joint venture went to Chevron as compensation for unpaid debts to PDVSA. Now, the critical details, the $0 direct cash payments, 0 taxes, 0 royalties to Maduro government for using crypto. All right? In November 2025, Chevron exported 150,000 barrels per day to the United States refineries from Venezuela. All debt compensation, not $1 changed hands. And finally, the oldest trade mechanism reimagined for modern sanctions were evasion and barter. Venezuela imported 419 barrels of Russian naphtha in November 2025. This was essential for diluting extra heavy oil crude into exportable grades payment, direct commodity exchange. So Venezuela was dealing with the Russians, the China, they was dealing with everybody while evading the sanctions and the taxes and trying to cut New York out of the picture. Y'all hear me? And they was using crypto. And on January 1st, 2026, at midnight Beijing time, China activated their digital yuan. And that would have cut the United States totally out the picture. And what the orange Jew did, He went in and kidnapped that fool. Annie up, drop that fool. Annie up, kidnap that fool. He did. What's the name of the group that did Annie up? What's the name for Brooklyn? Lil Fame and them. He did MOP. The orange dude went full MOP on those ops. They went and kidnapped that fool. Annie up. Now, Maduro is in New York, locked up, and he pleaded not guilty. The airstrikes are over. The press conference is now calming down. But the real story, I'm breaking it down tonight. Because what happened in real Venezuela is bigger. It's bigger. It involves Greenland. It involves Canada. It involves the Panama Canal and Venezuela. Everybody listen. Y'all know the house of y'all know old Uncle Unc gonna tell you the raw dog truth. This is where real play. It involves all of these. These aren't separate conversations. They're connected by one strategic logic that most of these analysts are missing. This isn't about Maduro being in handcuffs. It's about control, controlling trade routes, securing resources, and positioning yourself for what is to come next. This is chess playing. The government and administration calls it national security. Other people call it economic containment. Pretty Ricky is what you could call it. Pretty Ricky, what you call him. It don't matter what you call it. The mechanics are the same. Control the supply lines, control the pricing systems, deny the competitors to have complete access. It's an access of control. And tonight, I'm walking you through the economic logic behind what's unfolding across the Western Hemisphere. Not the politics, not the personalities, but the structural moves that are reshaping energy markets and global positioning. They're getting themselves into position on the world chessboard. Global positioning, geopolitics. Three things matter the most right now. The oil reserves and who controls them, the currency and what it is, digital or fiat, and the way the currency flows and what system prices the flow. See, China's expanded economic footprint in regions that the United States considers strategic is what this is about. China positioned themselves in places like Greenland, places that are strategic attacks. Tonight, I'm going to show you everything that's happening. South America is an economic battlefield right now. But these foolish Americans want to act like they ain't at war. South America, hold on, let me put it back. I made it short, but it's okay. Should have made it longer. Play. All right? We closing out. This is my closeout to break down the fullness. South America, everybody, is in a economic war. Okay, literally. All right, an economic battlefield. Now, what most people are missing in their coverage is this part. Venezuela this didn't happen to Venezuela in isolation. It's one move in a continental economic contest. They're having a war, a pissing contest. It's a continental economic contest that's been building for over 20 years. China and Latin America trade hit $518 billion in 2024. South America is what they're after. Latin America, trade, oil, drugs, money. That's not hype. This is a fact. $518 billion traded from China and Latin America in 2024. Over $500 billion, and that is growing roughly at a 30% a year. More and more a year goes. More and more a year. 20 years ago, China accounted for less than 2% of Latin America's exports. Today, China is South America's largest trading partner. Brazil trades more with China than they do with the United States. So does Chile, so does Peru, and Ecuador just signed a free trade agreement with Beijing in 2024. Shout out to Ahabayan. All right? Everybody listen, because they sit up there calling the orange dude a dictator and all this. They have no idea what they talking about. They know no geopolitics. You literally, these people are setting the chessboard up to enslave us, and y'all sitting up there calling the orange dude a dictator and stuff. You understand? Foolish. Everybody listen. Peru, Chile, Brazil, all of South America just does more trade with China than America. Ecuador just signed this free trade agreement with Beijing in 2024. Nicaragua followed suit and did the same. 22 out of 33 Latin American and Caribbean nations have joined China's Belt and Road Initiative. So while y'all sitting up here side-eyeing and questioning the orange dude, China is sweeping up buying all the monopoly boards. China's buying all the boardwalks in South America. They already ran through Africa. Do you not understand what's happening? And got foolish Willie D talking about, I like China, I trust China. Y'all are fools. Listen clearly. China, 22 out of 33 Latin American and Caribbean nations have joined China's Belt and Road Initiative. This isn't just trade stats. This is infrastructure. China now owns and operates all major ports in Peru, Brazil, Panama, and Ecuador. The port of Huancayo in Peru, which just opened, is designed to handle exports from 6 South American countries directly to Asia, cutting the United States totally out of the supply chain. So when you hear about Venezuela, I'm teaching you to understand the context. The United States is watching this historical sphere of influence shift economically towards China and Beijing. And the shift is not abstract, it's literal. Its ports, its railroads, its energy contracts, and its monetary payment systems of using the yuan stablecoin. See, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio's portfolio is Latin America. See, the orange dude, there's certain plays at play that most people don't know is going on. Y'all think the orange dude is really dumb. He's not as dumb as you think he is. That's a strategic move. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, his portfolio is Latin America. That's his focus, his expertise. And his strategic goal is clear. Reassert American economic leverage in the Western Hemisphere without having full military occupation. And Venezuela is the signal. Venezuela, it says if you move too far toward China, if you threaten the dollar-based energy pricing, if you become a node in Beijing's supply chain, this is why they moved on Venezuela. Listen clearly. This was the sign they was trying to make with this chess move. This chess move is telling these countries, if you move too far in your conjunction with China, if you threaten the US dollar-based energy pricing, if you become a node in Beijing's supply chains, there's consequences. This is America in the prison yard saying, listen, you go ahead and you partner up with my enemies, there's consequences. This is not a regime change in the traditional sense. This is the market rebalancing itself through force. This is Debo, everybody, through force. The old denomination question. This is now, what is this really all about? not just oil volume, but oil denomination, not just a cryptocurrency, but the control of the stable coin, Bitcoin, XRP, not the drugs, the control of the shipping and the routes, the authority, the respect. Okay? This is establishing your authority, the head of the serpent. Okay? It's about Venezuela having the largest proven oil reserves on earth. All right? Roughly 300 billion barrels. That's trillions and trillions of dollars. But their production collapsed under Maduro. Under Maduro, the output fell from over 3 million barrels per day to less than 1 million. They let the infrastructure decay. They stopped investing. The skilled workers fled. They destroyed the country. So if Venezuela isn't producing much oil, then why does it matter strategically, huh? You know why? Because it's not about the current oil production. It's about future control. Everybody, this is chess. When you play chess, you don't worry, you think 3 moves ahead. Y'all don't, these fools that want to blame the orange dude, let this government play chess, because if not, we going to be somebody's checkmate, America. And those freedoms that you so used to, you will be complaining when they're gone. It's not about what's current production, it's about future control. For 50 years, the global oil has been priced in US dollars. This system is called the petrodollar. It creates automatic demand for American currency. Every country that needs oil needs dollars to buy it. That demand allows the United States to borrow cheaply, print money without immediate inflation consequences, and finances debt at lower interest rates than economic fundamentals would otherwise allow. But that system is now fracturing. Saudi Arabia refused to renew its exclusive dollar agreement because everybody's going crypto, guys. BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, are increasingly settling energy trades in their local currencies or the Chinese yuan. And Venezuela, according to multiple reports, was preparing to fully integrate its energy sector into China's cross-border interbank payment system and price its oil in a basket of currencies led by the crypto yuan. Now, if that had happened, China could then buy Venezuelan oil without holding no dollars. And if China doesn't need to hold no dollars, then the demand for the U.S. currency drops. If the demand drops, the dollar value falls. If the dollar value falls, the cost of service American debt skyrockets. This is the threat. Not that Venezuela would sell 1 million barrels a day to China, but that Venezuela sitting on 300 billion barrels would prove you can price oil outside of the dollar system and still survive. And that's what America couldn't allow. So they removed the government. They went in there and kidnapped that fool. And they removed Maduro. The orange dude said explicitly at his press conference, he said U.S. oil companies would go in, they're going to rebuild the infrastructure, they're going to extract the wealth. He said the oil would go to other countries, that's what the orange dude said, and to the United States as, quote, reimbursement for damages done, that they had to come in there and kidnap that fool. And Rubio walked it back the next day, and he said, the United States don't need Venezuelan oil. This is about governance, not resources. So they got to play the serpent's tongue, right? That contradiction tells you everything. Trump says what the operation really is, and Rubio matches the diplomatic fallout. Y'all better understand politics. The reality is somewhere in between. The United States don't need Venezuelan oil today, but it needs control over the oil. It needs to ensure that those reserves stay dominated in dollars, whether that be USD digital dollars or the dollar, because it's going digital. That's why China wanted to make it digital. The United States needs to prevent China from securing independent energy supply outside of the American financial system. This wasn't about liberating Venezuela. They didn't go in there for the Venezuela. Thank you. Sorry, these serpents don't care about us. They care about power. Do you understand? So they didn't go in there to liberate Venezuela. This is about locking it back into the dollar framework, positioning America for what comes next. All right? And what people are ignoring, this ain't just about today's oil market. It's about pre-war positioning. All right? The United States is consolidating itself in the Western Hemisphere. Its hemisphere is consolidating its hemisphere in case the conflict comes. World war, whatever. If you look at the pattern, they're giving pressure on Canada over trade. They're talking about Greenland and its mineral resources. They got renewed focus on the Panama Canal and who controls the shipping lanes. And now the direct intervention in Venezuela. These moves all share a common logic. These moves say, secure the backyard, America, control the critical supply lines, deny all the adversaries access to resources and infrastructure in the Western Hemisphere. See, before you fight a pure power, you have to secure your rear end. They coming to diddy you. Secure the flank. A shout out to America. This is strategic chess moves. We bringing it on home. Before you fight pure power, you secure your rear. You make sure your energy is reliable. You make sure your trade routes are protected, and you make sure your neighbors aren't providing strategic intel to your opponents. You make sure your neighbors ain't doing backyard deals against with your opponents. And Venezuela fit that calculus. See, this ain't about just fighting the Chinese euro, the euro or the yuan. It's about ensuring that if tensions with China escalate, that South America's largest oil reserves don't become a Chinese energy lifeline. This is strategic husbandry. This is chess. A Chinese energy lifeline would empower the enemy. This is about securing resources, locking in contracts, controlling insurance and shipping frameworks before they are needed in the crisis. You act beforehand. Chess, you play 3 moves ahead. This is the domestic political framing of the United States. It's a different framework, okay? Now, I'm closing right now. They talk about the Monroe Compact, right? That's the old compact with NATO and stuff that we had all of these deals set up in the Western Hemisphere. But all these countries, because the new currency is now becoming digital, they're trying to renege on those contracts. So China and Russia, they're making new contracts. So America got to step in, right? So there's talks of course, the administration talks about the Monroe Doctrine and about national security, about defending the hemisphere. That language they speak so that it can resonate with American voters so they can understand. It sounds decisive, strong, protective, but the underlying strategy is really economic containment, preventing China from securing independent access to critical resources using military force to enforce that containment when the economic pressure fails. So the orange dude went into war. The orange dude went in ante up and kidnapped that fool. This part. So what does it mean for the actual markets and the prices, for oil prices, gasoline at the pump? In the short term, it don't really mean much. Venezuela's current production of oil was so low, less than 1 million barrels per day, that removing it from the global supply doesn't move the prices right away. OPEC already got spare capacity. U.S. Shell can ramp up their, right? That's why Rubio said, we don't need the oil. See, it's a bigger play. The market will just absorb this disruption. The markets don't just react to current supply. The stock exchange, crypto markets, they react to expectations. And the expectation is that U.S. oil companies will eventually go into Venezuela, rebuild their infrastructure, and bring their production oil back online. And if that happens, if Venezuela's output returns to 3 million barrels a day over the next 10 years, that's a significant additional supply. Heavy crude compatible with the Gulf Coast refineries priced in U.S. dollars or U.S. stablecoins, energy stocks have already started pricing that scenario. That's why Ripple went up 30% after they went in and kidnapped that fool. XRP. Do you understand? Yeah, he's protecting the battleship. So expectations of contract resets, sanctions easing for select operators, preferential access for American firms. And then when you talk about Europe's role in this, because while military action happened in Venezuela, financial pressures happening in the European capitals. The European governments has frozen Venezuelan government assets. The banks have been told to scrutinize any transaction, and insurers are reviewing coverage for any Venezuelan-linked shipping. This creates choke points that go beyond the military operation. Because if you can't insure a shipping tanker, then you can't move the oil. And if you can't clear the payments through European banks, then you can't settle the contracts. If your assets are frozen in London or Frankfurt, Germany, you lose liquidity. See, this is how modern economic warfare works, children of the Most High. You know the Most High gonna have Unc break it down. Study to show yourself approved. Modern economic warfare, and the United States is providing military pressure. Your cooker. Because all of these powers are going to try to use their choke points to gain their power. United States provides military pressure. Europe provides financial isolation. Together, they create a system where resistance becomes economically unsustainable for the Venezuelan elites. This is a crisis. Their wealth is being tied up in foreign accounts, real estate, all in Miami, in Spain, Madrid, investments in international markets in England, London. If those assets are frozen or seized, their ability to operate politically collapses. Venezuela. This gives the United States negotiation leverage, not just with Maduro's inner circle, but with whoever becomes next. The message is clear. Cooperate and your assets are safe. America and its allies is telling them, get down or lay down. Cooperate and your assets are safe. Resist and you are financially isolated. Checkmate. Checkmate. And that's the story, children of Yah. The story ain't the arrest of Maduro. The story ain't the big conferences. The real story is the reshaping of economic power in the Western Hemisphere. And the orange dude came to play. And we, as American citizens, need to be thankful that we ain't got a chump in office right now. Because the world stage is gathering, they trying to gather all of Latin America, China, Russia, the resources, China all in Africa. The sage is set, guys. Now, y'all have the full understanding. This was Trump, Haiti, Tesla, Venezuela. We exposed the rabbit hole. We went 5-6 hours. Sorry, Hagyama, we went extra long, but you looked wide awake. That meant it was good. That meant it was interesting. It kept you up. You know, the Mossad says, teach my children, and I got to go in and study and show myself approved to bring the fruit that others don't even bring out. So the stuff that you will learn in this ministry and what we bring out, you won't see it other places. You won't have the spiritual connection and breakdown. You understand? We're going to always rightly divide and bring the full truth. You heard? The whole truth and nothing but the truth. This has been Trump, Haiti, Tesla, Venezuela. May the Most High cover and bless you as you go forth in your days. I know y'all got to get up and go to work. Stop share. Let me close out. I'm closing right now. Share screen, window. Where is it? Where you at? Right there. Share. The rabbit hole exposed. Venezuela, Haiti, all of it. Shout to the orange dude. Sorry, I'm not a pro or against. I just know I look for fruit. And I know that if we ain't have this dude, he told Colombia, he leaned in and said, you gonna be next. If you don't get some act right. Boy, that is gangster. If I ain't never seen nothing so gangster. And these South American countries, they run by gangsters. Do you understand that, guys? You can't be all soft. Look at the African countries. They dictate, them people be unalive and chopping people arms off, starving they countries. You got to be gangster. We got a gangster in office. He named that. I'm proud of that. I'm not saying, I know he got other serpents. These are serpents. They don't care about us. You understand? They don't care. But we are part of, we're under the umbrella. You understand? You behind somebody's enemy line, somebody's line. Ours is America, the freest country on earth. You understand? One of them. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Praise the Most High. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you for the elder and Yasha for your covering. Thank you to the ministry for your blessings and covering. Thank you for all those who gave donations and those who give outside of the YouTube. I humbly thank you. And we're live again Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9 p.m. This was the rabbit hole exposed. We had fun at the beginning with the rabbit hole, right? That was dope. But praise y'all, it made us go that long. I should have made it 2 lessons. I didn't realize it would make us go 5 hours. What we did, 5? 6. Oh my goodness, I got to close out. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Now remember, don't fall for this stuff. All this stuff this media be telling y'all, that ain't nothing but Ultra Punk. That ain't nothing but Donna Briggs.
Hello everyone, it's Donna Briggs. Hello everyone.
Hello, everyone. It's Donna Briggs. Ain't nothing but Donna Briggs. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We'll see y'all Friday on our live stream. The Most High gonna bring out something crazy. I don't even know what it is yet. But I'll see y'all on the live. We love you all. Go forth and be the light. Now y'all have full understanding. Shalom. Peace and blessings of the Most High to you all. See you Friday.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah.
Precious, chosen people of the Most High.
good time watching our video, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.